Chapter 521. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, and lightning flashed across the sky. The thick silver lightning was getting more and more concentrated. Everyone in the Shura temple was scared out of their wits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, powerful figures dashed out from the Azura palace. All the combat kings and all the 13 tycoons had shown up. Xiao Nanfeng and the white-haired elders stared at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky with great shock. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? Who's facing the heavenly tribulation in the Shura temple? Elder Lu cried out in fear. It's too loud. It might alert the temple master and the great elder who are in seclusion. Another elder said. The temple master and the great elder of the Shura temple were true combat emperors, and their strength was unfathomable. Suddenly a strange change occurred. The originally dense and boundless thunderclouds suddenly disappeared, but the sky was still incomparably dark. What was even more surprising was that although the thunderclouds had disappeared, the powerful pressure became heavier and heavier. Everyone could still clearly hear the deafening sound of thunder. What's going on? The third tycoon cried out in fear. He had no idea what was going on. The freezing hell jail. The heavenly tribulation has gone to the freezing hell jail. Let's go and see what's going on. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't keep his calm anymore. Although the Shura temple was a major sect in the Liang province, it was still far from being comparable to those superpowers in the divine continent. Let alone them, even their temple master, who was a powerful combat emperor, had never seen a heavenly tribulation before. The heavenly tribulation was a supreme existence. It would only descend when a minor saint was advancing to the great saint realm, or when a great saint ascended to the immortal realm. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to witness it. But now, a heavenly tribulation had descended upon the Shura temple, and it had even entered the freezing hell jail. This was too shocking. It was obvious that someone was facing the heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. Heavenly tribulation was omnipresent. The world was vast, and there were countless planes similar to St. Origin World. Heavenly tribulation would descend upon every plane and every space when a monstrous being appeared. Therefore, even though the freezing hell prison was located in another space, it still couldn't escape from the heavenly tribulation. As long as Jiangchen released his aura, he could attract the heavenly tribulation at any time. At this moment, the inside of the freezing hell jail was filled with lightning and thunder. The sky above was filled with thunderclouds, and lightning bolts as thick as giant pythons danced in the sky, as if they would strike down at any time. The entire space was shaking violently, and many cracks appeared in the space as if it would be torn apart at any time. The thunderclouds were very thick. Among them, the thunderclouds above Jiangchen's head were the thickest. It was obvious that as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to see that this heavenly tribulation was triggered by Jiangchen. Heavens, it's a heavenly tribulation. He actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. Only a great saint can trigger a heavenly tribulation, and he's only a combat king warrior, but he has already triggered a heavenly tribulation. I can't believe he's so heaven-defying. This is unbelievable. Not good, he's going to face his heavenly tribulation here. Once his heavenly tribulation is over, I'm afraid the entire freezing hell jail will be completely destroyed. What should we do? Should we intervene and stop him? Are you crazy? Haven't you heard about how frightening a heavenly tribulation is? Anyone who is under the influence of a heavenly tribulation will be punished. The heavens will send down their own heavenly tribulation, and death is almost certain. All the combat kings of the Shura temple were shocked. In the beginning they had planned to kill Jiangchen right away, but they never thought that Jiangchen would have such a trick up his sleeves. He was going to face his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. With this, who would dare to intervene? Perhaps even a combat emperor palace master would not dare to touch the heavenly tribulation. One must know that once a cultivator was enveloped by a heavenly tribulation, he would trigger his own heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation was based on the cultivator's overall strength. Heavens, it's actually a heavenly tribulation. Brother Jiang is really heaven-defying. Inside the heavenly saint sword, Tan Lang was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He could clearly see what was happening outside the heavenly saint sword, and he finally understood what Jiangchen was relying on. It turned out that Jiangchen wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to fight against the Shura temple. This was a ruthless move. Tan Lang was hiding inside the heavenly saint sword. Under the protection of the heavenly saint sword, he was very safe. However, even with the help of the heavenly tribulation, Tan Lang was still worried about Jiangchen. He had heard that even a mighty great saint would fall into a very weak state after facing the heavenly tribulation, let alone Jiangchen. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, Jiang Chen would still be in a very dangerous situation. At this moment, a group of powerful figures descended into the Shura temple from the outside. The one leading them was the great tycoon Xiaonan Feng and the 9th grade combat king Elder Lu. Such a lineup was really huge. Almost all the powerful warriors of the Shura temple were here, and all of them were shocked by what they saw. Great tycoon Elder Lu, this man is Jiang Chen. He has killed the 4th tycoon Ling Yi, and now he has triggered the heavenly tribulation. It seems like he is going to face the heavenly tribulation here. The 7th grade combat king Elder said hastily. He really is facing the heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect this man to be so heaven-defying, being able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when he is only a combat king. The heavenly tribulation is about to descend. If he is allowed to do whatever he wants here, the entire freezing hell jail will collapse. This freezing hell jail was meticulously built by the palace master, and it was built with the help of the right time and the right place. If it is destroyed, it will be a great loss to the Shura temple. Elder Lu said. Jiang Chen, I think you are here to save Tan Lang. I, the tycoon, will allow you to take him away, and please leave this place. I promise the Shura temple that I won't pursue you anymore. Xiaonan Feng shouted at the center of the thundercloud. Although he hated Jiang Chen to the core, nothing was more important than protecting the freezing hell jail. Furthermore, even if he let Jiang Chen go now, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp once the heavenly tribulation was over. Brother Jiang, this man is Xiaonan Feng. Tan Lang transmitted his divine sense into Jiang Chen's ears, informing him of Xiaonan Feng's identity. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto Xiaonan Feng, and it instantly turned extremely cold. He had promised Zhuang Fan that he would avenge Zhuang Fan, and now this sanctimonious guy had really appeared. Jiang Chen really wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to destroy this guy, but Xiaonan Feng wasn't someone easy to deal with. This man was extremely vigilant, and there was no way he would fall into Jiang Chen's trap. Ha, Xiaonan Feng, you're a beast that humiliates the innocent. I despise people like you the most. Today I'm going to destroy this freezing hell jail. Come up here and fight me if you have the guts. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. As for Xiaonan Feng's bullshit about letting Jiang Chen go, he was treating Jiang Chen like a 3-year-old kid. Xiaonan Feng was only afraid that Jiang Chen would destroy the freezing hell jail, and that was why he came up with such a plan. However, the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Shura temple was something that could never be resolved. Rumble. As soon as Jiang Chen's words faded, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the lightning in the sky. 6 bright red lightning bolts hovered above Jiang Chen's head, from left to right, each thicker than the last. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the heavenly tribulation. With just one look, he could tell that this was the legendary intermediate 6 tribulation. Haha, come. Jiang Chen laughed. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear even though he was facing the intermediate 6 tribulation. With the strength of his fleshly body, he would be able to withstand the first 4 heavenly tribulations without suffering any damage, and these 4 heavenly tribulations would be more than enough to destroy the Shura temple. At that time he would have to flee far away and endure the last 2 heavenly tribulations. Although he knew that it was very dangerous to do this, and the disturbance caused by the lightning tribulation might make it impossible for him to escape from the Shura temple's experts, this was the only way for now. Furthermore, Jiang Chen could also use the lightning tribulation to increase his strength. All the demon kings here would become his nourishment during the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Another thunderous rumble was heard. A red lightning bolt let out a roar, pouring down like a waterfall toward Jiang Chen. All the experts of the Shura temple were stunned. They had never seen a real heavenly tribulation, so they were curious about it. Swoosh. Right when the first lightning tribulation descended, Jiang Chen moved. Like a horse that had just escaped from its reins, he unleashed the dimensional shift skill. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he arrived next to a 5th grade combat king. Arg! The 5th grade combat king didn't have enough time to react, and instantly triggered his own heavenly tribulation. He was engulfed by the lightning and let out a miserable shriek. He was completely destroyed by the lightning, and his entire body was burnt to a crisp. The scene was extremely miserable. What? The others cried out in shock. Only then did they react. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost and quickly backed away. Ha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He had just endured a lightning attack, but it seemed like nothing had happened to him. The heavenly saint sword was hovering next to him, and its surface was covered with lightning sparks. The pure lightning energy was constantly seeping into the heavenly saint sword, and not only was it tempering the heavenly saint sword, it was also being absorbed by Tan Lang. Tan Lang had suffered a serious injury, and it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. If he could absorb some of the lightning energy, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Tan Lang dared not hesitate. He held his breath and adjusted his condition to the best, then slowly guided the lightning energy into his body, tempering his physique. Rumble. Soon the second lightning bolt was formed and it could strike down at any time. Seeing this, all the combat kings of the Shura temple lost their curiosity. They stared at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a tiger. Retreat. Retreat from the freezing hell jail immediately. This guy is a madman, and the freezing hell jail can no longer be saved. Elder Lu shouted loudly. All the combat kings didn't hesitate at all. All of them had the talisman to open the freezing hell jail, so they immediately opened the door and flew out. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen didn't stop them. First of all, he had to focus on dealing with the heavenly tribulation. Secondly, even if he could use the heavenly tribulation to kill some combat kings, it would be useless. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill Xuanhuan. After all, he was just a first-grade combat king, and the gap between him and a ninth-grade combat king was huge. Xuanhuan was a smart man, and he wouldn't fall into his trap. Chapter 522. Xuanhuan and all the combat kings of the Shura temple had retreated from the freezing hell jail. They had no choice but to leave because they couldn't stop Jiang Chen. Today, even if a mighty combat emperor broke into the freezing hell jail, the Shura temple would still have a way to stop him. However, a monstrous genius was facing his heavenly tribulation here, and there was no way to stop him. Anyone who tried to stop him would be killed. Even a minor saint wouldn't be willing to touch the heavenly tribulation because it was just too terrifying. Let me out. Let me out now. Damn it. This bastard is going to face his heavenly tribulation here. Let me out now. I don't want to die here. All the demon kings were roaring. The scene in front of them was like the end of the world, and it had truly terrified them. They were trapped in this cage and the only thing awaiting them was death. Even if they weren't killed by the lightning bolts, they wouldn't be able to escape once the freezing hell jail collapsed. These demon beasts weren't the only ones being imprisoned here, there were also many humans. Some of them were disciples like Tan Lang, who had committed a grave mistake and were imprisoned here. There were also some who were enemies of the Shura temple, and were imprisoned here waiting for their deaths. Right now, facing the heavenly tribulation that was wreaking havoc in the freezing hell jail, everyone's faces were deathly pale. The scene was too terrifying, and they had never experienced something like this in their entire lives. The freezing hell jail looked like it was going to collapse at any time. There were only two possible outcomes for them being trapped here. One was to be killed by the lightning bolts and the other was to disappear along with this space. At this moment, at the very edge of the freezing hell jail, there was an extremely shabby-looking cage. There was a man curled up inside the cage. His clothes had long since been stained with dried blood, and the original color of his clothes could not be seen clearly. His hair was very messy and covered half of his face, making it impossible to see his true face. However, judging from his pale lips and his body shape, he should be a young man and definitely not very old. The young man was trembling all over. His body had begun to be corroded by the cold air, and his life was hanging by a thread. He could die at any time. He had fallen into a deep coma, and even the first heavenly tribulation of the sixth heavenly tribulation didn't wake him up. Rumble. The momentum of the second lightning tribulation was much stronger than the first one. It blasted a huge hole in the freezing hell jail, and the space began to crack inch by inch. It looked like the freezing hell jail was on the verge of collapsing. The demon kings were roaring and the humans were going crazy. None of them were willing to die under the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen and the heavenly saint sword stood under the lightning. The lightning was like a curtain of rain, and Jiang Chen was completely bathed in it. There was a look of enjoyment on his face. Outside of his body, there were blood-red dragon shadows everywhere, and it looked incomparably mystical. The second bolt of lightning finally woke the young man up from his slumber. He raised his head with great difficulty and opened his eyes. His eyes were very cloudy at first, but they quickly became very bright. This was the brightest part of his body, and it was also the most attractive part. However, the young man was obviously too rude. He only saw the sky full of lightning and a tall and straight figure standing under the lightning. Roar! Jiang Chen endured 2 bolts of lightning in a row. He raised his head and let out a roar. It was a dragon's roar that shook the heaven and earth, and even the demon kings were shaken. They looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. They were shocked. In their minds, the heavenly tribulation was an incomparably terrifying existence. Even a great saint would be fearful when facing the heavenly tribulation, and they would need to be fully prepared. However, the body of this young man in front of them was excessively strong. He was actually bathing under the lightning as if he was taking a bath. As a matter of fact, everyone's understanding of the heavenly tribulation still had some misunderstandings. The lightning tribulation would normally descend according to a cultivator's own cultivation level. Different people and cultivation levels would naturally trigger different heavenly tribulations. For example, Jianghu was currently undergoing the intermediate 6th heavenly tribulation. However, if a combat emperor was caught in the lightning tribulation, he would trigger his own heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation would be determined according to his own cultivation level. Furthermore, Jianghu cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so his body was extremely tough. He was full of vigor and vigor. Furthermore, he had passed the minor 3 tribulations before, so he already had a certain amount of experience. He had the fire of thunder in his body, so he already had a certain level of resistance to the thunder tribulations. That was why he could bask in the lightning bolts so fearlessly. The dark clouds became denser and denser. The remaining 4 bolts of dark red lightning were each thicker than the last. They were like 4 azure dragons hanging there, striking fear into people's hearts. All the prisoners locked up in the freezing hell jail were in despair, as there was no way they could escape from this place. Rumble. Finally, the 3rd lightning bolt struck down from the sky, slashing towards Jianghu. At this time, Jianghu waved his hand, and the lightning bolts turned into beams of light that shot towards the cages. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the cages of the prisoners were shattered. Jianghu roared at all the prisoners. Countless cracks have appeared in the freezing hell jail. All of you run for your lives now. Jianghu's voice reverberated through the air like the rumbling of thunder. His words instantly changed the despair in everyone's hearts, and an unprecedented excitement emerged on their faces. Many people bowed deeply toward Jianghu, then found a crack in the freezing hell jail and squeezed their way out. This was a great opportunity for them. The freezing hell jail had been destroyed, and only then would they have a chance to escape. All of them were extremely excited as they thought they were going to die for sure. Never did they expect that they would be given a chance to escape. All of them were extremely grateful towards Jianghu. Without Jianghu, they would never be able to walk out from the freezing hell jail, and would die a miserable death in this place. The young man crawled out from the broken cage. His skinny body was trembling, but somehow he found a new strength and dashed into one of the cracks. At the same time, all the combat kings in the sky above the Shura temple sensed the changes in the freezing hell jail, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not good, the freezing hell jail is about to be destroyed. Jianghu has released all those criminals and all of them have escaped. Should we chase after them? One of the sect elders said with a loud voice. Oh. The dimension of the freezing hell jail has been destroyed and we have no idea where those cracks are. Damn it, this Jianghu is such a bastard. He has destroyed the foundation of our Shura temple. We can't let him get away with it. Elder Lu said in a gloomy voice. The freezing hell jail was originally a complete dimension, and there were special entrances that could be used to enter it. Only these entrances were connected to the Shura temple, and only those escaped criminals would be captured easily. However, the entire dimension of the freezing hell jail was on the verge of being destroyed by the lightning, and it would be very difficult to capture those escaped criminals. Swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, another 2 incomparably powerful figures appeared. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He had a resolute face and he looked to be in his 40s. A frightening aura was being emitted from his body, and he didn't seem to be angry at all. He carried the aura of an emperor. He was a combat emperor. Standing next to him was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He had a tall stature, and his aura was not any weaker than the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was also a combat emperor. When the combat king warriors saw these 2 men, their faces immediately turned solemn and respectful. Including Xianhuan and Elder Lu, everyone immediately bowed and greeted these 2 men. Temple Master, Great Elder. Everyone shouted at the same time. These 2 men were none other than the strongest warriors of the Shura temple, 2 combat emperors. The middle-aged man was the temple master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang. What's going on? Who is facing his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail? Li Tianyang was obviously very angry. The freezing hell jail was his blood, sweat, and tears, and it was also the symbol of his authority. But now it had been ravaged to the point where it was in ruins. Temple Master, this man's name is Jianghu. Xianhuan dared not hide anything. He immediately used his divine sense to tell Li Tianyang about Jianghu, as well as what had happened during this period of time. Damn it. How dare he challenge the authority of the Shura Temple? He's courting death. Great Elder, let's work together and lock onto this man's aura. Once he is done with his heavenly tribulation, we won't give him any chance to escape from the freezing hell jail. Li Tianyang said in a sinister manner. Currently, Jiang Chen was undergoing his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. Even though he was a combat emperor, he still dared not enter the jail. The freezing hell jail was already destroyed. The only thing he needed to do now was to lock onto Jiang Chen's aura from the outside, and not give Jiang Chen any chance to escape. This man is so heaven-defying that he can attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm. He must be a monster. Once I capture him, I'll train him into my clone to make up for the loss of the freezing hell jail. Li Tianyang squinted his eyes, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from them. He was an expert in a cultivation technique that allowed him to choose a young man with extraordinary talent to cultivate into his clone. By cultivating in 2 ways, the effect would be multiplied. Now, this young man in the freezing hell jail was able to attract heavenly tribulation. With such a monstrous talent, he was the perfect candidate to become his clone. After that, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder joined hands. Each of them separated a thread of divine sense and sent it into the freezing hell jail, locking onto Jiang Chen's aura. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the great soul derivation skill, immediately sensed their divine senses. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he didn't mind it. Taking advantage of the fact that the 4th heavenly tribulation had yet to descend, he turned his gaze to the demon kings. Bastard! Why won't you let us go? The 4th grade demon king who had threatened to eat Jiang Chen grabbed onto the edge of the cage and roared at Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Jiang Chen was the first to arrive in front of the demon king. He abruptly unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed the demon king's head. Normally, it would be very difficult for Jiang Chen to control a 4th grade demon king. However, all the demon kings here had been imprisoned for a very long time, and none of them had their peak combat strength. For example, this 4th grade demon king in front of him was no match for Jiang Chen. Not only that, wherever Jiang Chen went, the heavenly tribulation would descend. As long as this 4th grade demon king dared to release his aura, he would immediately attract his own heavenly tribulation. Chapter 523. Bang! The demon king's head instantly exploded. Jiang Chen took out its demon soul and swallowed it, then began absorbing it. A 4th grade demon king's demon soul was more than enough for him to break through to the 2nd grade combat king realm. With the help of the pure lightning energy and the miraculous dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was instantly absorbed. The true dragon flame and the lightning flame worked together to remove all the impurities within the demon soul, leaving only the purest energy for Jiang Chen to absorb. Buzz! Even though he was facing the heavenly tribulation, tremendous changes were happening within Jiang Chen's body. New blood-red dragon marks began to form. The 4th grade demon king's demon soul had allowed him to form 2,000 new dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks to 12,100. He had broken through from the 1st grade combat king realm to the 2nd grade combat king realm. Without a doubt, this kind of advancement was extremely frightening. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the 1st grade combat king realm a few days ago, and in just a few days he had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm. If this news was spread out, no one would believe it. Furthermore, if Jiang Chen could absorb all these demon kings, he would be able to break through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. At that point of time, it would be even more frightening. If it was before, Jiang Chen wouldn't have dared to absorb demon souls in such a direct way. After all, relying on external energy to level up would definitely affect his own foundation. Under normal circumstances, whenever Jiang Chen used demon souls to level up, he would find a way to stabilize it for a period of time. He would only use it again when his foundation was solid enough. However, he was currently in a very good condition. He had absorbed the lightning into his body and tempered his body. The lightning energy was rolling like a tidal wave, constantly strengthening his foundation. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about his foundation being shaken. Buzz! The dense dark clouds suddenly started rolling violently again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Damn it, I've broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, and the strength of the remaining 3 lightning bolts has increased as well. This isn't good. It looks like I have to kill all these demon kings first and obtain their demon souls. After the heavenly tribulation, I'll break through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. Jiang Chen had neglected this point when he was absorbing the demon soul. The power of the lightning would change according to the cultivator's cultivation. Since Jiang Chen had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, the lightning that he would attract would naturally be more violent. Therefore, the next 3 lightning bolts would definitely be stronger than the previous ones. Even though Jiang Chen was confident in himself, he didn't dare underestimate them. The demon king he absorbed before was also a demon beast, but its innate ability belonged to the aggressive type. Therefore, when Jiang Chen was absorbing the demon soul, he had neglected this ability as he didn't need it at all. Within the Heavenly Saint Sword, Tan Lang's condition had improved a lot. The pure energy of the lightning had entered his body, and it provided him with a great help. Right now, under the protection of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Tan Lang was bathing in the lightning, constantly absorbing the energy and transforming it into his own. At the same time, Tan Lang had a clear understanding of what was happening outside. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level, especially when he saw Jiang Chen absorb the Demon King's demon soul and instantly break through to the second Great Combat King realm. He felt as if his impression of this world had been overturned. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen was truly a peerless monster. However, an existence that could attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm must have something extraordinary about him. Thinking about it this way, Tan Lang felt relieved. What made Tan Lang feel lucky was that he had made friends with Jiang Chen. Rumble. Due to the sudden change in Jiang Chen's cultivation, the lightning was constantly changing as well. As a result, the 4th lightning bolt had yet to strike. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the 5th grade Demon King. This Demon King was the strongest here. Looking at Jiang Chen's gaze, how could the Demon King not know what Jiang Chen was going to do? His expression instantly changed. Brat, with your cultivation base you can't kill me. Why don't you let me go? I'll definitely give you great benefits in the future. The Demon King said. Is that so? Give me your demon soul, I only want it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Bastard. The Demon King was instantly enraged. Taking away his demon soul was no different than killing him. This human in front of him clearly didn't want to let him live. His anger soared to the heavens and he launched an attack at Jiang Chen. If you were a 5th grade Demon King at your peak, perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. I would need to borrow the power of lightning to deal with you. But now you can only unleash the strength of a 4th grade Demon King. Killing you is just a piece of cake for me. 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and struck out with the 9 murdering flood dragons. This time, the 9 flood dragons struck out and instantly surrounded the entire cage. The Demon King was instantly drowned by the flood dragons. Arg, no. The Demon King let out a miserable shriek. He couldn't believe that he wasn't a match for a 2nd grade Combat King. When Jiang Chen was a 1st grade Combat King, he was able to fight a 4th grade Combat King. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd grade Combat King realm, he could easily kill a 4th grade Combat King with a wave of his hand. Give it to me. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand, causing a 5th grade demon soul to fly out and fall into Jiang Chen's palm. After that, Jiang Chen didn't slow down and continued dashing toward the other Demon Kings. All these Demon Kings were ferocious and cruel, and Jiang Chen didn't feel guilty for killing them. Today he was going to enjoy a feast with the power of lightning. Rumble. At the same time, the 4th heavenly tribulation finally descended. In an instant, Jiang Chen was drowned by the lightning that poured down like a waterfall. However, he was able to walk under the lightning, and wherever he went all living beings would be destroyed. All the remaining Demon Kings were instantly drowned by the lightning, and all of them died with miserable cries. Jiang Chen's hand kept moving forward, but in the end he only managed to grab 3 demon souls. 1 was a 4th grade and 2 were 3rd grade. As for the remaining demon souls, they were destroyed by the lightning before he could grab them. What a pity. Jiang Chen shook his head. These demon souls were truly a pity. However, with the amount of demon souls he had, it would be easy for him to break through to the 3rd grade Combat King realm. However, Jiang Chen didn't do that. Instead, he stored all these demon souls into his chi. Unless he was out of his mind, he wouldn't refine them at this point in time. After breaking through to the 2nd grade Combat King realm, the power of the lightning had increased by a lot. It wasn't hard to imagine that after breaking through to the 3rd grade Combat King realm, the destructive power of the lightning would become even stronger, and it would bring great difficulty and danger to Jiang Chen. Who, after the 4th heavenly tribulation came to an end, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After experiencing 4 heavenly tribulations in a row, he wasn't as arrogant as before. At least, he didn't look as good as he did on the surface. His hair was standing on end, his clothes were tattered, and his aura was slightly unstable. Rumble. The 5th heavenly tribulation was quickly forming, and it was about to strike down. The entire freezing hell jail had been greatly damaged. It wasn't hard to imagine that once the fifth heavenly tribulation descended, the entire freezing hell jail would collapse and vanish into nothingness. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the rolling lightning waves in the sky, then he murmured, "There's a pill that I wanted to concoct in my previous life, but I never had the chance to do so. Today is a great opportunity. The last 2 heavenly tribulations of the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulations will definitely contain a stronger and purer lightning energy, which is perfect for concocting the 9 solar less Ron pill." The 9 solar less Ron pill was a pill that only existed in legends. Even the most powerful alchemist in the Saint Origin realm had only heard of it, but had never seen it before, let alone concocting it. The reason for that was because the conditions required to concoct this pill were extremely harsh, so harsh that alchemists didn't even dare to think about it. In order to concoct the 9 solar lightning dragon pellet, there were 2 conditions. The first was the 9 solar holy water. Although this kind of treasure was rare, it was nothing to the super sects of the divine continent. However, the second condition was truly harsh. It required the pellet to be concocted under the heavenly tribulation, absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation, and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to condense into a real pellet. This was simply nonsense. Ordinary cultivators were already afraid of facing the heavenly tribulation, so why would they have the mood to concoct a pill under the heavenly tribulation? Unless they were tired of living. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation wasn't like the rain, which came as it pleased. All along, only great saints could summon the heavenly tribulation. Even if a great saint was facing the heavenly tribulation, that great saint might not necessarily be an alchemist. Even an alchemist wouldn't have the courage to concoct a pill under the heavenly tribulation. As a result, the 9 solar less Ron pill only existed in legends. However, the effect of the 9 solar less Ron pill was truly amazing. It could even be called a miraculous pill. If a cultivator took the 9 solar less Ron pill, their physique would definitely be greatly improved and sublimated. Even a pig could become a supreme genius. Not only that, the 9 solar less Ron pill was also a holy healing medicine. It could even revive bones from the dead. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to show how terrifying this pill was. In other words, a 9 solar less Ron pill could create a supreme genius. Today, Jiang Qin was going to concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill under this heavenly tribulation. He had already fulfilled all the conditions. The heavenly saint sword could absorb the 9 solar holy water, and the supplementary ingredients needed to concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill were all in Jiang Qin's hands. Tan Lang's current injuries were extremely severe. Even if the heavenly saint sword was nourishing him with lightning energy, he still wouldn't be able to fully recover. In the future he might even become a cripple. However, Jiang Qin didn't know how to save Tan Lang. If he could have a 9 solar less Ron pill, not only would Tan Lang's injuries be completely healed, his cultivation would also improve by leaps and bounds. His physique would be completely improved and he would become a supreme genius. His future achievements would be limitless. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately absorbed the 9 solar holy water from the heavenly saint sword. The heavenly tribulation's duration was limited, and he needed to do his best to concoct a few more 9 solar less Ron pill. This pill was too expensive. Once it was successfully concocted, it would become a peerless treasure. Chapter 524. Jiang Qin's technique was incomparably skillful, and his speed was incredibly fast. The moment the 9 solar holy water was taken out, the herbs used to concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill were also taken out by him. Using the true dragon flame and true thunder fire, all the herbs were enveloped by his true dragon flame and true thunder fire. The higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it was to concoct, and the more complicated the steps would be. Even for a high-level alchemist, the step of concoction was the most troublesome, because a single mistake would affect the quality of the pill. In fact, according to the understanding of a true alchemist, all pills with less than 100% effectiveness were useless. However, this problem would never appear in Jiang Qin's case. The Great Soul Derivation technique was simply too frightening. It allowed him to have the energy to concoct over 100 types of herbs in an instant, and at the same time, every single herb would be extracted cleanly, without any impurities. Without this technique, it would be impossible for him to concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill under the heavenly tribulation. Even for Jiang Qin, he only had one chance to concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill. He had to try his best to concoct as many less Ron pills as possible, because once the heavenly tribulation was over, he would lose the chance to concoct the pill. What is Brother Jiang doing? Inside the heavenly saint sword, Tan Lang was truly curious about Jiang Qin. Normally, the freezing hell jail was on the verge of collapsing, and what he needed to do now was to leave this place as soon as possible. However, not only did Jiang Chen not choose to escape, it seemed like he was going to concoct something under the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen had a solemn expression on his face. This process was incomparably difficult even for him. He needed to concoct the pill while enduring the intense heavenly tribulation, and think of a way to resist the destructive energy that was descending from above. Crackle, crackle. The herbs and the flames emitted crackling sounds, as all kinds of impurities were extracted at a rapid speed. The fusion of these two flames seemed to have reached the pinnacle of terrifying flames between the heaven and earth. Under Jiang Chen's control, no matter what he was refining, it could be incinerated. The 9 solar holy waters swam back and forth in the flames like a golden dragon. Rumble. At this moment, the 5th bolt of heaven's retribution finally descended. The dark red lightning bolt, as thick as a water bucket, completely turned into a heavenly dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. It whistled through the air and struck down from above Jiang Chen's head, completely drowning the entire space. After the attack, the entire Shura temple was shaking violently. The faces of Li Tianyang and the others changed dramatically. They could already imagine that the freezing hell jail was completely destroyed. A few of the nodes connecting the Shura temple to the freezing hell jail had collapsed, and a few large holes had been smashed into the void. Damn it, the freezing hell jail has been completely destroyed. The great elder, who was a man of virtue and prestige, could not help but swear at this moment. Li Tianyang's expression turned even uglier, because both of them knew about the freezing hell jail's secret. The freezing hell jail was definitely not just a simple prison. There were other secrets hidden inside, but they were not meant to be known to outsiders. Damn it, if that thing is destroyed, I swear I'll tear that brat into a million pieces. Li Tianyang's eyes were filled with malice. All of his thoughts were focused on the freezing hell jail. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. Even with his cultivation base of a combat emperor, he dared not enter the freezing hell jail recklessly. He could only wait outside. Palace Master, I'm afraid that Brat won't be able to survive such a heavenly tribulation. I'm guessing he'll escape soon. The great elder said. Don't worry, I've already locked onto his aura. The freezing hell jail won't allow him to leave the Liang province. No matter where he goes, he'll die for sure. Li Tianyang said. As the palace master of the Shura temple, a mighty combat emperor, it had been a long time since someone had angered him to this extent. Puff, inside the freezing hell jail, Jiang Chen was caught in the middle of a storm. The space around him had been shattered, and he was suffering from the double impact of the heavenly tribulation and the spatial pressure. If it wasn't for his amazing movement skill, the dimensional shift, he might have already died. Even so, Jiang Chen had suffered extremely serious injuries. His skin and flesh were lacerated in many places, and blood was flowing out from his eyes. His body was swaying, and it looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Brother Jiang. Tan Lang cried out from within the heavenly saint sword, but he didn't receive any response from Jiang Chen. Damn it, not good. I've underestimated the power of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse in his mind. He had predicted the power of the heavenly tribulation in advance, and his current condition should have appeared after the 6th heavenly tribulation. Although he was seriously injured, he had the protection of the dragon transformation skill, which gave him incredible recovery ability, so he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. However, when he was facing the heavenly tribulation, he had neglected the fact that he might trigger an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased as well. Although Jiang Chen's resistance had also improved, the fact that the space around him had been shattered had caused him to suffer such serious injuries. If this continued, when the last heavenly tribulation descended, Jiang Chen would be in a terrible state. What he needed to do now was to find a way to escape from this place. If he didn't, he might even lose his life here. Jiang Chen dared not be careless. He immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill to its limit. After the skill had gone through 2 transformations, it had completely merged with Jiang Chen's body, and the skill itself possessed an incredible recovery ability. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen's injuries were constantly healing, causing Jiang Chen's condition to improve significantly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. With a flip of his palm, he checked the condition of the 9 solar less Ron pill, and a smile emerged on his face. During the lightning tribulation, Jiang Chen had absorbed enough lightning energy, and it had now merged with the 9 solar holy water and the essences of the herbs. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to concoct 7 9-solar-less Ron pill this time. Each of these heaven-defying pills was priceless, and Jiang Chen had concocted 7 of them in one go. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a great chaos in the divine continent. In order to complete the 9-solar-less Ron pill, I'll need the help of the last heavenly tribulation. But now that the freezing hell jail has been destroyed, I need to make use of this last chance to escape. Otherwise, I'll lose my chance completely. Jiang Chen ignored the injuries on his body. There was only one last heavenly tribulation left, and it was his last chance to escape. If he waited until the last heavenly tribulation descended, it would be too late. At that time he would definitely be severely injured, and he would fall into the hands of the Shura temple. The heavenly tribulation is coming to an end. Continue to lock onto that kid's aura. Don't give him any chance to escape. Li Tianyang shouted. Inside the freezing hell jail, the last lightning tribulation was gradually forming. This lightning tribulation was twice as thick as the previous one, which meant that the destructive force of this last lightning tribulation was at least twice as strong as the previous one. Facing such an attack, even Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Although the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill was incredible, it could not withstand the destructive force of the lightning tribulation. With his current condition, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist the 6th lightning tribulation without suffering any injuries. Chapter 525. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from every corner of the shattered freezing hell jail, and the entire space was violently shaking. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the turbulence like a deity. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he allowed the fierce wind to hit his body. Right now he had to multitask, concoct the 9-solar-less Ron pill, defend against the heavenly tribulation, search for a spatial node to escape, and think of a way to escape from the Shura temple. Right at this moment, the great soul derivation skill played a crucial role. Jiang Chen circulated the skill to the maximum, and his soul perception became extremely sharp. Even though he was multitasking, he didn't feel any strain at all. This was the frightening part of a powerful soul tempering skill. The heavenly saint sword was still hovering around Jiang Chen's body, greedily absorbing the energy of lightning. The heavenly saint sword had 3 parts of itself, and it possessed the foundation of a great saint weapon. Therefore, it wasn't afraid of being destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it would borrow the energy of the heavenly tribulation to temper itself, which would greatly improve the heavenly saint sword's grade. To put it bluntly, after the heavenly saint sword had gone through the lightning tribulation, even though Jiang Chen had just broken through to the combat king realm, the heavenly saint sword's grade was already equivalent to the highest among all king weapons, second only to emperor weapons. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to improve, it was only a matter of time before it surpassed emperor weapons. Rumble, the 6th lightning tribulation had finished forming. It was a vivid blood-red lightning dragon, as if it was a real azure dragon. It was hovering above Jiang Chen's head, staring at Jiang Chen with an extremely cold gaze, as if it wanted to burn this guy who dared to defy the natural order into ashes. With a thought in his mind, Jiang Chen unleashed the spatial shift skill and locked onto a spatial crack. With a swoosh he dashed out. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen sensed 2 divine senses locking onto him. They were none other than Li Tianyang and the Great Elder's divine senses. You're still too naive to think that you can lock onto me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, a hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Even though his cultivation base wasn't high enough, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even the divine sense of 2 combat emperors wouldn't be able to lock onto him. He separated a part of his divine sense and combined it with the great soul derivation technique. His divine sense turned into an invisible sword and blocked the divine sense of Li Tianyang and the Great Elder. Outside the Shura temple, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder felt their divine sense tremble, and they were bounced back by a tremendous force. They exchanged glances and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had never thought that a combat king warrior would be able to bounce their divine sense back. This was unbelievable. In the next moment, the invisible force that was blocking their divine will disappeared with a swoosh. However, they could not find even a shadow of Jiang Chen anywhere their divine will could reach. The freezing hell jail had turned into a chaotic mess. The lightning had disappeared and so had Jiang Chen. It was as if he had never been there. He got away. The Great Elder cried out in shock. The heavenly tribulation isn't over yet, he can't escape. Let's sense the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation, it will be easy to find him. Li Tianyang said with a loud voice. I'll search for him first. After saying that, the great elder disappeared with a sway of his body. "I'll go too." Xiao Nanfeng's chi fluctuated, and he disappeared from his original spot, following closely behind the great elder. He was now a 9th grade combat king, and with his incredible talent, even an ordinary 1st grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to kill him easily. To put it bluntly, in this Shura temple besides Li Tianyang and the great elder, Xiao Nanfeng was undoubtedly the strongest warrior. While the great elder and Xiao Nanfeng were chasing after Jiang Qin, Li Tianyang was the first to rush into the collapsing freezing hell jail. He unleashed his chi of a combat emperor, dispersing the chaotic chi in the surroundings. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a secret place. There was an invisible barrier here and it was already broken, but because it was hidden, it hadn't been completely destroyed. Li Tianyang struck out a ray of divine light, shattering Jiang Chen's barrier. An extremely cold and gloomy chi leaked out from the barrier. It was a kind of bone-chilling cold. Even Li Tianyang couldn't help but sneer at it. He knew very well how terrifying that thing was. He hastily formed a golden-red protective armor around his body. Li Tianyang took a step forward and saw a big piece of crystal lying there, undamaged. In the crystal there was a drop of sticky water. The cold chi came from that drop of water. If Jiang Qin was here, he would be able to tell how terrifying this drop of water was. To put it bluntly, the reason why the freezing hell jail was formed was because of this drop of water, just like how the black ice talisman created the endless world of glaciers. Li Tianyang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the drop of water was still intact. Luckily the pure water is still here. As long as I have the pure water, I'll be able to build a second freezing hell jail. Once my cultivation of the Heavenly Water Emperor technique reaches the mastery stage, I'll be able to absorb and refine this pure water. At that time I'll be able to break through to the minor saint realm. A smile emerged on Li Tianyang's face. After that, he struck out a few more runes, sealing the crystal once again. After that, he disappeared from the scene with a sway of his body. Jiang Qin was multitasking just now and the lightning tribulation was too loud. That was why he didn't notice the existence of a supreme treasure in the freezing hell jail. Of course, one couldn't blame Jiang Qin. First of all, he didn't come to the freezing hell jail to look for treasures, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Secondly, he didn't have the heaven-defying treasure hunting ability like the Huang Dog. If he brought the Huang Dog here today, the crystal would definitely be discovered by the Huang Dog, and he would have successfully taken it away. At the border of the Liang province, in the sky above a desolate mountain range, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A thick blood-red lightning dragon suddenly appeared in the sky without any warning. Look, what's that? It's so terrifying. Not good, the lightning appeared too suddenly. Something big is going to happen. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. A few cultivators happened to pass by the mountain range, and their expressions changed dramatically. Although they didn't know what was going to happen, they could sense how terrifying the lightning in the sky was. It was definitely not something they could fight against. Suddenly, a young man in white appeared out of thin air. However, his clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He looked incomparably pathetic. Beside him was an incomparably mystical long sword that was inseparable from the young man. This young man was none other than Jiang Qin, who had just rushed out from the freezing hell jail. The dimensional crack he found had directly teleported him to this place. However, the heavenly tribulation still followed him like a shadow. It was impossible to avoid the sixth tribulation. The blood-red lightning dragon opened its giant mouth and let out a roar. The few cultivators who were watching from afar were stunned. At this point, it was impossible for them to not know that someone was facing a heavenly tribulation. They actually had the chance to witness the legendary heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. Ah, come. Jiang Qin threw his head back and laughed out loud. He didn't show the slightest hint of fear even when facing the last stage of the sixth heavenly tribulation. The 9 yang less Ron pill in his hand was about to be completed. There was only one step left and it was also the most important step. Roar. As if it felt Jiang Qin's provocation, the lightning dragon was instantly enraged. It dragged its long tail out of the boundless sea of lightning and threw itself at Jiang Qin. Rumble, the boundless sea of lightning drowned Jiang Qin. The power of this lightning tribulation was twice as strong as the fifth one. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to a cultivator who was in the center of the sea of lightning. This was because Jiang Qin had cultivated the dragon transformation skill. If it was any other ordinary combat king, he would have been struck into pieces. Rumble. the terrifying lightning didn't disperse for a long time. It lasted for a few minutes before it showed signs of retreating. It was impossible for people to not notice such a huge movement. The great elder of the Shura temple, Xianhuan and Li Tianyang, had sensed it. They were rushing towards the place. With their 9th grade combat king and combat emperor cultivation, it was too easy for them to locate the place where Jiang Chen was facing the heavenly tribulation. While the 6 heavenly tribulations had dispersed, Jiang Chen had withstood it, but his condition was extremely bad. He kept coughing out blood and his internal organs were mixed in the blood. His whole body was covered with blood, and his face was full of bloody scars. This kind of injury was too serious. If it was someone else, they would have collapsed immediately. However, Jiang Chen could still support his body and stand in midair. He flipped his palm and 7 golden pills appeared. Pure yang qi and lightning energy flowed out from the pills, and there were shadows of dragons flickering within them. They were the best of the best. The 7-9 solar less Ron pill could be said to be the biggest reward for Jiang Chen during his heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen knew how bad his condition was. Without any hesitation, he took one of the less Ron pill and swallowed it. His injuries were too serious. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover with the help of the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the 9 solar less Ron pill, his recovery speed was much faster. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had recovered a lot of his yuan force. I can't stay here for long. This was Jiang Chen's first reaction. He guessed that the previous commotion might have attracted the attention of the experts from the Shura temple. Immediately, he grabbed the heavenly saint sword and stored it in his qi. After that, he used the dimensional shift and flew far away. His current condition was too bad, he couldn't even tear the space to teleport. Jiang Chen, where do you think you're going? Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. A wave of qi appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than the scholarly-looking great tycoon Xuanhuan. Chapter 526. The 3 great experts had completely sealed off this part of the void. Jiang Chen was completely trapped. He was severely injured. He didn't even have the strength to tear the void, let alone escape from this sealed void. It was simply impossible for him to do so. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jiang Chen's heart sank and his eyes turned cold. He could feel the aura of the 3 great experts. He wouldn't be able to deal with them even if he was at his peak condition, let alone now. He had never missed anything, but this time he had miscalculated. The power of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his imagination, especially the 6th tribulation. It had caused a huge commotion. Although he had escaped from the Shura temple, the commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation had still attracted the 3 great experts. The situation in front of him was a dead end. This was the most embarrassing moment that Jiang Chen had ever encountered in his previous life. Even if he had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, it would be useless at this moment. He couldn't use them at all. Right now, Jiang Chen needed to find a quiet place, and he would need at least half a month to fully recover. However, judging from the current situation, it was impossible for him to do that. He had destroyed the freezing hell jail, and there was no way these 3 guys would let him go. Jiang Chen, you can't run away now. You have destroyed the freezing hell prison, which is an unforgivable mistake. You will die for sure. However, I have to admire you. Being able to attract the heavenly tribulation is enough to prove that you have a monstrous talent. Too bad it's all over now. An unprecedented genius is destined to be strangled in the cradle. Xuanhuan was standing not far away from Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Chen's miserable condition with a sense of schadenfreude. Geniuses hated people who were more talented than them. Xuanhuan had always thought that he was a genius. Not only in the Liang province but even in the entire Xuanhu, he was considered as one of the top geniuses. He was still very young, but he had already reached the 9th grade combat king realm. However, this Jiang Chen who came out of nowhere was able to attract the heavenly tribulation with just the combat king realm. He was truly a monstrous talent. Xuanhuan was extremely jealous of his talent. You're just a sanctimonious beast. Talking to you is an insult to me. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He was very disdainful of Xuanhuan. What did you say? Xuanhuan was furious. What made him angry was not only Jiang Chen's words, but also the look in Jiang Chen's eyes. He could see from Jiang Chen's eyes that Jiang Chen was really disdainful and despised him. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't fear him at all. This made Xuanhuan feel very unfulfilled and incomparably angry. A puny 2nd grade combat king, a nobody in his eyes, dared to despise him. What right did a nobody like him have to look down on him? Jiang Chen's behavior had greatly hurt Xiao Nanfeng's self-esteem. Don't play dumb. Don't play dumb. Don't tell me you have already forgotten about the tragic death of Xuanhuan's wife and son. Of course you might have already forgotten about it. After all, 3 years have passed, and I'm afraid that many similar things have been done in these 3 years. Naturally you won't remember a man named Xuanhuan. Although I, Jiang Chen, am not a hero nor am I a gentleman, I still despise beasts like you. If I don't die today, I will definitely take your life in the future. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He had never felt so disgusted by someone. He felt that Xiao Nanfeng didn't even deserve to be his enemy. Judging from Xiao Nanfeng's expression, he could tell that what Xuanhuan said was the truth. Li Tianyang and the Great Elder furrowed their brows. They had no idea what Jiang Chen and Xiao Nanfeng were talking about, but they could tell that Xiao Nanfeng had done something outrageous. However, Xiao Nanfeng was the #1 genius of Shura Temple, and he was the one that they would focus on cultivating. As for this Jiang Chen, he would not be able to escape today. Li Tianyang planned to capture him and bring him back for further research. It would be great if he could turn him into one of his clones. You don't have the chance, die now. Xiao Nanfeng's killing intent was revealed. He struck a palm at Jiang Chen. The sharp palm wind turned into a barrier, pouncing on Jiang Chen. It was a terrifying attack of a 9th-grade combat king. With Jiang Chen's current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. If he was hit by it, even if his body wasn't smashed into pieces, he would die on the spot. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't just sit and wait for his death. He struck out the true dragon palm, and at the same time he used the spatial shift to dodge the attack. However, Xiao Nanfeng's attack was too strong, and the entire spatial zone was sealed. Even if he had the spatial shift, he wouldn't be able to escape. Don't kill him. Li Tianyang suddenly shouted. He hurriedly struck out a palm strike at Xiao Nanfeng's attack. He didn't expect that Xiao Nanfeng would kill Jiang Chen as soon as he arrived. It would be a pity if he killed Jiang Chen with just a palm strike. A monstrous genius who could trigger heavenly tribulation, it was impossible for him to have no secrets. Even if he didn't, his body alone was a priceless treasure. Long long. 2 palm winds collided with each other. The shockwave from the collision shattered the true dragon palm and hit Jiang Chen's body at the same time. Even though Li Tianyang had attacked, Jiang Chen's condition was too weak. The shockwave from the collision was enough to kill him. Puff Jiang Chen's body was severely injured. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. He could feel the tearing pain in his body. He couldn't help but reveal a self-mocking smile. He was going to die again. It was a pity that he was reborn. Roar at this moment, a deafening roar came from afar. It sounded like the roar of a dragon and a neighing of a horse. It had a very strong penetrating power. Just a single roar was enough to make people's souls tremble, as if their souls were about to be torn apart. In the next moment, an enormous creature descended from the sky. It was an incomparably majestic De Huang dog. His body was over 10 zhang in size, just like a small mountain. De Huang dog's body was emitting a dazzling golden light, just like a scorching sun. On his forehead, there was a long dragon horn that was emitting blazing light. De Huang. Jiang Chen couldn't be more familiar with this enormous creature. It was De Huang. He had never seen De Huang's body change to such a huge size. The current De Huang was a 3rd-grade demon king. However, with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could tell that De Huang had activated some kind of secret technique, forcefully increasing his cultivation by 2 levels. The appearance of De Huang dog didn't surprise Jiang Chen. Instead, he was worried. His opponent was a combat emperor and a 9th-grade combat king. Even if De Huang dog could temporarily increase his cultivation by 2 levels, it would be useless. Appearing here was no different from seeking death. Even if he didn't die, De Huang dog's use of such a secret technique would cause great damage and backlash to his body. Jiang Chen's body was still falling down. He no longer had the strength to support his body, and his nerves were going numb. All he could do was use his willpower to keep his eyes open, and look at Big Yellow who had suddenly appeared. Pop De Huang dog shot out a ray of golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. It rushed below Jiang Chen's body and dragged Jiang Chen's body down. Jiang Chen's current body couldn't withstand any more impact. Although De Huang dog was usually a reckless person, he was actually a very careful person. Where did this dog come from? Li Tianyang frowned, but he didn't care about it. A 3rd-grade demon king wasn't a threat to him. This is the dog that always follows Jiang Chen. Since it has appeared, I will kill it as well. Xiao Nanfeng's murderous aura soared. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now that Li Tianyang had stopped him, he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. However, he could kill this dog to vent his hatred. Wakaka, you want to kill this master dog? Dream on. Look at this master dog's peerless divine sword. The Huang dog obviously came prepared. He opened his mouth and spat out a rusty broken sword. This broken sword was the one Jiang Qin and the Huang dog obtained when they participated in the competition between the four major powers of the Qi province. It had always been kept by the Huang dog like a precious treasure. The Huang dog had used it once before. When he was dealing with Lord Blood Moon, Jiang Qin was controlled by Lord Blood Moon using the Blood Banner. It was the Huang dog who used this broken sword that allowed Jiang Qin to kill Lord Blood Moon. At that time, the Huang dog was only a mortal core warrior. Compared to the current third-grade combat king, the gap between them was just too huge. Buzz. After the broken sword appeared, under the Huang dog's control, it started trembling violently and producing a buzzing sound. Beams of golden light shot out from the Huang dog's body and entered the broken sword. In an instant, the broken sword underwent a drastic change. His body was 10 times bigger than before. Although it was still rusty, it was still unleashing an incomparably sacred pressure. Although the pressure was very faint, it was suppressing everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. What? Why is this broken sword so mystical? Even I can feel a slight pressure from it. Li Tianyang cried out in shock and said with a tone of disbelief, "This broken sword must be a precious treasure. We have to get it." A greedy look emerged in the great elder's eyes. This broken sword is so mystical. The aura it is emitting is even stronger than the heavenly saint sword. Could it be that this broken sword isn't something from the mortal world? The reason why De Huang increased his cultivation by 2 stages was to control this broken sword. Jiang Qin finally understood, but he was also shocked. Right now, Jiang Qin was only using his willpower to keep himself awake. Swoosh. The transformation of the broken sword hadn't ended yet. De Huang dog knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the short sword. The dragon horn on his head moved as well. A beam of lightning shot out from the dragon horn and landed on the broken sword. After that, the Huang dog didn't stop. He opened his mouth and spat out another arrow of blood. It was the blood of the dragon horse. It was obvious that the Huang dog was going all out this time. This was the only way he could deal with the 2 combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king. Swoosh, the broken sword emitted a violent whistling sound. It separated into 3 sword webs that were aimed at the 3 of them. The sword webs were extremely bright and carried a destructive energy. Wherever they passed, the void would be torn apart. Even the 3 experts were shocked. Chapter 527. The Huang Dog. Seeing that the Huang Dog had suddenly fallen from the sky, Jiang Qin couldn't help but cry out in panic. This cry seemed to have exhausted the last bit of his strength. He opened his mouth and spurted out another arrow of blood. After that, he closed his eyes and fainted. At the last moment before Jiang Qin closed his eyes were moist. He was touched, sad, angry, and all kinds of emotions could be seen in those moist eyes. In the eyes of others, the Huang dog was merely a demon beast. However, in Jiang Qin's heart, the Huang dog was his best brother, a brother that he could exchange his life for. The Huang dog knew that he was in a situation where he would definitely die, but he still didn't hesitate to step forward. He knew that the other party had a combat emperor, but he still stepped forward bravely. He didn't hesitate to consume his blood essence and cast the forbidden innate ability, but he still appeared in a domineering manner. That was because he also treated Jiang Qin as his brother. He couldn't just watch Jiang Qin die. He couldn't do it. Therefore he made his move. Even though he didn't know what kind of ending he would face. Perhaps he and Jiang Qin would both die miserably here, and he would only be buried with them. However, the Huang dog still appeared. He was willing to do so even if he had to pay with his life. This was the friendship between the Huang dog and Jiang Qin. No one else could understand it. Bang bang bang, on the other side the 3 sword webs sliced the void into pieces. Sounds of cracking could be heard. Streams of cold and gloomy spatial turbulence rushed out from the broken space. Li Tianyang and the other 2 were instantly enveloped by the sword webs. Even with their cultivation, they were blinded by the brilliance of the sword webs. As far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything other than the drifting sword lights. They couldn't see the silhouettes of Jiang Qin and the Huang dog either. Don't let that kid escape. Li Tianyang bellowed and unleashed his combat emperor's aura. He waved his palm trying to destroy the net of swords in front of him. Although he knew that Jiang Qin and the Huang dog wouldn't be able to escape with their current condition, he was still worried. He didn't want any accidents to happen to them. Unfortunately, the net of swords was much harder to deal with than what he had imagined. His full-force attack of a peak first-grade combat emperor couldn't break the net of swords. The sharp sword light was heading towards him instead. What? Li Tianyang exclaimed. Not only him, Xiaonan Feng and the Great Elder who were in the same situation were also shocked. They couldn't imagine that a third-grade demon king's attack could trap the three of them for a short period of time. It was unbelievable. However, the three of them understood that it wasn't the dog that was powerful, it was the broken sword that the dog had unleashed that was more terrifying. The three of them tried their best to resist the sword webs, but they didn't notice that an uninvited guest had appeared like a ghost. It was a monk who was wearing a golden robe. He was moving at an extremely fast speed. He was holding Jiang Qin in one hand and a huang dog in the other. He stepped into the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared. Not long after the monk disappeared, Li Tianyang was the first to break the sword webs, followed by the Great Elder and Xiaonan Feng. However, the three of them were in a difficult situation. The first thing they did was to check on Jiang Qin and the huang dog, but they were nowhere to be found. They have escaped, the Great Elder said coldly. Impossible. Jiang Qin and that dog are already like arrows at the end of their flight. It's impossible for them to escape. There must be someone else hiding here. How could we not notice it? Xiaonan Feng's expression was ferocious. He was extremely angry that Jiang Qin had escaped. We can't catch up with them. The void here has been shattered by the sword webs. There are cracks everywhere. We have no idea where they went. However, that Jiang Qin is seriously injured today. Even if he is rescued by someone, I'm afraid it will be hard for him to survive. Even if he survives, he will become a cripple. There's nothing to worry about, the Great Elder said. A gloomy expression appeared on Li Tianyang's face. Jiang Qin had escaped, which meant that his plan had failed. When he thought about how the freezing hell jail he had painstakingly built had been destroyed, his mood became extremely terrible. The freezing hell jail was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Li Tianyang was cultivating the Water Emperor of Heaven and Earth technique, and the pure water of heaven and earth he obtained was of great help to him. However, the pure water of heaven and earth was the coldest and heaviest water in the world. A single drop of it weighed as much as 10,000 caddies, and was enough to crush a mountain. With Li Tianyang's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to refine the pure water, as he would not be able to withstand the impact of the pure water. That was why he had built the freezing hell jail, absorbing the cold energy released from it to cultivate his cultivation technique. The freezing hell jail had existed for a long time, and the cold energy inside had already reached a substantial state. It was more and more helpful to his cultivation technique. Now that the freezing hell jail had been destroyed by Jiang Qin, if Li Tianyang wanted to restore it, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Pass down my order. Search the entire Liang province and find Jiang Qin. Search the neighboring provinces as well. He's heavily injured, I don't believe he can escape, Li Tianyang said in an extremely cold voice. If I'm not mistaken, that damned monk must have rescued Jiang Qin and a huang dog. As long as we find that damned monk, we'll be able to find Jiang Qin. Just leave this matter to me. A cold smile appeared on Xiaonan Feng's face. He knew about everything that had happened in the chaotic ocean, and Tyrant was the main character. Hallmaster, look at that thing. The Great Elder's gaze landed on the ground below. Li Tianyang followed his gaze and saw a rusty broken sword lying at the bottom of the mountain range. Without the energy support from the huang dog, the broken sword immediately became extremely ordinary, like a piece of scrap metal. Li Tianyang's eyes lit up. With a sway of his body, he landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword fell into his hand. This broken sword is very heavy. That dog used this broken sword to attack us and rescue Jiang Qin. Let me see what kind of treasure this broken sword is. Even with Li Tianyang's eyesight, he couldn't see anything special about the broken sword. However, from the surface, it didn't look any different from an ordinary piece of scrap metal. He circulated his origin energy and injected it into the broken sword. However, he was shocked to find out that even with the density of his origin energy, he couldn't cause even the slightest ripple on the broken sword. How could this be? That dog is only a third-grade demon king, which is far from the demon emperor realm. Yet, it's able to unleash the incomparably powerful might of the broken sword. Hallmaster, who is a true combat emperor, is actually unable to cause any reaction from the broken sword. This is too abnormal. The Great Elder was incomparably shocked. This treasure must be something extraordinary. If my guess is correct, even with my current cultivation I can't unleash it. That dog must have used some kind of secret technique. I'll bring it back to study it. Obtaining this broken sword today won't be a complete waste, Li Tianyang said as he kept the broken sword. After De Huang Dog used the power of the broken sword to fight against the three experts, he immediately fainted. He didn't even have the chance to summon the broken sword back. Monk Tyrant's appearance was only to save De Huang Dog, so he didn't have any time to waste. Moreover, when Monk Tyrant appeared, the power of the broken sword was still fighting against the three experts. If he recalled the broken sword, the net of swords would immediately disappear. Once the three experts reacted, none of them would be able to escape. Li Tianyang and the other two left. This desolate mountain range had been completely destroyed. Jiang Chen's sixth wave of heavenly tribulation had completely destroyed this place. In addition to the great battle that followed, not even a blade of grass could be seen in this place. At the very least, this place would be a desolate land for the next few decades. The Jin province. It was the neighboring province of the Liang province, and it was also one of the big provinces in Xuanhuan. After Monk Tyrant escaped, he directly went to the Jin province. He found a quiet and damp cave and hid himself there. The cave was very spacious and a man and a dog were lying on the ground. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Jiang Chen was lying there with a pale face and he had even stopped breathing. However, Monk Tyrant could clearly sense that there seemed to be a hidden force supporting Jiang Chen's body, allowing him to continue living. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have long since died from such injuries. Monk Tyrant couldn't help but sigh at how monstrous Jiang Chen was. When Jiang Chen said that he wanted to go to the Shura temple to save someone, he never expected that Jiang Chen would use such a method to trigger a heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm. This was simply too shocking, and it was only after De Huang Dog told him about it that he learned about it. As for De Huang Dog, although his condition was much better than Jiang Chen's, it was still extremely bad. Today De Huang Dog had first used a forbidden technique to forcefully increase his cultivation base, and then he had to use his blood essence to operate the broken sword. As a result, he had suffered a huge backlash and had fallen into a deep sleep. However, the bloodline in his body was still circulating, helping De Huang Dog to recover. However, no one knew how long it would take for De Huang Dog to wake up. At the very least, his life was not in danger. However, it was hard to say whether it would affect his cultivation base in the future. Backlash was something extremely terrifying. The most powerful backlash could directly cripple a person, and De Huang Dog's situation was extremely dangerous. As for Tan Lang, he was currently resting inside the Heavenly Saint Sword, and he had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, the Heavenly Saint Sword had also returned to Jiang Chen's Qi, and it was not moving at all. Brother Jiang is a true man. I'm afraid under the heavens, he is the only one who can break into the Shura temple alone. I really admire him. Monk Tyrant murmured to himself. He came from the faraway western region, and he was a rare genius in the Buddhist League. He was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the 4th grade Combat King realm. He had never admired any genius before, but today he had nothing but admiration for Jiang Chen. After that, Monk Tyrant began to chant. Lines of Sanskrit came out from his mouth, and he removed the prayer beads from his neck. Countless golden beams shot out from the beads and entered Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's bodies. He was using a Buddhist technique to heal their injuries. Chapter 528. Outside the damp cave, there wasn't a single ripple on the surface. Tyrant had set up a formation outside the cave, blocking everything inside. Some of the techniques of Buddhism were very powerful, such as the concealment formation that Tyrant had set up. Unless one was an expert in Buddhism, even a 9th grade combat king wouldn't be able to detect it if they didn't pay special attention to it. Also, this place was extremely remote. Who would pay attention to a shabby cave? Moreover, this place was outside of the Liang province and belonged to the Jin province. It wasn't the territory of the 4 major powers, so it was relatively safer. What Tyrant needed to do now was to help Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog recover. He did whatever he could to help them. 2 days later, Tyrant looked at the man and dog who were lying on the ground without any reaction. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. The surface of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's body was covered by a dense golden Buddha aura, like 2 big cocoons. The Buddha aura was very gentle, it could calm one's heart down. Not only that, Tyrant's body was supported by the minor Saint Sarira, so the Buddha aura was very pure. It had a certain effect on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's injuries. Unfortunately, the injuries that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had suffered were too severe. They had fallen into a deep coma, and there was no sign of them waking up. Not only that, Jiang Chen's life force was extremely weak, there was no sign of it getting better. If it wasn't for the energy circulating in his body, he would be no different from a dead man. The energy was because Jiang Chen had swallowed the 9 solar less Ron pill at the last moment. The 9 solar less Ron pill was a supreme divine pill. Without the support of this pill, Jiang Chen would be in real danger. Although the dragon transformation skill had a certain recovery ability, Jiang Chen's current condition was really bad. The dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. As for De Huang Dog, the backlash from the forbidden secret technique and the loss of his blood essence was too severe. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. However, he had the support of the dragon horse bloodline, and the bloodline kept circulating in his body. In fact, his situation was much better than Jiang Chen's. Looks like I can only go back and ask Master for help. With my abilities, I won't be able to save them. Tyrant murmured to himself. Although he was a 4th-grade combat king, when facing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's severe injuries, he was at his wit's end. During the past 2 days he had used all kinds of methods but none of them worked. Tyrant could totally leave Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog here and leave by himself. However, he would never do such a thing. Jiang Chen had saved his life before. He had to save Jiang Chen no matter what, regardless of the cost. After making up his mind, Tyrant waved his hand and stored Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's bodies into his qi. After that, he walked out of the cave. 3 figures flew over from afar and stopped in the sky above the mountain range. When Tyrant saw these 3 men, he furrowed his brows. He immediately held his breath and carefully observed them. These 3 men had powerful auras and all of them were 5th-grade combat kings. Judging from their attire, they should be the geniuses from the 4 major powers of the Liang province. Xuanhuan, we are now in the Jin province's territory. Are you sure that monk will come here? One of the young men asked. He was a genius from the invincibility school. That's right. We can't act recklessly in the Jin province. We need to be cautious. The Shura temple has suffered a great loss this time, and even the freezing hell jail was destroyed. However, that Jiang Chen is really terrifying, as he was able to trigger heavenly tribulation. Another young man carried a huge sword on his back. He was a genius from the Peerless Sword faction. His words were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. In order to hunt down Tyrant, although the 3 of them had joined forces for a short period of time, the relationship between the 3 major powers was not good. Therefore, since the Shura temple had suffered such a great loss, it was natural for the other 2 major powers to feel schadenfreude. We've searched the entire Liang province for the past 2 days. Therefore, I suspect that he has escaped to the Jin province. The Great Tycoon has given the order that whoever can capture Tyrant and Jiang Chen will be rewarded with a great reward. This time, as long as you 2 can help me capture Tyrant and Jiang Chen, the 3 of us will share the reward equally. The young man named Xuanhuan was the 6th tycoon of the Shura Temple's 13 tycoons. He had a respectable status and a formidable cultivation base. At such a young age, he had already reached the 5th-grade combat king realm. After the freezing hell jail was destroyed, the Great Tycoon had given the order to search for Tyrant and Jiang Chen's whereabouts. He had also issued a reward, stating that whoever could capture Tyrant and Jiang Chen would be rewarded with a great reward. Therefore, Xuanhuan had joined forces with the geniuses from the Peerless Sword faction and the Invincibility School to come to the Jin province. On the surface, the 3 major powers still maintained the name of righteous sects, and they were the archenemies of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Naturally, they would not join forces with them. This mountain range is extremely quiet. I'm afraid there won't be anyone here. If we keep searching like this, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The genius from the Invincibility School said. Let's release our divine sense and search this mountain range thoroughly, Xuanhuan suggested. After that, the 3 of them fully released their divine sense and spread it to the bottom of the mountain range. With 3 5th-grade combat kings working together, they were more than enough to cover the entire mountain range. Even an ant would be clearly discovered by them. Below the mountain range, Tyrant's face was filled with a ruthless expression. It's your bad luck to meet your grandpa Tyrant today. Brother Jiang De Huang, this monk will first collect some interest for you. After saying that, Tyrant turned into a golden light and soared up into the sky, appearing in front of the 3 men. Bastard, your grandpa is here. Tyrant shouted arrogantly. The image of an eminent monk of the western region was nothing but bullshit in front of Tyrant. The 3 men who were concentrating on searching with their divine sense were suddenly startled. They stared at the monk who suddenly appeared out of nowhere with a surprised expression. Then, a look of wild joy appeared on their faces. Stinky monk, it's you? I didn't expect you to be here. I can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching. only to find you by chance. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. There was no reason for him not to be happy. According to what he knew, this monk had found a rare treasure in the chaotic ocean. As long as he could capture this monk, not only would he be able to obtain that treasure, he would also be able to make a great contribution to the chaotic ocean, which would bring him great benefits when he returned. Monk, you've got some guts. Not only did you not hide after seeing us, you even showed yourself. It looks like you're tired of living. The genius from the invincibility school said with a smile. He didn't take Tyrant seriously at all. This monk was only a 4th grade combat king, but they had 3 5th grade combat kings with them. They could easily crush this monk. That's right, I'm tired of living. However, it seems like the 3 of you are even more tired of living. I'm going to release you from purgatory first. A dazzling smile emerged on Tyrant's face. Facing 3 5th grade combat kings, he had no idea where his confidence came from. I've heard that the eminent monks of the western region are well-mannered, but I never expected to see a scum like you. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you hand over Jiangchen, I'll spare your life. Xuanhuan said. I don't need you to spare my life. Why don't you come and kill me? Kill me if you can. The monk's words nearly caused Xuanhuan and the other 2 to cough up blood. This monk was a freak, the most freakish guy they had ever seen. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's attack together and kill him. Since this monk is here, I'm sure Jiangchen is hiding somewhere as well. The genius from the invincibility school, Lung Lung, said. After saying that, the genius from the invincibility school was the first to dash toward Tyrant. His speed was extremely fast and his attack was extremely powerful. Both of his hands were unleashing numerous runes, which interweaved into a huge silver shield, then he slammed it down toward Tyrant. No one knew how much force was contained in this attack as it instantly shattered the void. It was powerful enough to destroy a huge mountain. However, Tyrant was neither hurried nor slow, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. A wave of golden chi burst out from his body like a tidal wave. This chi wave soared up to the sky and turned into a golden beam of light. Then Tyrant let out a loud shout and immediately used the Fudo seal. It could be seen that Tyrant wasn't showing any mercy. Rumble. From the power of the immovable King Seal, one could easily tell where Tyrant's confidence came from. Right now, compared to a few days ago in the chaotic ocean, Tyrant's cultivation base had greatly improved. He was now at the peak of the 4th grade combat king realm, and was half a step into the 5th grade combat king realm. This was how frightening the Saraira was. It had completely improved Tyrant's physique. Furthermore, the Saraira was constantly fusing with Tyrant's body. This meant that Tyrant's cultivation base was constantly improving, and he could break through to the 5th grade combat king realm at any time, or even higher. Back in the chaotic ocean, when Tyrant was only a 4th grade combat king, he was able to instantly kill all the 4th grade combat king geniuses from the 4 major powers. This was enough to prove that he had the strength to fight a 5th grade combat king. Now that his strength had improved once again, he didn't put 5th grade combat kings in his eyes at all. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Jiangchen, who could kill someone who was a few levels higher than him, he had no problem killing someone who was 1 level higher. The unmovable bright king seal collided with the invincible sex disciple's seal, and the void was instantly torn apart. The unmovable bright king seal was one of the 3 supreme seals of the Buddhist sect, and its power was extremely ferocious. The invincible sex disciple's seal was instantly destroyed, as if it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Arg, after destroying the seal, the power of the Fudo seal didn't decrease, and it continued to attack. The genius from the invincibility school felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't defend himself even with all his strength, and immediately let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was twisted and his forehead was covered in sweat. Impossible. How could this monk be so powerful? The genius from the invincibility school couldn't help but feel shocked. This monk is scary and he's not easy to deal with. 3 of us, attack him with your combat weapons, we won't give him any chance to react. Chapter 529. Xuanhuan and the genius from the Peerless Sword School were shocked as well. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. According to what they knew, Tyrant was just a 4th grade combat king. No matter how much of a genius he was, there was no way he could be a match for 3 5th grade combat kings. However, who would have thought that Tyrant's strength was beyond their imagination? The genius from the invincibility school couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. One of his arms was broken and he was severely injured. Clang. Most of the disciples from the Peerless Sword School were sword cultivators, and they focused on cultivating their sword skills. With a loud clang, the genius drew his sword from his back and joined hands with Xuanhuan. One blade and one sword, both of them unleashed dazzling lights toward Tyrant at the same time. On the other side, the injured genius from the invincibility school didn't dare let his guard down. Enduring the pain from his broken arm, he took out his weapon. Although the three of them didn't belong to the same sect, they had a good relationship with each other, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. When the three of them joined hands, their aura skyrocketed, and their power was greatly enhanced. The combination of three fifth-grade combat kings was not something anyone could imagine. Rumble. Once again the void was shaken and cracks were torn open. The spatial energy that came from their bodies and weapons was wreaking havoc everywhere. Soon the place had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Facing the joint attack of the three men, Tyrant didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. Instead, a smile emerged on his face. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of these three men. Since the beginning of the battle, Tyrant hadn't used his combat weapon. Right now, in order to deal with the three men, he quickly took off the golden prayer beads that were hanging around his neck. After the prayer beads were taken off, they began to emit a boundless Buddhist light. The golden Sanskrit characters on the beads looked extremely mystical. Under Tyrant's control, the prayer beads began to expand rapidly. Each of the prayer beads looked like a huge millstone, glowing brightly and extremely mystical. 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. Tyrant suddenly shouted. His voice was extremely loud as he performed the Vajra lion roar of Buddhism. Waves of golden sound waves rippled forward. However, what was truly terrifying wasn't the roar, but the string of Buddha beads. The Buddha beads were like a shocking barrier, directly forming a golden barrier. As the voice of Tyrant's 1,000 Buddhas greeting technique faded, incomparably dazzling golden light rushed out from the Buddha beads. They were like sharp blades of Buddhism, indestructible and indestructible. Wherever they passed, the void would be shattered inch by inch. Clang, clang, clang. The golden light from the Buddhist beads collided with the ruler armaments of the three experts. Clanging sounds could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. Under the collision, the three experts were pushed back again and again. With every step they took, they felt their blood churn and were shaken to an unbearable degree. Impossible. How could this monk be so strong? Even with the three of us joining hands, we are still no match for him. Xuanhuan was shocked. It seemed like he had completely miscalculated this time. This monk was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It seemed like he would need at least a 6th-grade combat king or even a 7th-grade combat king to be able to kill him. Ah! Tyrant shouted again. The golden light that rushed out from the Buddhist beads became denser and denser, forming a golden ocean. At last, the golden light intertwined and formed a huge golden seal of Buddhism. It was like a huge mountain, smashing toward the three experts. Rumble. This attack was no small matter. The battle weapons in their hands were instantly knocked out of their hands, and the injured genius from the invincible sect let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, which had already been twisted by the attack, exploded into a mist of blood, completely destroyed. Xuanhuan and the genius of the Peerless Sword faction didn't fare any better. They spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Their chests were dyed red and their chi was in a mess. It could be said that Tyrant's attack had seriously injured them. Although they weren't like arrows at the end of their flight, they weren't far from it. At least, they didn't have the strength to fight Tyrant anymore. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The three of them said at the same time, "Run." That's right. If they couldn't win, they would run. It had always been like this. If they didn't run when they couldn't win, wouldn't they be waiting for death? The three of them weren't idiots. It was very easy for Combat King warriors to escape because they had mastered the spatial force and could use it to escape. Unfortunately, the three of them were not in a good condition right now. If they had chosen to escape from the beginning, even Tyrant wouldn't have been able to stop them. However, things were different now. Where do you think you're going? Grandpa said that he would release you from purgatory, so I'll definitely do it. Grandpa is a man of his word. I can't let you three trash ruin my reputation. Tyrant put his word on the table. He suddenly felt that he was a man of his word. At the very least, he had to keep his word this time. Since he said that he would release them from purgatory, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would lose too much face. Therefore, just as the three of them were about to run away, Tyrant made his move. The giant prayer beads were suddenly thrown out by him. The beads were extremely fast, and they hit the genius of the invincibility school on the head. Bang! The genius of the invincibility school couldn't do anything to stop the beads. His head was directly smashed by the beads and he died on the spot. It was an extremely miserable scene. The beads didn't slow down at all, and they continued to charge toward the genius of the Peerless Sword faction. The genius of the Peerless Sword faction shouted as he unleashed a beam of yuan energy in an attempt to stop the beads. Unfortunately, his current combat strength was too weak, and there was no way he could fight against the light of the beads. These beads were personally made by Tyrant's master, and they had been with him since he was young. Once they were used, their power would be unimaginable. In the end, the genius of the Peerless Sword faction didn't manage to escape his fate. The beads hit his waist and he was cut into two, dying on the spot. Seeing this, the sixth Grand Guardian Xuanhuan was terrified. His soul almost left his body, and he didn't dare to doubt anything anymore. He immediately tore open the void and stepped into it. "Kaka, come out for your grandpa." Tyrant was already prepared for this, so how could he give him the chance to escape? He didn't have a good impression of the people of the Shura Temple. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's current miserable state were all caused by the Shura Temple. He grabbed the beads and they seeped into the void, directly wrapping around Xuanhua's neck. With a forceful pull, he forcefully pulled Xuanhua out from the void. Xuanhua was completely trapped by the beads. He was so scared that his face turned ashen, and his entire body was trembling. No one wanted to die, especially someone who was about to die. As the Grand Guardian of the Shura Temple, he had a high status and power. He lived a good life and he still had a bright future ahead of him. Naturally, he didn't want to die like this. Don't kill me." Xuanhua was terrified. It was the fear of death. He had seen the means of this monk, and he knew that it would be as easy as flipping his palm if the monk wanted to kill him. "Then give me a reason not to kill you," Tyrant said in a serious tone. Xuanhua was stunned. That's right, he couldn't find a reason for Tyrant to not kill him. With their hostile relationship, they should be fighting each other to the death. If Tyrant was in Xuanhua's place, he would never let him go. Not only would he not let him go, he would even make Tyrant beg for death. "You can't think of a reason, can you?" "Actually, I'm a very merciful monk, but I believe that if it was Jiang Qin, he wouldn't let you go. Therefore, I'll be very merciful and release you from purgatory." As soon as Tyrant finished speaking, he exerted force on the beads, breaking Xuanhua's neck. His head flew up into the air. Amit Ba. Tyrant hung the beads back on his neck, put his palms together and said in a serious tone, "Brother Jiang, I'll collect some interest for you. I'll bring you back to the western region now, and once you've recovered, I believe you'll come back to kill me." After saying that, Tyrant didn't stay any longer. He tore the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The sixth tycoon of the Shura Temple had died a miserable death. He had joined forces with two great warriors to fight for the credit, but he didn't expect Tyrant to be so powerful. Although he was only a peak 4th grade combat king, he was strong enough to kill a 5th grade combat king instantly. Tyrant came from the distant western region. There were 8 major regions in the Divine Continent, and Xuanhu was located in the east, which was the opposite of the western region. The Liang province was located in the east of Xuanhu. Even with Tyrant's speed, it wouldn't take him a day or two to reach the western region from the Liang province. The Divine Continent was too big. It was the absolute center of the Saint Origin world. It was incomparable to the Eastern Continent and the Southern Continent. The Eastern Continent and the Southern Continent weren't even as big as the mysterious domain. It was only because Tyrant had mastered the spatial force that allowed him to tear the void and teleport through it. If an ordinary cultivator were to fly from the mysterious domain to the Western Continent, it would take at least a few months of non-stop flight. As a matter of fact, traveling from Xuanhu to the Western region wasn't as easy as one might imagine. That was because some of the major regions didn't allow people to travel between them. Some of the major powers in the major regions would build some spatial gates, just like the spatial teleportation formation in the Island of Ice, in order to earn money. Cultivators who wanted to travel to other major regions could spend a certain amount of Earth Elixir or Heaven Elixir to travel through the spatial gates. With this, not only would it save them a lot of time, it would also save them a lot of trouble. That was because the journey from Xuanhu to the western region was a long one, and one might encounter all kinds of troubles along the way. Xuanhu was just an ordinary region among the 8 major regions. Some of the more powerful regions had extremely tyrannical powers, and if one were to have a conflict with them, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to oneself. Moreover, Tyrant couldn't afford to waste any more time in order to save Jiang Qin. Moreover, he had some wealth with him, so traveling through the spatial gates wasn't a problem. 7 days later, Tyrant finally arrived at the western region, which was a pure land of Buddhism. It was the smallest major region in the Divine Continent, a semi-isolated major region. However, no one dared to look down on the western region. Even though Buddhism had fallen, it still had an extremely strong foundation. Chapter 530. After entering the western region, one could smell the different qi in the air. This place could be considered as the kingdom of Buddhism, although there were many other forces in this place. Moreover, there were the true devil race at the edge of the western region. Buddhism was the natural enemy of the devil race. The main reason why Buddhism declined in the past was because of the war with the devil race. Of course, the devil race had also declined. Dong dong. The melodious sound of a bell could be heard as soon as one arrived at the western region. It was the sound of the great thunderclap monk. Just listening to it could make one feel relaxed and happy. It was a pure land of Buddhism that had existed for a very long time. There were killings in this place, but it had been cleansed by the Buddha light. The air was very clean. However, after entering the western region, Tyrant's mood had obviously become somewhat gloomy. A trace of sadness could be seen on his face. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, locked on to a direction and flew towards it. His ultimate goal was to save Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he wouldn't have come back. He didn't want to see the disappointed look in his master's eyes. There was a desolate mountain range in the corner of the western region. However, there was an independent mountain peak in the middle of the mountain range. The mountain peak had verdant hills, clear waters and lush greenery. Even the heaven and earth yuan qi was incomparably dense. It formed a sharp contrast with the desolate mountain range, making it look extremely incongruous. Tyrant appeared outside the mountain range. He was mumbling to himself as he strode towards the mountain peak. Soon he arrived at the mountain peak. There was an invisible barrier that covered the entire mountain peak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely be able to see that this invisible barrier was made by a minor saint. Tyrant came to the front of the barrier and took out a talisman. He drew a line in the void in front of him, tearing a gap in the barrier. After that, he walked into the gap. After Tyrant entered the gap, the barrier returned to its original state. Due to the restriction, it was impossible for ordinary people to enter the mountain peak, and they would definitely be stopped. It was obvious that Tyrant was extremely familiar with this place. Upon entering the mountain, one would discover that the original form of the mountain was much higher than the current mountain. However, the peak of the mountain had been flattened by a sword strike from an expert, resulting in the current mountain in front of them. At the top of the flattened mountain was a temple. This temple was very small, but it was extremely elegant. In the middle of the mountain peak there was a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 feet tall, and on it were 2 large words, Green Lotus. This mountain was called Green Lotus Mountain, and everyone in the western regions who knew about Ancestor Green Lotus knew about its specific origins. The entire mountain peak seemed abnormally quiet. Not a single person could be seen, and there was not even the slightest hint of human aura. Tyrant was very familiar with the route. With a single leap he landed on the peak of the mountain. The gate of the temple opened wide, and Tyrant directly walked in. In front of him was a golden palace. Although it was unknown how long it had been built, it was still emitting a golden radiance, and it was filled with a holy aura. The gate of the main hall was still open, and Tyrant walked in with large strides. The main hall was very big, but it seemed very empty. There was only a statue placed in the center of the hall that was very eye-catching. The statue was of an eminent monk, and his entire body was gilded. He had a kind face and he looked to be in his 50s. He wasn't old and he wasn't fat or skinny. One of his hands was placed in front of his chest, and there was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. There were 9 incense marks on the top of his head, and the statue looked very lifelike, as if it could come to life at any time. However, there was no sound coming from the statue, which proved that it was just a statue. If Jiang Chen were to wake up now, he would definitely be able to recognize the owner of this statue. Tyrant knelt in front of the statue with a thud, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He had completely changed the demonic monk attitude he had when he was in Xuanhu, and had become unprecedentedly solemn. Not bad. The first thing you do when you return is to kowtow to your ancestor. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the main hall. This voice was very deep, and at the same time, it was also very mysterious. It was obvious that the one who spoke was an eminent monk. Regardless of cultivation or attainment, Tyrant couldn't compare with him. As the voice faded away, an old monk suddenly appeared in the main hall. This old monk's appearance was very strange, and even the void didn't tremble. He was like a ghost, and it was clear that his cultivation had already reached the peak. The old monk wore a simple and unadorned yellow robe. He looked to be at least 70 years old. His face was full of white beard and his eyes were calm. It was impossible to see any fluctuations in his emotions. In the entire Green Lotus Mountain Temple, there were only the two of them. After Tyrant and Kindness left, the old monk was the only one left. Master. Tyrant kowtowed toward the old monk with a respectful expression. 4th grade combat king, 2 grades higher than when you left. Not bad, but it's still far from enough. The burden on your shoulders is too heavy. I've told you before that on your path of growth, you'll have to go through all kinds of trials and tribulations before you can truly grow. During this process, I won't give you any help. Now that you've returned, do you want to continue living a boring life in this broken temple? The old monk said with a calm voice. However, it wasn't hard to tell that he was disappointed in Tyrant. Sometimes, disappointment came from having too much expectations, just like the old monk's expectations for Tyrant. Even though Tyrant was an outstanding genius among his peers, and he wasn't inferior to those super geniuses of the Great Laying Temple, it was still far from enough to fulfill the old monk's expectations. Master, the Great Laying Temple has invited you many times, but why do you keep rejecting them? What's so good about staying here? With your current cultivation base, it's more than enough for you to travel unhindered across the world. Also, every time I asked you about the Patriarch, you wouldn't answer me. You just told me to focus on my cultivation. Tyrant said. He was a stubborn man and he couldn't understand why his master would do such a thing. The Great Laying Temple was the pinnacle of Buddhism, and every Buddhist felt that joining the Great Laying Temple was an incomparable honor. However, his master had stubbornly rejected the Great Laying Temple's invitation time and time again. What do you know? The Great Laying Temple isn't as simple as you think it is. The world is full of dangers and you're still too young. Tyrant, you're talented and intelligent, and you should feel honored to be the descendant of the Patriarch. I have my reasons for staying here. As for the questions you want to know, I'll tell you when your cultivation base surpasses mine. The old monk said. Master, you're currently a 9th grade minor saint, and it'll take me years to surpass yours. Also, what kind of secrets are they? Do I need to reach the Great Saint realm before I can know them? Tyrant was puzzled. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to become a great saint, and it wasn't something that could be achieved by relying on talent alone. That's why you don't want to waste any time in your cultivation. No matter how long it takes, I can wait. Before you left, I told you not to come back to see me before you reach the Combat Emperor realm. Only when you reach the Combat Emperor realm will I have something else to give you. If you don't make it and die outside, that's your fate. You're just a 4th grade combat king now. Did you come back for me to praise you? The old monk was slightly angry, as if he was disappointed in Tyrant. Only now did Tyrant realize that the purpose of his return was to save Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Just now, when he saw the statue of the Patriarch, he couldn't help but ask those questions, and he almost forgot the purpose of his return. Only when he saw his master getting angry did he remember his purpose. Master, there's a reason why Disciple came back. Please have a look. Tyrant stood up from the ground and waved his hand. In an instant, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog appeared, lying on the ground. The old monk's gaze fell onto Jiang Chen and his eyes lit up. For some unknown reason, he could sense a familiar aura from this young man. Even though Jiang Chen was in a deep coma, the old monk still felt a sense of familiarity from his vague expression. However, the old monk was sure that he had never seen this young man before. However, where did this familiar feeling come from? This was really strange. Master, this man's name is Jiang Chen. He and this De Huang dog are the friends Disciple made in Xuanhuan. Back in the chaotic ocean, Disciple found a Saraira. When I was in secluded cultivation, I was besieged by enemies. They risked their lives to save Disciple's life. Now they are both seriously injured and Disciple is powerless to help them. That's why I came here to ask Master for help. Tyrant said. He didn't forget to tell the old monk what happened in the Liang province. The old monk was startled when he heard what Tyrant said. However, a hint of happiness soon emerged on his face. It had been a long time since the Green Lotus Mountain had allowed outsiders to enter, but the old monk wasn't angry at the person Tyrant brought back. Putting aside the fact that the old monk felt a sense of familiarity toward Jiang Chen, he was also pleased that Tyrant was such a righteous and compassionate person. This little disciple of his had always been wild and unruly since he was young. Now that he had started to understand the ways of the world, he was able to make friends that could go through life and death together. This was something that the old monk wanted to see. Especially the fact that Tyrant was able to make friends with geniuses, this made him even happier. This might be of great help to his future cultivation. You said that you found a Saraira? As the old monk spoke, a divine sense shot out from his eyes and entered Tyrant's body. After that, the divine sense returned to his body. Good. You are indeed a man blessed with great fortune. The Sarira you found was left behind by a third-grade minor saint. No wonder you have improved so quickly. Your physique has been transformed once again. This is your own fortune. I believe that as long as you are willing, you can break through to the 5th-grade combat king realm at any time. Chapter 531. The old monk was shocked. He couldn't help it. It was impossible for a person's body to contain such a pure lightning energy, unless the person had the lightning physique, or was a genius who practiced the lightning skill. However, when these people were on the verge of death, their lightning energy would calm down, making it impossible for them to sense it. However, the lightning energy in Jiang Chen's body was extremely pure, and it was stored in Jiang Chen's body. It could be easily sensed. It wasn't controlled by Jiang Chen. This was too miraculous. How could there be such a strong power of thunder in a severely injured and dying person's body? Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't be compared to those geniuses who possessed a lightning physique. He had just gone through the heavenly tribulation and absorbed countless heavenly lightning dragon lightning. Not only that, he had also consumed a 9 solar lightning dragon pill at the very last moment. Now was the critical moment for the 9 solar lightning dragon pill to take effect. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had lost consciousness and was on the verge of death, the pure lightning energy was still circulating in his body. Master, he had just gone through the heavenly tribulation not long ago. The lightning energy in his body should have been absorbed during the process. Also, his current injuries were mostly caused by the heavenly tribulation, and he was attacked by a 9th-grade combat king. It's a miracle that he didn't die. Monk Tyrant said. What? You said he had just gone through the heavenly tribulation not long ago? You said he attracted the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation? The old monk let out an unprecedented cry of surprise. As an eminent monk, it was not easy for his emotions to fluctuate so much. The usually calm old monk had already forgotten how long it had been since he had been this excited. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who could attract heavenly tribulation at the Battle King realm, so he couldn't help but feel excited. At his level, he knew more about the terror of the heavenly tribulation than anyone else. He knew the origin of the heavenly tribulation. This young man in front of him was able to attract the heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat king. It was enough to prove that he had a monstrous talent that couldn't be compared to ordinary geniuses. What surprised the old monk even more was that Jiang Chen had gone through the heavenly tribulation and had also withstood the attack of a 9th-grade combat king, but he didn't die on the spot. Although he didn't look any different from being dead, the old monk could still see that this young man wasn't dead yet. There was an unknown force supporting him. That's right. Brother Jiang is very strong. When he was just a 1st-grade combat king, he was able to kill a 4th-grade combat king. Your disciple is far inferior to him. This time he even used the heavenly tribulation to destroy the freezing hell jail of a sect in the Liang province. Your disciple really admires him. Therefore, I hope Master can save him. Apart from his own master, this was the first time in his life that he cared so much about someone's safety in life. Alright, let me see. The old monk was very excited. He squatted down and began to carefully examine Jiang Chen's injuries. A genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation was unprecedented and unique. It was impossible for him to not care about it. He was very happy that his disciple was able to befriend such a genius. The old monk was a 9th-grade minor saint. Just like what Tyrant had said before, a man like him could do whatever he wanted no matter where he went. He was a true Buddha. His knowledge and vision were far beyond that of ordinary people. After the old monk carefully examined Jiang Chen's injuries, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. His injuries are very serious. All of his internal organs have been destroyed, and his soul is almost in a deep sleep. With such injuries, any ordinary person would have been dead by now. However, there is a stream of energy still circulating in his body. I guess he must have consumed some life-saving pill at the last moment. Not only that, there seems to be a mysterious and obscure force supporting him from within his body. This mysterious force is very magical, even I can't tell what it is. Master, can he still be saved? Tyrant asked anxiously. I don't have much confidence in whether I can save him or not. With such injuries he should be dead by now. It is already a miracle that he is still alive. Besides, this man has a very strong will. Plus, he has consumed some kind of powerful pill which should be enough to heal his injuries. I can't do anything about it. I will use the Lotus Sutra to help him, hoping to awaken his soul. As long as his soul is awakened, I believe he will wake up on his own. the old monk said. Hearing this, an excited expression emerged on Tyrant's face. He knew his master very well. His master was a Buddha, an eminent monk who never lied and never boasted. Since his master said Jiang Qin could be saved, then there must be a way for him to be saved. However, with such injuries he still has to rely on himself in the end. His willpower is extremely strong, his talent is monstrous, his physical body is unparalleled, and his will to survive is also very strong. I used the Lotus Sutra to help him, but in the end he still has to rely on himself, the old monk said. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he had seen this young man before. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. He was even sure that he had never seen this young man before. This feeling was too strange. Master, take a look at De Huang. In order to save Jiang Qin, he forcefully used a secret technique and increased his cultivation by 2 levels. Furthermore, he used his blood essence to use a broken sword that I don't know what kind of treasure it is. Only then did I have the chance to save him. He suffered a great backlash and his injuries are very serious, Tyrant said. Hearing Tyrant's words, the old monk's eyes revealed a trace of surprise again. Normally, secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's cultivation were forbidden techniques. No one would be willing to use them unless it was a critical moment. However, secret techniques like this were extremely rare and precious. Secret techniques that could forcibly increase one's cultivation by 2 levels were even rarer. Since this dog knew such a secret technique, it seemed that he was not as simple as he seemed. The old monk's gaze fell on De Huang dog. He slowly reached out his palm. A faint golden halo flickered on his palm, and it landed on De Huang dog's head. In the next moment, the old monk's expression changed drastically. He actually possesses the rare bloodline of a divine beast. It's pure and masculine. I have seen a real Qilin divine beast before, and its bloodline was just as unyielding. However, this dog's bloodline is definitely not that of a Qilin. I can't tell what kind of divine beast it is, but its bloodline is indeed powerful. His future achievements will be limitless. No wonder he can use the forbidden secret technique. The old monk couldn't help but be shocked. The man and dog that his disciple brought back were both monstrous geniuses. The dog was a divine beast that possessed a complete bloodline. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. De Huang is indeed mystical. Tyrant nodded his head. He had no doubt about it as he had witnessed it with his own eyes. You said that he used a broken sword to repel 2 first-grade combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king? Where is the broken sword? Can you let me have a look? The old monk was shocked. He knew very well the gap between a combat king and a combat emperor. Even if Big Yellow was a true divine beast, there was no way he could fight a combat emperor with his 3rd-grade combat king cultivation base, and even force him to retreat. This could only mean that the broken sword was too miraculous and was a rare treasure. The broken sword belongs to De Huang, but due to the emergency situation, I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the Shura temple, Tyrant said. Hearing this, the old monk felt it was a pity. Although he wasn't a man of the world, he wasn't a greedy man. He was just curious about the broken sword. However, he knew that there were some treasures in this world that could only be used by divine beasts but not others. Even if the broken sword had fallen into the hands of the Shura temple, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. After that, the old monk focused his attention on De Huang dog's injuries. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. The man and the dog's injuries were extremely serious. De Huang dog had suffered a severe backlash. Although his vital signs were still visible on the surface, much better than Jiang Qin's, it would still be extremely difficult for him to wake up completely. The bloodline of a divine beast is incomparably powerful. I'm sure this dog won't die and his life won't be in danger. Even if I don't help him, he can still wake up by relying on his own bloodline. He might even stimulate his bloodline to become even more powerful. To him, this injury might not be a disaster but an opportunity. However, I can't tell how long he will sleep for, the old monk said. Although he was a 9th-grade minor saint, he had spent his entire life studying Buddhism, so he knew very little about other things. His knowledge about divine beasts was even more limited, so there was a limit to what he could do. However, his conclusion made Tyrant feel relieved. At least, both Jiang Qin and De Huang dog wouldn't die. I will now use the Lotus Sutra to help them. The Lotus Sutra is the holy scripture of Buddhism. It symbolizes holiness and nobleness. This scripture can cleanse the souls of the dead, and also cleanse a person's soul. I will use this scripture to awaken Jiang Qin's soul. The rest is up to him, the old monk said. This was the only thing he could do. The old monk slowly closed his eyes. Runes kept appearing from his mouth. Each of the runes contained the essence of Sanskrit. They were very mysterious. When these Sanskrit landed on the bodies of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, their bodies were completely covered by the Sanskrit, making them look like a huge golden cocoon. Tyrant was sitting at the side with his palms put together. He was carefully comprehending the essence of the Lotus Sutra. To him, every time he listened to his master's lecture, he would gain a lot of benefits. The main hall was filled with tranquility. There was only the Buddha light. After the old monk chanted the Lotus Sutra once, he stopped. However, the Sanskrit didn't stop, and it was still lingering around Jiang Chen and Big Yellow's body. Chapter 532. This was a process of cleansing one's soul. To any cultivator, this was a rare experience. The supreme heart of Buddhism was profound and powerful, and the Lotus Sutra was a miraculous technique. It didn't have any offensive power, but it could be used to help others. The higher the cultivation base of the monk, the better the effect would be. Jiang Chen's entire soul was immersed in the kingdom of Buddha's sect. This was a true pure land. There were no battles, no killings, no bloodshed. There was only light everywhere, which made one's soul feel incomparably comfortable. The old monk didn't leave the grand hall. He was carefully observing Jiang Chen's transformation. Tyrant didn't leave either. Not only was he worried about Jiang Chen's injuries, but he was also able to carefully comprehend the essence of the Lotus Sutra. Although the Lotus Sutra couldn't help him improve his cultivation base, it could bring about a change in his state of mind, which was very rare. The state of mind was very important to a cultivator, and the more one's cultivation base improved, the more important it became. The Green Lotus Mountain was quiet, as if this place had never been lively before. The old monk stood alone, guarding this place as if he was isolated from the rest of the world. This was a peaceful, pure land, and as long as one lived here, one would feel tranquil and indifferent. Within the grand hall, the Sanskrit language was reverberating, and the golden light was shining brightly. De Huang Dog was sleeping soundly, and his furrowed brows had smoothened out along with the cultivation of the Lotus Sutra. Jiang Chen also had a look of enjoyment on his face. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Including the time when Tyrant left Xuanhu, 10 days had passed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been in a deep sleep for 10 days. This was the longest time they had ever slept, and they were just lying here, aloof from worldly affairs. However, they couldn't lie here forever, even though they didn't show any signs of waking up. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded out from Tyrant's body. Rays of golden Buddhist light turned into numerous whirlpools, appearing above Tyrant's head. His aura began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Seeing this, the old monk's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. A look of admiration could be seen on his face as he said, "This is all thanks to the Saraira. This kid has great luck. That Saraira has improved his physique once again. It's enough for him to easily reach the Combat Emperor realm." The old monk had a pair of sharp eyes, so how could he not see the changes in Tyrant? The reason why Tyrant was able to improve so quickly was all because of the Saraira. After absorbing the Saraira, although he didn't break through many levels immediately, the process became much easier and more relaxed. With the help of the Saraira, Tyrant's cultivation base was constantly improving, and his condition was different every day. Just like now, after receiving the enlightenment from the Lotus Sutra, he had broken through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. However, this wasn't the end, as Tyrant's cultivation base was still improving. It was highly possible that he would break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm in a few days. "Master, this Lotus Sutra is really good. It has given me a deeper understanding of the Dharma. Master, if you have any brilliant methods and sutras, please give them to me." Tyrant flashed a treacherous smile at the old monk. "There are still many things that I haven't taught you, but it's not the right time yet. Your cultivation base isn't high enough, so there are some things that I can't teach you as it won't do you any good." The old monk glared at Tyrant. Tyrant stuck out his tongue. He knew that all his master's decisions were for his own good. 3 days later, Jiang Chen, who had been silent for 13 days, finally showed some movement. Under the cleansing of the Lotus Sutra, Jiang Chen's great soul derivation skill was automatically activated. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's soul was already very strong, so his dormant soul was awakened immediately. Jiang Chen's soul left the illusory kingdom of Buddha, and woke up from his own body. At this moment, the Sanskrit Buddhist aura that was hovering around Jiang Chen's body seemed to have received a huge impact, and a series of cracking sounds were heard. "Master, what's going on?" A worried look appeared on Tyrant's face. Haha, this person's soul is really too strong. This old monk thought that even with the help of the Lotus Sutra, it would take at least 2 months for his soul to be awakened. I didn't expect that he would wake up on his own in just 6 days. Amazing, as expected of a monstrous genius who could trigger a heavenly tribulation. The old monk laughed heartily, and he couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. Even with his experience, he had never seen a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen. Does this mean that Brother Jiang will wake up soon? A hint of excitement appeared on Tyrant's face. Of course not. It's just that his soul has awakened, which means that he won't die. However, the injuries on his body still need time to recover, and it's hard to say how long it will take for him to fully recover. According to his injuries, I'm afraid he will need at least half a year. However, this person's talent is extraordinary, and we can't judge him with common sense. Perhaps the time will be greatly shortened. The old monk said. He had originally estimated that Jiang Chen's soul would need 2 months to awaken, but now Jiang Chen had only used 6 days. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a rash judgment on when Jiang Chen would truly recover. A monstrous genius like Jiang Chen couldn't be judged by normal standards. After Jiang Chen's soul had awakened, the old monk could feel a trace of familiarity from Jiang Chen, especially from his soul. Suddenly, the old monk's expression changed. His name is Jiang Chen? His name is also Jiang Chen? Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The greatest saint under the heavens fell on the St. Cliff 100 years ago, and his body was destroyed. He has already become a part of history, a part of the past. It looks like I'm overthinking things. This young man in front of me is just a genius who resembles the greatest saint under the heavens. That's why I can feel a trace of familiarity from him. The old monk shook his head. The greatest saint under the heavens had long disappeared in the long river of history, and it was impossible for him to exist anymore. If he was still alive, how could he have remained silent for over 100 years? Furthermore, this young genius in front of him was only at the Battle King realm, and the gap between him and the greatest saint under the heavens wasn't small. They only shared the same name, but there were countless people named Jiang Chen in this world. Thinking about the greatest saint under the heavens, the old monk couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when he was following his master, he had once met the greatest saint under the heavens, and he was deeply impressed by the bearing of the greatest saint. Naturally, the old monk couldn't imagine that the young man lying in front of him was the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens. That was the reason why he felt a sense of familiarity from his soul. After Jiang Chen's soul awakened, apart from the great soul derivation skill, the dragon transformation skill also began to circulate. The 9 yang less ron pill that had accumulated in his body finally came into effect. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from within Jiang Chen's body. Previously, his blood had almost dried up, but now, as the dragon transformation skill circulated, a trace of dark red blood essence emerged from within Jiang Chen's chi. The dragon transformation skill was truly miraculous, as if it wasn't just a skill, but a treasure with its own spirit. This trace of blood essence came from the dragon transformation skill. It was an invisible skill, and not only could it activate the true dragon combat skill, it could also produce blood essence. This was truly miraculous. Boom! With the appearance of this trace of blood essence, a powerful energy shot out from it. Following that, the trace of blood essence began to wander within Jiang Chen's body, and the dragon transformation skill circulated to the extreme. Jiang Chen's injury this time could be said to be a blessing in disguise, as the dragon transformation skill had evolved once again. Roar! The over 10,000 dragon marks in his chi emitted a deep roar, as if they were 10,000 true dragons. Wherever the blood essence passed, Jiang Chen's body would undergo a major blood change. His blood was constantly being regenerated, and his internal injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His shattered internal organs were also beginning to reconstruct. The energy that shot out from Jiang Chen's body caused the entire hall to tremble. Outside of Jiang Chen's body, illusory blood-red dragon shadows appeared. These dragon shadows continuously revolved around Jiang Chen, and it looked as if tens of thousands of dragons were protecting their master. The old monk and tyrant were dumbfounded, and they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Heavens, what exactly is happening in his body? How can such a miraculous scene appear? Those dragon shadows seem as if they are real. Even with the old monk's experience, he had never seen such a miraculous scene. Brother Jiang is truly a dragon among men. It seems that his injury this time has been a blessing in disguise. Tyrant's eyes shone brightly and he was extremely happy. I'm guessing that he might have cultivated some kind of terrifying cultivation technique. Let me see what exactly is happening in his body. The old monk was completely stunned. He separated a strand of his divine sense and wanted to enter Jiang Chen's body to investigate. However, he was shocked to find that as soon as his divine sense entered Jiang Chen's body, it was directly repelled by a force. The old monk's body trembled and his face turned slightly pale. "Master, what's wrong?" Tyrant hurriedly asked. "There is an unknown force in his body that is blocking my divine sense. If I didn't send my divine sense out in time, I'm afraid that it would have been shattered. That force is very ancient, like an immemorial being. It's too scary." The old monk still had lingering fear in his heart. He was a 9th grade minor saint, but the qi in Jiang Chen's body that seemed to come from the primordial era was too strong. It was sacred and lofty, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. It was a sacred existence that couldn't be violated. Jiang Chen was still lying on the floor of the hall. The number of dragon shadows on his body was increasing. His body was going through a tremendous transformation. His internal organs were being reconstructed, and the injuries on his body were also recovering. The dragon transformation skill had transformed once again. It had given Jiang Chen a great transformation, and his body was filled with vitality again. Not only that, along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, another message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 533. Every time the dragon transformation skill went through a metamorphosis, it would provide Jiang Chen with powerful true dragon combat skills. From the first true dragon palm and true dragon fire, to the second azure dragon's 5 steps, and the third 5 elements combat dragon seal, each was stronger than the previous one. This time, the 5 elements combat dragon seal could be regarded as the supreme true dragon combat skill because the third metamorphosis that Jiang Chen had experienced was absolutely different from the previous 2. This time it could be said that he was truly reborn. Blood essence appeared in the dragon transformation skill and once again transformed his body, giving him a great change of blood, making his physique even more monstrous. This was the so-called blessing in disguise. After being reborn, Jiang Chen was destined to be a person with great luck. No matter where he went, no matter when, he would be blessed by luck. Even this life or death tribulation finally became his luck. If not for this tribulation, it was unknown how long it would take for the dragon transformation skill to go through the third metamorphosis. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill for such a long time, Jiang Chen had a real understanding of this divine skill and was completely recognized by the skill. This was a skill full of spirituality, mysterious and unpredictable. Even Jiang Chen himself could not predict the future of the dragon transformation skill, nor could he imagine to what extent he would reach after cultivating the dragon transformation skill. However, one thing was certain: every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a metamorphosis, the speed of circulation would become faster and more beneficial to Jiang Chen. Every metamorphosis would make the compatibility between the dragon transformation skill and Jiang Chen more perfect. Just like this time, blood essence directly appeared in the dragon transformation skill. This was unprecedented. It could be said to be a miracle. It was hard to imagine what great benefits the dragon transformation skill would bring to Jiang Chen after going through the 4th, 5th, or even more metamorphoses. The secrets contained in the dragon transformation skill would also gradually reveal with each metamorphosis. The 5 elements combat dragon seal, as the name suggested, was a powerful combat skill related to the 5 elements. The 5 elements combat dragon seal was divided into 5 combat skills, namely Golden Dragon Seal, Azure Dragon Seal, Water Dragon Seal, Fire Dragon Seal, and Earth Dragon Seal. Every seal was connected to the 5 elements. The different elements reinforced and restrained each other. When used in battle, the power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal would be even more ferocious and unstoppable. It was far more tyrannical than the true dragon's palm. Of course, the power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal was also related to the 5 elements that Jiang Chen had obtained. This also meant that this combat skill was not easy to cultivate. Moreover, the 5 elements combat dragon seal was different from the true dragon's palm and the azure dragon's 5 steps. The true dragon's palm and the azure dragon's 5 steps seemed to have been directly imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind and could be used directly. As his cultivation increased, its power would become stronger and stronger. However, the 5 elements combat dragon seal could not. This combat skill was only provided for Jiang Chen's cultivation method. As for the specific cultivation process, Jiang Chen still had to work hard. In the next few days, Jiang Chen still did not wake up. However, the changes in his aura became more and more intense. The dragon shadows dancing on the surface of his body became denser and denser. The entire Green Lotus Mountain could hear the roars of dragons, as if countless ancient dragons were descending. The old monk and tyrant had been staring at Jiang Chen since the first day of his transformation. The two of them did not even dare to blink their eyes. The shock on their faces became more and more intense. They could not believe that a person could undergo such a huge transformation. Master, Jiang Chen's blood and qi are too vigorous. I even have the illusion that he is not a human but a real heavenly dragon. Tyrant was extremely shocked. A person could release such a pure and holy aura, and also possess a blood and qi that surpassed that of a human. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Terrifying, too terrifying. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient dragon? No, that can't be. There is clearly a human's aura in his body. I'm guessing that he has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique, but does such a terrifying cultivation technique really exist in this world? The old monk was also completely shocked. Even with his experience, he was unable to believe and accept the scene in front of him. However, an abnormal being like Jiang Chen could even attract heavenly tribulation. Nothing was impossible for him. The old monk was even very happy. He felt that he must befriend this monstrous genius. His lifelong dream, tyrant's future path, and the responsibility he had to bear, if he could get the help of this young man, he believed that there would be a chance for him to achieve his dream. Jiang Chen's transformation became more and more obvious. After a month, he still did not show any signs of waking up. However, his life force had become extremely vigorous. His body was filled with energy, and all his internal organs had been completely healed. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and even though he was lying there quietly, he gave off a domineering aura that could make others submit to him. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen's body started to change again. Blood-colored scales appeared on his chest, followed by his thighs. In the end, many blood-colored scales appeared on Jiang Chen's body. These scales were glowing with a blood-like luster, mysterious and strong. What shocked the old monk and tyrant the most was that these scales weren't some kind of armor, and they weren't formed by yuan energy either. Instead, they grew out of Jiang Chen's body, and were connected to Jiang Chen's flesh and blood. Master, what is this? Tyrant was shocked once again. During the past month, Tyrant's cultivation base hadn't stagnated. With the help of the Saraira, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th grade Combat King realm, and he was only a step away from the 6th grade Combat King realm. He could break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm at any time. This was the scariness of the Saraira, and also the reason why Tyrant's cultivation base was so extraordinary. He didn't have to do anything and his cultivation base would improve every day. This is a dragon scale. Oh my God, there is a dragon scale in his body. What an evildoer. My disciple, you should know that the Saint Origin world is just a plane, a small world within the boundless world. This place was once isolated, and the great saints of the Saint Origin world came to an end. 100 years ago, the greatest saint of the Saint Origin world opened the door to the realm of immortals, and opened a path for the saints of the Saint Origin world. During these 100 years, many powerful great saints had ascended to the realm of immortals. A supreme existence like the true dragon would never appear in the Saint Origin world. I'm guessing that the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen is practicing must be related to the true dragon. This is too frightening. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many powerful existences would be shocked. Jiang Chen will immediately become the center of attention. Those ancient families, those super powerful sects and tribes in the pure land of the divine continent will have their eyes on Jiang Chen. If that's the case, Jiang Chen will be in real danger. The old monk could no longer maintain his calm, because he had recognized the transformation of Jiang Chen. There were many cultivation techniques and combat skills in the Saint Origin world that were named after dragons. Some of them could even evolve into the form of real dragons. There were also some powerful flood dragons, but none of them were real heavenly dragons. On the other hand, the scales that appeared on Jiang Chen's body were real dragon scales. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Brother Jiang is indeed full of mysteries. I hope Master will keep this a secret for Brother Jiang. Tyrant put his palms together and said to the old monk. Of course. The old monk said solemnly. A heaven-defying cultivation technique would definitely cause an unimaginable uproar. The old monk was more far-sighted than Tyrant. Now that he wanted to befriend a figure like Jiang Chen, he naturally had to keep it a secret. The changes on Jiang Chen's body were huge. When the dragon scales on his body reached a certain amount, they stopped growing. The dragon scales didn't cover his entire body. There weren't any dragon scales above his neck, and there were also some parts of his body that didn't have dragon scales. This could only mean that Jiang Chen's cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had yet to reach a certain level. From the very beginning, the skill stated that one must condense 100,000 dragon marks in order to reach the pinnacle and transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. 100,000 dragon marks. Currently, Jiang Chen only had a little over 12,000 dragon marks. The gap between him and 100,000 was huge. Furthermore, the more Jiang Chen understood the dragon transformation skill, the more he felt that it was extraordinary. He guessed that even if he condensed 100,000 dragon marks, he would still be far from the pinnacle of the dragon transformation skill. This cultivation technique was far more mystical than he had imagined, and the secrets involved were also extraordinary. It had been 43 days since Jiang Chen fell into a coma. During these days, the Shura temple had been searching everywhere for Jiang Chen and the monk. They had nearly searched the entire Liang province and the surrounding provinces, including the other 3 major powers of the Liang province. However, Jiang Chen and the monk were nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. The news of the freezing hell jail being destroyed had spread. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm had shocked everyone. The name Jiang Chen had also started to spread in Xuanhu. Many provinces had heard about Jiang Chen, and the fact that he could attract heavenly tribulation was simply too shocking. There were even some major powers in Xuanhu who had started paying attention to Jiang Chen. Many people guessed that Jiang Chen was already dead. According to the scene witnessed by some people, the 2 combat emperors and the tycoon of the Shura temple had joined hands to strike Jiang Chen, who was already under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, causing him to fall from the sky. Therefore, many people guessed that Jiang Chen was most likely dead. There were also people who thought that Jiang Chen wasn't dead yet. They believed that a monster who could attract heavenly tribulation wouldn't die so easily. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was dead or alive, he had become famous. This was probably the fastest way for a young man to become famous. First, he became famous in the chaotic ocean, then the entire Liang province and finally the entire Xuanhu. While Jiang Chen's name was being discussed everywhere in Xuanhu, Jiang Chen was still sleeping in the faraway western region. In the main hall of Green Lotus Mountain, the dragon shadow around Jiang Chen's body had disappeared, and the dragon scales on his body had disappeared as well. The entire main hall had regained its tranquility. Jiang Chen was lying quietly in the main hall. On the surface he looked like an ordinary man and he was still in a coma. However, his life force was extremely vigorous. Chapter 534. Jiang Chen's condition had completely stabilized. Not only that, he had also gone through an incomparably important metamorphosis in his life. De Huang Dog's surroundings were still filled with the Sanskrit words of the Lotus Sutra. The backlash he had suffered was too strong, and it was extremely difficult for him to recover. After all, he wasn't Jiang Chen. Without the help of the dragon transformation skill, although the dragon horse bloodline was miraculous, it was still in a state of slumber. Master, Brother Jiang has already recovered and his life force is vigorous. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Tyrant asked. He has obtained great benefits from this metamorphosis, and he should be digesting them now. I believe it won't be long before he completely wakes up. The old monk nodded with a smile. He was no longer worried about Jiang Chen. A monstrous genius like him wouldn't die so easily. A person with great luck like him would have limitless achievements in the future. The old monk's eyes were sharp and he could see things very accurately. Although he didn't know what kind of heaven-defying cultivation method Jiang Chen was cultivating, he knew that Jiang Chen's current condition was extraordinarily good. Just like what the old monk said, Jiang Chen was currently digesting what he had obtained this time. The energy in his body was very chaotic. The energy accumulated in his body by the thunder tribulation, the new energy generated by the metamorphosis of the dragon transformation skill, and the energy transformed by the 9 suns less Ron pill all needed to be digested by Jiang Chen bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Up until now, Jiang Chen had disappeared from Liang province for 2 months. During this period, Jiang Chen's name was not only resounding in Liang province, but also in the entire Xuanhu. The super forces in Xuanhu had all heard about this monstrous genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Some of them even wanted to extend an olive branch to Jiang Chen and recruit him. However, Jiang Chen had truly disappeared. Many people guessed that he might really be dead. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a monstrous genius had fallen. If he didn't die, he would definitely become a great figure in the future. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who was far away in the western domain, suddenly opened his eyes. His body swayed and he sat up from the ground. His pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars shot out 2 rays of cold light that were as sharp as a knife. It was just 2 rays of light, but it was enough to tear the void apart, causing people to feel terrified. Roar Jiangchen didn't pay any attention to his surroundings. He threw his head back and let out a loud roar. The roar was like a dragon's roar that could shake the world, shaking the souls of those who heard it. After that, an extremely powerful energy burst out from Jiangchen's body like a tidal wave. What Jiangchen needed to do now was to break through to the next realm. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had almost given him a new life, and it had brought him endless benefits. At this moment, all the energy in his body burst out, rampaging inside Jiangchen's body like ferocious beasts. Jiangchen had to deal with these energies as soon as possible. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at its maximum speed, and its speed was at least twice as fast as before the transformation. Under the rapid circulation of the skill, the energy began to form new blood-red dragon marks. In just a few minutes, 1,900 dragon marks were formed. Including the previous 22,100 dragon marks, Jiangchen now had a total of 24,000 dragon marks, which was exactly the number of dragon marks he needed to break through to the 3rd grade combat king. At the same time, the huge amount of human elixir and earth elixir stored in his chi began to burn as if they were worthless, and were directly absorbed by Jiangchen. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was a process of endless consumption, and no matter how many energy pills he had, it wouldn't be enough. The amount of Yuan Force pills Jiangchen used to break through to the 3rd grade combat king was at least equal to the amount of Yuan Force pills an ordinary cultivator would use to break through to the 9th grade combat king, or even more. The difference between the 2 levels couldn't be compared. Fortunately, Jiangchen had a strong foundation and he had a lot of pills in his possession. Plus, he had plundered a lot of pills in the chaotic ocean, so he didn't have to worry about breaking through to the next realm. He has broken through to the 3rd grade combat king. Tyrant cried out in surprise. 2 months ago, when he met Jiangchen for the first time, Jiangchen had just broken through to the 1st grade combat king realm. However, in just 2 months he had already broken through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. Furthermore, judging from Jiangchen's aura, the 3rd grade combat king realm was far from the peak. Look, he is going to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. The old monk's eyes lit up. Breaking through from the 3rd grade combat king realm to the 4th grade combat king realm is much more difficult than breaking through from the 2nd grade combat king realm to the 3rd grade combat king realm. I wonder if Brother Jiang can break through in one go. Tyrant stared at Jiangchen without blinking his eyes. The combat king realm was divided into 9 grades, and every 3 grades was a threshold. The gap between the 3rd grade combat king realm and the 4th grade combat king realm was much bigger than the gap between the 2 grades. This also indicated that breaking through from the 3rd grade combat king realm to the 4th grade combat king realm would be much more difficult. However, to Jiangchen this wasn't a problem at all. The sharpness of the heavenly tribulation, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, and the help from the 9 solar less Ron pill were enough for Jiangchen to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. Buzz. The energy in his chi was like a tidal wave, and blood-red dragon marks were constantly being formed. 10 minutes later, 2,000 dragon marks were completely formed. Jiangchen let out a loud shout, and the remaining yuan energy pills in his chi began to burn crazily once again. In the path of cultivation, every breakthrough would require the support of a huge amount of energy pills. Just like what Tyrant had said, breaking through from the 3rd grade combat king realm to the 4th grade combat king realm was much more difficult than the previous breakthroughs. The amount of energy pills needed to support the breakthrough was much greater than the amount of energy pills needed to break through from the 2nd grade combat king realm to the 3rd grade combat king realm. After breaking through to the combat king realm, the human elixir was no longer enough. No matter how many human elixir he burned, it would still be of no use. For Jiangchen, even the earth elixir was not enough. Only the true heaven elixir could be put to good use. However, the heaven elixir was extremely precious, and even ordinary combat kings didn't have many of them. Only 7th or 8th grade combat kings and combat emperors could truly use the heaven elixir as their foundation. Although Jiangchen had robbed them by force, the amount of heaven elixir he had was limited. Therefore, most of the pills he was consuming were just elixir. Countless pills were being consumed. Jiangchen was like a bottomless pit. The space in his chi was at least 10 times larger than those of the same grade. If Tyrant and the old monk knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Jiangchen was simply a king of consumption, a true bottomless pit. No ordinary cultivator could afford such a huge consumption. Boom. Soon Jiang Chen's energy rose to a new height, reaching the fourth grade combat king realm. He was many times stronger than before. Fourth grade combat king so fast. Tyrant gasped. This was the fastest man he had ever seen breaking through to the next realm. This was simply too fast for anyone to prepare themselves for. The old monk's reaction was slightly better than Tyrant's, but the shock on his face was still obvious. What shocked them even more was that after Jiang Chen had broken through to the fourth grade combat king realm, his energy didn't stop growing. The remaining energy was still being used to form more dragon marks. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had also absorbed the demon souls of the demon kings he obtained from the freezing hell jail. However, with his current strength, absorbing the demon souls of these low-grade demon kings wouldn't bring him much benefits. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's energy finally stopped growing, stopping at the peak of the fourth grade combat king realm. A total of 27,000 dragon marks had been formed in his body, and he needed another 500 dragon marks to break through to the fifth grade combat king realm. Seeing that Jiang Chen had finally stopped growing, the old monk and tyrant couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen continued to break through to the fifth grade combat king realm, they might have fainted on the spot. No matter how monstrous he was, he shouldn't have done it this way. Breaking through to the combat king realm was not an easy task. 4 ordinary cultivators, even if they were geniuses with some talent, breaking through to the fourth grade combat king realm in 1 or 2 years would be considered a very good result. However, Jiang Chen had broken through to the peak of the fourth grade combat king realm in just 2 months, and it was a continuous breakthrough. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with his breakthrough to the peak of the fourth grade combat king realm. However, there was another problem that he had to worry about: yuan energy pills. He didn't have enough yuan energy pills, and according to his estimation he could only break through to the fifth grade combat king realm at most. After that, he would become a penniless man. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill was a process that consumed a lot of energy, and it was impossible to do without yuan energy. It looks like I have to find a way to prepare some heavenly elixir, Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had to prepare more yuan energy pills, and he couldn't afford to be careless. What he needed next was the heavenly elixir. The human elixir was completely useless, and the earth elixir wasn't good enough. Huff. After everything returned to normal, Jiang Chen let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. What he saw were 2 bald men, one old and one young. He didn't know the old monk, but his eyes still fell on the old monk, because with his sharp senses, he discovered that the old monk was a 9th grade minor saint. "Brother Jiang, you're awake?" Tyrant said happily. It had been 2 months, and it wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to wake up. "This is?" Jiang Chen felt that he needed to know something. During this period of time he had been in a deep sleep, so he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. "Brother Jiang, this is the Green Lotus Mountain of the Western region. This is my master, Great Master Ranfeng. My master used the Lotus scripture to awaken your soul, and that's why you were able to recover so quickly." Tyrant introduced his master to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't expect that Tyrant would bring him back to the Western region. It seemed like Tyrant was the one who saved him and Huang Dog. The Western region was an important place for Buddhism, and it was out of Jiang Chen's expectation that Tyrant would have such a powerful master. However, Jiang Chen dared not show any neglect. Regardless of what happened, Tyrant had saved his life. He quickly stood up from the ground, put his palms together and said to Great Master Ranfeng, "Thank you for saving me. Jiang Chen can't thank you enough." Chapter 535. Little friend, you don't have to be so courteous. You have saved my disciple's life, so I won't just stand by and watch. Besides, I didn't really do anything. It was your willpower and miraculous ability that allowed you to regain your consciousness. Congratulations. Great Master Ranfeng said with a smile. Jiang Chen's first impression of Great Master Ranfeng was very good. It wasn't because Great Master Ranfeng had saved his life, but because Great Master Ranfeng didn't show any arrogance despite being a 9th grade minor saint. One should know that a saint was a supreme existence in the divine continent, a true superior being. Even a 1st grade minor saint would be respected wherever they went, let alone a 9th grade minor saint. None of these people weren't arrogant. This was enough to show that Great Master Ranfeng was a true eminent monk of Buddhist sect. His mental state of cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary people. "Brother Jiang, you have recovered now, but Huang won't be as lucky as you," Tyrant said. His eyes fell on Huang, who was still lying on the ground. "Huang!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. Only now did he remember Huang's injuries. Back then, on the mountain range at the border of Liang province, De Huang had defended against the three great experts of the Shura Temple. However, he had consumed too much of his energy and suffered a huge backlash. He could still remember clearly that De Huang dog fell from the sky before he closed his eyes. Jiang Qin suddenly turned around and saw Big Yellow lying quietly on the ground. Sanskrit was hovering around his body, but Big Yellow had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it was before, Jiang Qin would be extremely happy to see Big Yellow sleeping, because to this dog, sleeping was equal to cultivating. Every time he slept, he would advance to the next level. But when he saw De Huang lying on the ground, De Huang dog couldn't bring himself to be happy. Jiang Qin quickly squatted beside De Huang and casted the Great Soul Derivation technique. An invisible soul force seeped into De Huang dog's body and examined De Huang dog's injuries. As a matter of fact, De Huang dog didn't suffer any serious injuries. His internal organs were intact, but his bloodline was completely dormant. It seemed that he had lost too much of his blood essence. The vitality in his body was too weak, as if it would disappear at any time and he would die completely. That was the most frightening thing. It was caused by the forceful casting of the forbidden technique and the forceful casting of the broken sword. This kind of backlash was the most frightening. It could make De Huang dog fall into a deep sleep. This kind of deep sleep also had another name, fake death. That's right, it was fake death. On the surface, De Huang dog seemed to be dead and his vitality was very weak. But in fact he wasn't dead. However, this kind of fake death was also very frightening. If he couldn't be awakened for a long time, his fake death would become real death, and he might never wake up again. This was the most frightening thing. This dog possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Unfortunately, he has suffered a heavy backlash and has fallen into a deep sleep. Now he is in a state of fake death. This kind of situation is the most difficult to deal with. I can only use the Lotus Sutra to help him. But now it seems like it won't be of much help. He needs to awaken his bloodline, which is different from your soul. Great Master Ranfeng said. That's right. What we need to do now is to change his state of fake death. As long as we can awaken his bloodline of a divine beast, everything will be easy. Jiang Qin nodded. He knew more about the Huang dog's situation than Great Master Ranfeng. After that, Jiang Qin pointed his finger like a sword. A sharp golden light shot out from the tip of his finger, and he slashed at his own arm. With a chila sound, a big cut appeared on his arm. Blood gushed out from the wound. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Qin didn't even frown. The blood that flowed out from Jiang Qin's wound was sent into De Huang dog's mouth. The blood flowed in a straight line like flowing water and was continuously sent into De Huang dog's mouth. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Tyrant was astounded. Jiang Qin had just recovered and now he was going to bleed himself. This wasn't a good thing for Jiang Qin. Little friend's blood is pure yang, and it has gone through the sharpness of the heavenly tribulation. It's a holy healing medicine. You want to use your blood to awaken his bloodline? Little friend, you are a true man. However, he is a demon. Although your blood will help him, I'm afraid the effect won't be as great. Great Master Ranfeng said. His eyes were filled with praise as he looked at Jiang Qin. In order to save a demon beast, Jiang Qin had released his blood without any hesitation. This proved that Jiang Qin was a man of true character, a man who valued friendship and righteousness. It was indeed a great thing for his disciple to befriend such a genius. As long as it can help him, it doesn't matter even if you drain my blood. The expression on Jiang Qin's face didn't change. He knew how to save De Huang dog better than Great Master Ranfeng. As the greatest saint under the heavens, his vision wasn't something a 9th-grade minor saint like Great Master Ranfeng could compare with. Jiang Qin was very clear about his blood. He could clearly feel that after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, his blood had undergone a slight change. It would certainly help De Huang dog's dragon horse bloodline. After letting De Huang dog absorb some of his blood, Jiang Qin took out a pill and sent it into De Huang dog's mouth. As soon as the pill entered De Huang dog's body, it immediately turned into a clear stream that flowed into De Huang dog's body. Even from the outside, one could feel the tyrannical energy. Little friend, what kind of pill is that? I have never seen it before. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Based on his experience, there were very few pills that he had never seen before in this world. However, the pill that Jiang Qin sent into De Huang dog's mouth was something that he had never seen before. However, Great Master Ranfeng could clearly feel the preciousness and extraordinariness of the pill. It actually contained the scent of 9 solar holy water. It was the purest form of yang energy. This is the 9 solar less Ron pill that I concocted during my heavenly tribulation. I'm sure Great Master Ranfeng has heard of this pill before. Now, I will use my blood and the 9 solar less Ron pill to wake De Huang from his suspended animation state. Although he won't wake up in a short period of time, I can guarantee that nothing bad will happen to him. Jiang Qin said. In order to truly awaken De Huang Dog's bloodline, he needed the blood essence of a strange beast like the flaming stallion. Before he found the flaming stallion, Jiang Qin needed to stabilize De Huang Dog's condition. Relying on the Lotus Sutra alone was not enough. What? 9 solar less Ron pill? Upon hearing the words 9 solar less Ron pill, Great Master Ranfeng cried out in surprise. He could no longer keep his calm. He stared at Jiang Qin with his eyes wide open. He had completely lost the graceful bearing of an eminent monk, and his face was filled with astonishment. Tyrant was stunned as well. This was the first time he had seen such a big reaction from his master. He had almost lost his composure. He had never heard of the 9 solar less Ron pill, but from the name of the pill he knew that it must be an extraordinary pill. Otherwise, his master wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right, it's the 9 solar less Ron pill. Jiang Qin nodded. There was no need to lie to Great Master Ranfeng. Heavens! I can't believe someone can actually concoct such a pill that only exists in the legends. Moreover, it's concocted by a combat king. If this pill were to spread out, the entire divine continent would go crazy over it. Chapter 536. Ranfeng couldn't help but be excited. Anyone who knew about the 9 solar lightning dragon pill would be incomparably excited because the conditions to concoct this pill were too harsh. 9 solar holy water was already very hard to come by, and the most important thing was that the alchemist had to concoct the pill during the process of crossing the heavenly tribulation. In the entire divine continent, there was basically no alchemist who could do this. However, this young man in front of him had actually done it. This made Great Master Ranfeng's evaluation of Jiang Qin rise to a new height. This was a true monstrous genius. Little friend, you're really amazing. Great Master Ranfeng sighed. After feeding De Huang Dog the 9 solar less Ron pill, Jiang Qin's mood had calmed down a lot. Only then did he start to look around the hall. He looked around and saw the huge statue at the front. When he saw the person in the statue, his expression changed immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Qin cried out in surprise. He rarely made friends in his previous life, but Ancestor Green Lotus was definitely one of them. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had once saved his life. Although the number of times he met Ancestor Green Lotus was limited, their friendship was definitely not shallow. Jiang Qin's reaction stunned Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant. Ancestor Green Lotus was a figure from more than 100 years ago, but Jiang Qin was actually able to recognize him. More importantly, Buddhism rarely interacted with outsiders, let alone someone like Ancestor Green Lotus. Little friend, you actually know my master? Great Master Ranfeng was very surprised. Only now did Jiang Qin realize that he had lost his composure just now. He had called out Ancestor Green Lotus' name. Now, he would have to spend a lot of time to explain himself. He couldn't tell them about his reincarnation as that would be too shocking. His reincarnation and the dragon transformation skill were his biggest secrets, especially for an old monster like him who had lived 2 lives. Only he could know about this secret and no one else could know about it. If not, it would cause a huge uproar. Not only that, after recognizing Ancestor Green Lotus, Jiang Qin also thought of the old monk in front of him. When Ancestor Green Lotus first met him, he brought a little monk with him and said that he was his disciple. However, at that time, Jiang Qin didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he ask for the little monk's dharma name. Little did he expect that the little monk had grown into an old monk and appeared in front of him once again. The junior from back then had now become his senior. Finally, Jiang Qin understood why Tyrant was able to use the seal of Akalanatha. His judgment in the chaotic ocean was correct. Tyrant was indeed related to Ancestor Green Lotus. However, Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged as he said, Ancestor Green Lotus is one of the best saint venerables in Buddhism. A long time ago, my ancestor received a life-saving grace from Ancestor Green Lotus. Therefore, Ancestor Green Lotus is the benefactor of my Jiang family. I have a portrait of Ancestor Green Lotus in my house. That's why I recognized him at first glance. Ba good indeed. I never thought that little friend's ancestor would have such a relationship with my master. It's really fate. Great Master Ranfeng didn't doubt Jiang Qin's words. He knew very well what kind of person Ancestor Green Lotus was. Ancestor Green Lotus had spent his entire life traveling the entire Saint Origin realm and had saved countless lives. A nobody like Jiang Chen's ancestor would naturally have a portrait of him hanging in his house. However, Great Master Ran Feng believed that the ancestor of the Jiang family wouldn't have thought that such a heaven-defying genius would appear among his descendants. Great Master Ran Feng was very happy to know a genius like Jiang Chen. Now that Ancestor Green Lotus had saved the life of Jiang Chen's ancestor, it was great news. More than 100 years ago, the greatest saint under the heavens split the vault of heaven with his sword and opened up the gateway to the realm of immortals. He opened up a new path for the great saints of the Saint Origin realm. With Ancestor Green Lotus's cultivation base, I'm afraid he has already ascended to the realm of immortals. Jiang Chen asked in a probing manner. That's for sure. Ancestor Green Lotus is a very powerful cultivator. After the greatest saint under the heavens fell on the Saint Cliff, he was the first one to rush over and ascend to the realm of immortals. Tyrant's words were filled with pride. As the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus, Tyrant was naturally very proud of his ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ran Feng placed his palms together and bowed toward Ancestor Green Lotus. However, Jiang Chen could clearly feel a trace of sadness from Great Master Ran Feng's expression, and there was even a trace of anger hidden within. This was really abnormal, as an eminent monk like Great Master Ran Feng would never show his emotions on his face, and he wouldn't easily lose his temper. Therefore, when Ancestor Green Lotus Ascension was mentioned, his expression became unnatural. What did this mean? Did it mean that there was something wrong with Ancestor Green Lotus's ascension? Could it be that Green Lotus didn't ascend to the realm of immortals? Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Others might not know about Ancestor Green Lotus's cultivation base, but Jiang Chen was very clear about it. Back then, Ancestor Green Lotus was an existence that could be called the #1 expert of Buddhism. As the greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen had never admired anyone except for Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen had always felt that if he fought with Ancestor Green Lotus in the past, he would only have a 60% chance of winning. To put it bluntly, he was the #1 expert under the heavens back then, and if there was a question of who was the second strongest expert under the heavens, it would definitely be Ancestor Green Lotus. Furthermore, there was one thing that made Jiang Chen even more puzzled. When he was circulating the Great Soul Derivation technique, he had already scouted the entire mountain. There were only Great Master Ran Feng and his disciple on the mountain. After Tyrant left, only Great Master Ran Feng was left. Without a doubt, this situation puzzled Jiang Chen. With Ancestor Green Lotus's status, his descendants would definitely enjoy a very honorable treatment in the Western region Buddhist sect. So, why would the Great Lane Temple allow them to stay on this broken mountain? Even without Ancestor Green Lotus, Great Master Ran Feng was still a 9th grade minor saint. With such strength he would have a very high status in the Great Lane Temple. Jiang Chen concluded that Great Master Ran Feng must be hiding something from Tyrant. He didn't know what happened after he fell on the Saint Cliff. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the structure of the entire continent had undergone tremendous changes. Most of the supreme experts in the past had already ascended. Jiang Chen really wanted to ask about the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus, but he also knew that Great Master Ran Feng must have something that he couldn't tell Jiang Chen since he was hiding it from Tyrant. Perhaps in Great Master Ran Feng's opinion, it wasn't the right time yet. He was waiting for Tyrant to grow stronger. As a matter of fact, with Jiang Chen and Tyrant's current cultivation, even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to do anything as their cultivation was too low. Great Master, Ancestor Green Lotus has saved my ancestor's life, and you have also saved me recently. In the future, if you need any help from Jiang Chen will definitely do it without hesitation. Jiang Chen didn't continue asking about Ancestor Green Lotus's situation. Instead, he stated his promise. In this world, there weren't many people who could receive such a promise from Jiang Chen. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, an excited expression was revealed on Great Master Ran Feng's face. With his eyesight, he could tell that this young man in front of him would definitely have an extraordinary achievement in the future. If he could get Jiang Chen's help, his wish would have a greater chance to come true. I'm very satisfied to get a promise from little friend, Great Master Ran Feng said with a smile. With his 9th grade minor saint cultivation, it was unusual for him to speak so politely to a 4th grade combat king. However, what Great Master Ran Feng cared about was Jiang Chen's future. Tyrant, thank you for saving us that day. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder. Although he had fainted that day, he could guess what had happened. Although De Huang Dog had resisted the 3 great experts, if it wasn't for Tyrant, he and De Huang Dog might have already fallen into the hands of the Shura Temple. I didn't contribute much. It's mainly De Huang's contribution. That day when he smelled the heavenly tribulation he brought me to you, and he accurately located the location where you were going to face the heavenly tribulation. He also had a rare broken sword in his hand, which allowed him to block the 3 great experts of the Shura Temple for a short period of time. That was the reason why I had the chance to rescue you. Unfortunately, the broken sword was lost. I'm afraid it has already fallen into the hands of the Shura Temple. Tyrant said, then told Jiangchen what had happened that day. Jiangchen wasn't surprised that De Huang Dog was able to accurately locate the location where he was going to face the heavenly tribulation. De Huang Dog was a very mystical guy. No matter what he did, Jiangchen wouldn't be surprised. Jiangchen was very familiar with the broken sword. It was the one he and De Huang Dog found in Whirling Sun City. It was treated as a precious treasure by De Huang Dog, and he wouldn't even let Jiangchen take a look at it. When Jiangchen killed Lord Blood Moon, De Huang Dog used the broken sword and tore the blood banner apart. Now, it was able to stop a combat emperor. It wasn't hard to imagine that the broken sword was no ordinary item. Humph. Shura Temple sooner or later will settle our scores. Things that belong to De Huang aren't something that you can eat. Jiangchen snorted coldly, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He and the Shura Temple were destined to be irreconcilable enemies. De Huang Dog's death must be avenged. Furthermore, De Huang Dog's broken sword was in the hands of the Shura Temple. He had to get it back as it belonged to De Huang. Moreover, Jiangchen felt that apart from De Huang, no one else would be able to use the broken sword. Even he, the greatest saint, couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was, let alone others. Oh right, when I was escaping with you, we met the 6th tycoon of the Shura Temple, as well as the 2 geniuses of the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction. Your grandpa have already hacked them to death to collect some interest for you. Hee. Tyrant chuckled. Well done. Jiangchen reached out his hand and rubbed Tyrant's bald head. The 2 of them had gone through a life-and-death ordeal. In addition to their relationship with Ancestor Green Lotus, their relationship had become very close. Oh right, when you went to the Shura Temple to save people, did you manage to save Tan Lang? Tyrant asked as he thought of Tan Lang. Fuck, I forgot about this guy. Chapter 537. Thinking of treading the waves, the first thing Jiangchen did was to take out the Heavenly Saint Sword. He discovered that Tan Lang was sitting cross-legged inside the Heavenly Saint Sword space, completely immersed in cultivation. Faint lightning bolts were still flickering on his body, looking very mystical. It seemed like Tan Lang hadn't been resting or going crazy from the suffocation. He had been adjusting his injuries. Tan Lang, come out. Jiangchen sent a divine sense to Tan Lang, and at the same time he opened up the Heavenly Saint Sword space. Hearing Jiangchen's call, Tan Lang suddenly opened his eyes and walked out from the space. The first thing he saw was Jiangchen was still alive, and his aura was very strong. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. These days, when Jiangchen was in a coma, the Heavenly Saint Sword space was completely sealed. Tan Lang had no idea what had happened outside. He only remembered that when he was undergoing his tribulation, Jiangchen was besieged by the 3 great experts of the Shura Temple, and the odds were against him. But now it seemed like Jiangchen was completely fine. Jiangchen, it's great that you're fine. Tan Lang said in a pleasantly surprised tone. Soon after, he sensed the situation in the hall, and noticed that there were 2 monks, an old man and a young man. Tan Lang was shocked. He didn't know the old monk, but he remembered this young monk very clearly. That day in the chaotic ocean, this guy stole the Saraira and slaughtered the geniuses of the 4 major powers. This monk was truly the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. Let me introduce you, this is Tyrant. You've met him before, so you can just call him Monk from now on. This is Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant's master. We're currently in the western regions. Jiangchen introduced Tyrant and Great Master Ranfeng to Tan Lang, and then used his divine sense to transmit everything that had happened during this period of time to Tan Lang. In fact, there wasn't much content in the transmission, because Jiangchen had been in a coma all this time. He mainly explained the relationship between him and Tyrant. We've actually come to the western regions. After listening to Jiangchen, Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. When he recalled what happened in the Liang province, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would become friends with the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. As for Great Master Ranfeng, Jiangchen didn't mention his cultivation, so Tan Lang naturally couldn't sense it. He only felt that this monk in front was an unfathomable and unfathomable. At least he was much stronger than Tyrant. Otherwise he wouldn't be his master. The faraway western regions, the kingdom of Buddhism. Tan Lang had never been to this place before. When he recalled what he had gone through in the Shura temple, Tan Lang couldn't help but feel upset, especially when he recalled the suffering he had to endure in the freezing hell jail. As a disciple of the Shura temple, it was even more unbearable for him. Tan Lang would never have imagined that he, a disciple of the Shura temple, would one day become the mortal enemy of his own sect. After listening to Jiang Chen's experience of escaping, coupled with Jiang Chen's temperament, Tan Lang was almost certain that Jiang Chen and the Shura temple would become mortal enemies in the future, and there would be no possibility of reconciliation. Greetings, Great Master Ranfeng. Tan Lang reacted and bowed deeply to Great Master Ranfeng. As a junior, he had the basic courtesy and respect for an eminent monk. This little friend's injuries aren't light either. Great Master Ranfeng sized up Tan Lang and said, "I'm seriously injured and my life is hanging by a thread. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help in tempering my body with the lightning energy, I'm afraid I'd be a dead man by now. I've recovered quite a bit, at least I can move freely now. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to fully restore my cultivation base." Tan Lang smiled bitterly. Truth be told, he was already very satisfied to be able to stand here and talk in one piece. Ever since he was thrown into the freezing hell jail, he never thought he would have a chance to live. Now, after 40 days of recuperation in the Heavenly Saint Sword, his broken legs had recovered. However, his internal injuries were very serious, and it was undoubtedly impossible for him to fully restore his cultivation base. "Your injuries are nothing compared to little friend Zhang's and De Huang's. It's very easy for you to recover, you just need to." Before Great Master Ranfeng could finish his words, he suddenly frowned. After that, with a sway of his body, he vanished from the main hall. Tan Lang was shocked. This old monk's cultivation base was unfathomable. He was standing right in front of him, but he didn't see how the monk disappeared. Not even the void of the main hall shook. Even the master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang, couldn't achieve such a level of cultivation base. "Ranfeng, your old friend is here again." Just as Great Master Ranfeng disappeared, a deep and resounding voice was heard from outside the Green Lotus Mountain. It seemed like the reason why Great Master Ranfeng suddenly disappeared was because he sensed the arrival of someone. Jiang Chen could tell from the voice and the qi that this person's cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Great Master Ranfeng. Surprisingly, he was also a 9th grade minor saint. "It's the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple," Tyrant said. "Do the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple come here often?" Jiang Chen asked. The voice said that he was here again, so it wasn't his first time here. "I heard that the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the Western Domain is the holy land of Buddha sect. Their strength is unfathomable. Even the big families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent aren't willing to provoke them." Tan Lang was shocked. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was a major power that dominated a big domain. It was located at the peak of the Divine Continent. It wasn't something that a small power like the Shura Temple could compare with. For the past few years, the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple have been coming here often to invite Master to join them. They even promised a lot of benefits, but Master rejected all of them. He has no interest in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He just wants to protect this place because this is the place left behind by the ancestors. Tyrant said, his eyes fell on Ancestor Green Lotus. "Let's go out and have a look." Jiang Chen said. "No. Every time Master meets the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he will send me away. Even if we go out, as long as Master doesn't allow us to, we won't be able to hear anything even if we stand in front of them." Tyrant shook his head. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He felt that Great Master Ranfeng's behavior had become even weirder. The Great Lane Temple was a holy land of Buddhism, a supreme existence. How could they do something so shameful? Great Master Ranfeng treated Tyrant like a teacher and a father, and Jiang Chen could feel the extraordinary care and expectation he had for Tyrant from Great Master Ranfeng. However, he didn't tell Tyrant anything about Ancestor Green Lotus or the relationship between him and the Great Lane Temple. Jiang Chen guessed that there must be a reason why the Great Lane Temple kept coming to Green Lotus Mountain to invite Great Master Ranfeng. If not, with the existence of the Great Lane Temple, although a 9th grade minor saint was very precious, the Great Lane Temple wouldn't care too much about it. What Tyrant said was right. With the cultivation of Great Master Ranfeng and the newcomer, as long as they didn't want to, Tyrant wouldn't be able to hear their conversation even if he was standing right next to them. However, it didn't mean that Jiang Chen couldn't. The miraculous power of the Great Soul Derivation technique was far beyond anyone's imagination. Jiang Qin secretly circulated the great soul derivation technique. His soul force permeated out soundlessly and enveloped the entire Green Lotus Mountain. Under Jiang Qin's perception, two monks were standing opposite each other at the highest point of Green Lotus Mountain. One of them was Great Master Ranfeng and the other was wearing a golden xianxia. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing. His age seemed to be similar to Great Master Ranfeng and his cultivation was on par with Great Master Ranfeng. One look and anyone could tell that he was an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. "Old friend Ranfeng, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look well," the newcomer teased. "Yuanji, if you are here to chat with me, I will welcome you. But if you are here to persuade me to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I suggest you leave as soon as possible," Great Master Ranfeng said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Great Master Yuanji's facial expression didn't change. Instead, there was a smile on his face. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time he had been rejected. "Ranfeng, you are too stubborn. In the entire western regions, I'm afraid you are the only one who dares to reject the Great Lightning Tune Temple's invitation time and time again." "I have come with great sincerity," Yuanji said. "You are just promising me a position in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. As a monk, I'm not interested in such things. You and I don't have to beat around the bush and lose the nature of a Buddhist. The reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple has invited me time and time again is because of the scripture left behind by my master," Great Master Ranfeng said. "Ancestor Green Lotus is the supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect. He is the pride of our Buddhist sect. That scripture is the strongest scripture in our Buddhist sect. There is also the cultivation method of the three great seals. These things should belong to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If old friend Ranfeng is willing to contribute the scripture and the three great seals to us, we might be able to recreate the glory of the Buddhist sect," Yuanji said. "My master is still alive. I don't have the right to decide on his things. Besides, I don't have the scripture with me." Ranfeng immediately refused. "Ranfeng, I advise you to give up. Ancestor Green Lotus has become a thing of the past, just like the greatest saint in the past. No one can do anything about it. All these years, you have placed all your hopes on that little monk. However, even the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't do it. No matter how talented that little monk is, I'm afraid he won't be able to fulfill your wish." Yuanji's tone was getting impatient. All these years he had experienced Great Master Ranfeng's stubbornness. The Great Lightning Tune Temple doesn't need to worry about the matters of Green Lotus Mountain. Great Master Ranfeng's tone had also become aggressive. All these years he had been harassed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He had long been sick of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. "Ranfeng, I advise you to think about it carefully. It's better to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple to nurture that little monk. As long as you contribute the scripture to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, the Buddhist sect will definitely become stronger again. It's not impossible for a second Ancestor Green Lotus to appear. If Ancestor Green Lotus wants to see the light of day again, relying on the Great Lightning Tune Temple is much more reliable than relying on that little monk." "Master Brother Jiang is right. I'll join the Great Laying Temple and then leave the western regions to train. This way I won't delay either of them and it will also give you peace and quiet." Tyrant agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. "Good. If that's the case, I'll bring you to the Great Laying Temple tomorrow. With my disciples' talent, even if you join the Great Laying Temple, you won't lose to those geniuses." Great Master Ranfeng nodded. Soon after, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and 3 more pills appeared. As soon as these 3 pills appeared, the entire Green Lotus Mountain was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant and Tanlang's gazes were instantly attracted by these pills. These pills were of the purest yang attribute, and there were shadows of dragons flickering within them. Thunderbolts were bursting out from them as if they were alive. "What? 9 suns less Ron pill, 3 of them?" Great Master Ranfeng was the first one to exclaim. He had already seen Jiang Chen take out a 9 suns less Ron pill, and he was already shocked. Now that Jiang Chen had taken out 3 of them, he felt as if 10,000 horses were running wildly in his heart. "Motherfucker, when can the 9 suns less Ron pill be mass-produced? I have concocted some 9 suns less Ron pill during my heavenly tribulation, but there aren't many of them. Here are 3 pills, 1 for each of you," Jiang Chen said. Under his control, the 3 9 suns less Ron pill turned into 3 beams of light and shot towards the 3 of them. Without hesitation, the 3 of them caught the pills. They could feel the boiling heat of the pills in their hands. Traces of pure energy flowed into their bodies through their palms, making them feel refreshed and comfortable. Little friend, this treasure is too precious. I'm afraid that I can't take it. Great Master Ranfeng sounded excited. Being able to see the 9 suns less Ron pill, even a 9th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement. Great Master, you don't have to refuse. I'm willing to give you these pills because I don't consider you as an outsider. Although the 9 suns less Ron pill is precious, it can only be used once in a cultivator's life. Every cultivator can only consume 1 pill in their lifetime. Consuming the second pill will no longer have any effect and will become a waste. I have already consumed 1 pill before, so these are naturally meant to be given to others. If Great Master can get the help of the 9 suns less Ron pill, I'm sure that breaking through to the Great Saint realm won't be a problem. At that time, even the Great Lightning Tune Temple will have to think twice before doing anything to you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Great Master Ranfeng found it hard to breathe. What Jiang Qin said was right. He had been stuck at the 9th grade minor saint for a very long time. Given his talent, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to break through to the Great Saint realm in his lifetime. However, with the help of the 9 suns less Ron pill, his physique would be further improved. Breaking through to the Great Saint realm would only be a matter of time. A peerless pill like the 9 suns less Ron pill had an immeasurable effect on any cultivator, including a great saint. There were 9 grades of minor saint, but there was no such thing as a great saint. The Great Saint realm depended on the changes of the laws. If Great Master Ranfeng could break through to the Great Saint realm, the Great Lightning Tune Temple would be wary of him. Even if they wanted to do something to him, they would have to think twice. Little friend, this old monk will always remember the kindness of giving me this pill. Great Master Ranfeng said sincerely. Although Jiang Qin said that the 9 suns less Ron pill could only be refined once and it was useless for him to keep it, even an idiot could tell that he was just being carefree. Who would give away a pill like the 9 suns less Ron pill so easily? Even if it was useless to one, it could be used to exchange for many things that one needed. Great Master Ranfeng could only remember Jiang Qin's kindness in his heart. As for Jiang Qin, he naturally had to help the descendant of ancestor Green Lotus. Moreover, he and Tyrant had similar interests and had become brothers. Little Qinzi, you are really a good boy. Since we have such a good relationship, why don't you shave your head and become a monk with me? Tyrant said with a smile. Get lost. Jiang Qin gave Tyrant but a kick, sending him flying 3 meters away. It was really unfortunate for the Buddhist sect to have such a weirdo. Great Master, you guys go ahead and refine the pill. I need to treat De Huang's injuries. Once everything here is settled, I'll leave. Jiang Qin said. Little friend, are you leaving so soon? Great Master Ranfeng said. Some grudges have to be settled. I've been in seclusion for a long time. Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm, it was time for him to return to the world. The Liang province would tremble under his feet. When Jiang Qin returned, the Liang province would never have a peaceful day again. De Huang's death must be avenged, and De Huang's broken sword must be retrieved. After that, Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant, and Tan Lang went into seclusion to refine the 9 solar less Ron pill. After Great Master Ranfeng refined the 9 solar less Ron pill, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Great Saint realm. The Buddhist sect would have another great saint. As for Tyrant, he had already refined the Sarira and the 9 solar less Ron pill. His innate potential would be raised to its peak, and his cultivation base would break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm, or even the peak of the 6th grade Combat King realm. At that point of time, he would be able to kill a 7th grade Combat King. As for Tan Lang, after being refined by the 9 solar less Ron pill, his physique would undergo a tremendous change. He was considered as a rare genius. At that point of time, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, his cultivation base would also improve significantly. While the 3 of them were in seclusion, Jiang Qin didn't stay idle. He used his Yuan force to help De Huang adjust his injuries, then he stored De Huang's body into his Qi. De Huang, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. At that point of time, I will sweep across the Liang province and fight against Xuanhuan. Wouldn't it be a pity if you weren't there? Jiang Qin said with a smile. After that, Jiang Qin calmed himself down and focused all his attention on the 5 elements combat dragon seal. According to the description in the 5 elements combat dragon seal, if Jiang Qin wanted to cultivate this combat skill, he would need to find the spirits of the 5 elements. However, the spirits of the 5 elements were too precious. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find all of them even if he searched the entire Saint Origin world. Of course, even if he couldn't find the spirits of the 5 elements, he could find other objects of the 5 elements to replace them. The cultivation of the 5 elements combat dragon seal was a gradual process of transformation. The first thing that Jianghu wanted to cultivate was the fire dragon seal because he possessed the fire spirit of the 5 elements. The true dragon fire and the true thunder fire were the kings of fire. With the combination of these 2 flames, Jianghu's fire dragon seal could be cultivated to the pinnacle. Chapter 539. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jianghu arrived outside of Green Lotus Mountain. The fire dragon seal in his hand had been completely condensed. It was extremely heavy, and inside the seal, there was a vivid and lifelike fiery dragon, as if it would come alive at any time. The entire sky above Green Lotus Mountain was shrouded by the high temperature. Jianghu let out a loud shout. The fire dragon seal flew out from his hand and hit a desolate mountain in front of him. Rumble. The fiery dragon attacked. The 30-meter-long seal bombarded the mountain, instantly shattering the entire mountain. Green Lotus Mountain was shaking violently. The rocks that were flying everywhere were engulfed by the endless sea of fire, and were burned into nothingness, completely evaporating. Flames filled the sky. A mountain was smashed into powder, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. The raging fire was still raging. Half of the mountain was burnt by the flames, and the rest of the mountain was scattered everywhere. It was as if a great catastrophe had taken place. It was a horrible mess. Great Master Ranfeng, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, he knew what had happened. The scene of Green Lotus Mountain appeared in his mind, and his face was filled with shock. What a powerful combat seal. It has completely flattened a mountain. The power of this attack can kill a 7th-grade combat king on the spot. It is enough to fight against an 8th-grade combat king. He is indeed a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. With a cultivation of the peak of the 4th-grade combat king, he was able to unleash the power of an 8th-grade combat king. What a genius. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but be shocked. If Tyrant was called a genius, then Jianghu was a monster that had surpassed the category of geniuses. Now that Green Lotus Mountain had a good relationship with Jianghu, Great Master Ranfeng could see the true future of Green Lotus Mountain. Perhaps, relying on Jianghu would be more reliable than relying on the Great Lane Temple. As for the fact that Jianghu had destroyed one of the peaks of Green Lotus Mountain, Great Master Ranfeng didn't care about it at all. He knew that Jianghu was practicing his combat skills. Even if Jianghu destroyed all the barren hills of Green Lotus Mountain, Great Master Ranfeng wouldn't care about it. After all, these barren hills were just decorations that couldn't shake the foundation of Green Lotus Mountain. Jianghu floated in the sky and looked at the steaming flames below. He waved his hand and tore a hole in the void. All the flames were sucked into the space and the Green Lotus Mountain regained its tranquility. Jianghu revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He was quite satisfied with the might of the fire dragon seal. The 5-elemental combat dragon seal is really frightening. The power of this fire dragon seal is comparable to the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Furthermore, as my true dragon flame and heavenly lightning flame continue to grow stronger, it will become even stronger. Furthermore, the 5 elemental combat dragon seals are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. With the help of the fire dragon seal, it will be able to unleash an even greater power. It looks like I need to find something related to the 5 elemental spirits so that I can cultivate the other 4 combat dragon seals. Jianghu really liked the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Such a frightening combat skill was the most suitable for him to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. Just the power of the fire dragon seal alone was comparable to the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. After breaking through to the 4th-grade combat king realm, Jianghu was able to perfectly unleash the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Jianghu asked. Although Great Master Ranfeng didn't break through to the Great Saint Realm after absorbing the 9 Suns Les Ron pill, the changes in his body were very obvious. His body was brimming with vitality. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Just like what little Chinzi said, the Great Lane Temple was very surprised when my master took the initiative to visit him. Even a Great Saint Buddha came out to welcome him. I am now a disciple of the Great Lane Temple, but I have already made an agreement with them that I will only be a disciple in name. I won't be cultivating in the temple for the time being. Many disciples of the Great Lane Temple have gone out to gain experience, so this is a very normal thing. Tyrant said. That's good. When Tanlang wakes up we will return to Xuanhu. Jiang Qin said. Good. This time when we go back I will definitely turn the world upside down. Wakaka? Tyrant laughed heartily. It seemed like this guy was also a person who wanted to see the world in chaos. No matter where he went he would never be able to have peace. This could be seen from the time when Tyrant was the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. Little friend Jiang Qin, this old monk can be at ease with my little disciple by your side. This talisman is for you. I hope it will be of help to you at a critical moment. Great Master Ran Feng took out a golden talisman covered with Sanskrit characters and handed it to Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, you are still the best. When I left, my master didn't even give me a single strand of hair, Tyrant said sourly. However, he also knew that his master was doing this to train him. In the process of training, he wouldn't give him the slightest bit of help. Thank you, Great Master. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng to express his gratitude. Others might not recognize this talisman, but Jiang Qin could. This was the highest grade source of combat strength talisman. It was formed by a divine sense that was separated from Great Master Ran Feng. This divine sense wasn't an ordinary divine sense, it required a lot of the cultivator's essence, qi and soul. Ordinary cultivators, even great saints, would rarely concoct such a talisman. The value of this talisman was unimaginable. Once this talisman was activated, it could unleash a powerful strike of a 9th grade minor saint. How terrifying was that? A strike of a 9th grade minor saint could destroy the entire Shura temple. Therefore Jiang Qin didn't refuse this gift. He had too many enemies and with this life-saving trump card, he felt much more confident. Of course, this source of combat strength talisman wouldn't be used unless it was a critical moment. The so-called life-saving talisman would only be used during the most critical moment. In the following 2 days, Great Master Ran Feng used a Buddhist healing technique to help Tan Lang recover. On the 3rd day, Tan Lang had finally fully recovered. Not only had all his injuries healed, his physique had also undergone a tremendous change, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, and was now on par with Jiang Qin. This was a blessing in disguise. Tan Lang had consumed the 9 yang less ran pill, and with the help of Great Master Ran Feng, he was able to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. As for Jiang Qin, he had only reached the peak of the 4th grade combat king realm after absorbing so many pills. It showed that Jiang Qin's foundation was far stronger than Tan Lang's. However, the current Tan Lang was already very terrifying. After the transformation of his physique, his talent was enough to be called the #1 genius of the Shura temple. Even the great tycoon Xiaonan Feng was far inferior to him. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Great Master. Tan Lang bowed deeply toward Jiang Qin and Great Master Ran Feng. This time he expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Without Jiang Qin and Great Master Ran Feng, his injuries wouldn't have recovered so quickly, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain a heaven-defying pill like the 9 yang less ran pill. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, it could be said that they had given him a great fortune. In the evening, outside of Green Lotus Mountain, Jiang Qin, Tan Lang and Tyrant were bidding farewell to Great Master Ran Feng. Master, we're leaving. If you have nothing to do, you shouldn't stay on this mountain all the time. You can go find the eminent monks of the Great Layin Temple and brag to them. Don't be bored to death. Tyrant said. The old monk glared at Tyrant. He was speechless when it came to this disciple of his. Great Master, please wait. We'll leave now. Chapter 540. Outside Green Lotus Mountain, the 3 of them were flying in the sky. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. It feels like a lifetime has passed. Of course Tan Lang had to sigh. When he said that it felt like a lifetime had passed, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. From the day he entered the freezing hell jail, he knew that his life was over, and that there would be no future for him. Dying in the freezing hell jail was the only way out for him. Who would have thought that he would be able to appear in the western region, safe and sound? Liang province will go back. We'll take back what we've lost. The enemies of me, Jiang Qin, will never have a good ending. Jiang Qin's words were extremely arrogant, and it seemed like he didn't put the Liang province in his eyes at all. No matter how small the Liang province was, it was still a big province and it was protected by a combat emperor. If it was an ordinary 4th grade combat king who said something like this, he would definitely be treated as a joke by others. However, when it came from Jiang Qin's mouth, Tyrant and Tan Lang firmly believed it. They both knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was, and in Jiang Qin's mind the Liang province was nothing. Sooner or later, Jiang Qin would become a famous man in the entire divine continent. It's a pity that De Huang hasn't woken up yet. If it wasn't for De Huang's help at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have been dead by now. Tan Lang said. When he thought about De Huang, he couldn't help but feel grateful towards him. Little Qinzi, De Huang has absorbed your blood and he has eaten the 9 solarless Ron pill. He should have woken up by now, but he hasn't done anything yet. This is really worrying. Tyrant said worriedly. Big Yellow's injuries are different from mine. Most of his injuries are caused by his own body's backlash. Therefore, ordinary healing pills won't have the slightest effect on him. Right now, he needs to awaken his sleeping bloodline. Big Yellow has the bloodline of the divine beast, the dragon horse, so he needs to find a similar bloodline in order to awaken him. For example, if it's a strange beast like the flaming stallion, as long as Big Yellow consumes its blood essence and demon spirit, he will definitely be able to awaken. Furthermore, the awakened bloodline, after experiencing the tempering of life and death, will definitely transform again, bringing endless benefits to Big Yellow. Jiang Qin said. Back in the southern continent, Big Yellow had absorbed the demon soul and blood essence of a flaming stallion. But too bad, a demonic beast like the flaming stallion was just too rare, and it couldn't be found anywhere. What Big Yellow needed the most right now was this kind of bloodline, only then would he be able to wake up. Flaming stallion. Tan Lang's eyes lit up. The sect master of the invincibility school has a mount, but it's not a flaming stallion but a Fergana horse. I wonder if it'll be of any help to De Huang. Yes, of course it'll be of use. Fergana horses and flaming stallions are both unusual war horses, and are extremely rare beasts. Fergana horses are blood red in color, and their bloodlines are even purer. If De Huang can obtain the blood essence and demon soul of a Fergana horse, he will definitely be able to recover. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He had a method to save De Huang, but he couldn't find it. Now that he knew of the existence of a Fergana horse, it was equivalent to having a clear goal. To De Huang, a Fergana horse was even more effective than a flaming stallion, because De Huang had already refined a flaming stallion before, and his body already possessed the bloodline of a flaming stallion. If he were to refine a flaming stallion again, the effects wouldn't be as good as before. However, a Fergana horse was different. With its pure bloodline, it would definitely be able to help De Huang awaken his bloodline and reach the pinnacle. Then what are we waiting for? The invincibility school isn't any good either, and they've been chasing us everywhere. When we return this time, we'll treat them the same way we treated the Shura temple. We won't show any mercy. As the mount of the invincibility school's sect master, we naturally won't be polite, Tyrant hurriedly said. From the looks of it, there was no one or force in this world that he didn't dare to offend. However, that Fergana horse has never left the invincibility school's sect master, so it'll be very difficult for us to make a move. Furthermore, it said that the Fergana horse is already an 8th grade demon king, or even a 9th grade demon king. With our strength, it'll be very difficult for us to deal with it. Tan Lang said with a frown. Don't worry. As long as it's a prey that I fancy, I'll definitely get it. Anyway, De Huang's current situation is very stable. Jiang Qin said with a smile. To him, the stronger the enemy, the more fun it would be if there was a challenge. Putting aside the fact that he and the invincibility school were enemies, even if there was no connection between them, as long as it involved De Huang's life and death, he would not hesitate to make a move on that Fergana horse. For the sake of his brother, Jiang Chen wouldn't even bat an eyelid even if he had to go against the whole world. If that's the case, are we returning to Liang province now? Tan Lang asked. There's no need to rush. Before we return to Liang province, I need to prepare some things. I need a large amount of heaven elixir. Tyrant, do you know where I can find more heaven elixir? Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant. What he needed the most right now wasn't the 5 elemental spirits, but Yuan energy pills, the true heaven elixir. The continuous breakthroughs this time had nearly depleted all of his resources. With the pills he had left, it would be dangerous for him to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Jiang Chen's current cultivation base had reached the peak of the 4th grade combat king realm. Furthermore, he had gone through the heavenly tribulation and the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a solid foundation. As long as he could find some powerful demon souls, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm at any time. At that time, without the support of heaven elixir, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to store a large amount of heaven elixir, not only for breaking through to the 5th grade combat king realm, but also for the pills he needed to break through to the combat emperor realm. A large amount of heaven elixir? I know that there is a famous place in the western region called the Heavenly Tower. It is a huge trading company, and their main business is exchanging treasures. They also hold large-scale auctions. If you want a large amount of heaven elixir, you can't go wrong by going to the Heavenly Tower. However, the Heavenly Tower is also a major power in the Western region, and they have at least a minor saint guarding it. No one dares to mess around in the Heavenly Tower. If you want a large amount of heaven elixir, you'll need to exchange for it with enough treasures. Tyrant said. Alright, let's go to the Heavenly Tower now. We'll return to Xuanhu after we get some heaven elixir. Jianghu said. Alright. Tyrant nodded his head, then picked a direction and flew towards it at top speed. Although the Western region was much smaller than the other regions, it was still a large region, and it covered a vast area. Even with their cultivation bases, it would take them some time to reach the Heavenly Tower from their current location. Little Chinzi, how much heaven elixir do you need? I have some with me. Tyrant asked while on the way. 10 million. Jianghu made a rough estimation and gave a number. It was a conservative estimate. In order to break through from the 4th grade Combat King realm to the Combat Emperor realm, 10 million heaven elixir was the most basic consumption. Jianghu didn't want to worry about heaven elixir in the future. Therefore, he decided to get enough heaven elixir from the Heavenly Tower in one go. What? Tyrant and Tan Lang cried out in shock at the same time. Both of them staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. 10 million heaven elixir. Today they had finally witnessed what it meant to be an exorbitant demand. 10 million heaven elixir, not the earth elixir and not the human elixir. The value of a single heaven elixir was equal to 10,000 earth elixir. 10 million heaven elixir? Are you eating pills like rice? Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to finish them all. It's just 10 million heaven elixir, is there a need to be so shocked? Jianghu rolled his eyes speechlessly. 10 million? Just one? Both of them nearly fainted. Did this guy have any idea how much 10 million heaven elixir was worth? How could he use just one pill? Was this a joke? Damn it, I want to know, what are you going to use to exchange for 10 million heaven elixir? Don't tell me you still have another 9 sun less Ron pill? Tyrant stared at Jianghu with a surprised expression. Are you kidding me? Taking out a treasure like the 9 sun less Ron pill is no different from courting death. Let's go, I have other treasures to exchange for it. Jianghu smiled. He did have 2 9 sun less Ron pill, but he couldn't show it to anyone as it might bring him a fatal disaster. No matter how reputable the Heavenly Tower was, when faced with a treasure like the 9 sun less Ron pill, who wouldn't be greedy? Alright, monk, is this Heavenly Tower owned by a monk as well? Tan Lang asked curiously. You're such a slut. Don't tell me you really think there are only monks in the Western region? Although Buddhist sects are more prosperous in the Western region, that doesn't mean there are only monks in this place. In such a huge region, if there were monks everywhere, it would be a disaster. Apart from the Great Lane Temple, there are also many ordinary powers here, and even empires and dynasties. The Heavenly Tower is just one of them, a merchant under the Channy Gate. Tyrant glared at Tan Lang and explained. I thought there were only monks in the Western region. Tan Lang smiled. If Tyrant didn't explain, he would really think that there were only Buddhist sects in the Western region. In fact, not only Tan Lang, many people thought that the Western region was the territory of Buddhist sects, and apart from Buddhist sects, there were no other powers in the Western region. But now it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. The Heavenly City was located in the center of the Western region. It was a very prosperous and ancient city, and the reason why it was named as such was because of the Heavenly Tower. A powerful superpower could change everything. When Jianghu and the other two arrived at the Heavenly Tower, it was already midnight. For a bustling city like this, there was basically no difference between night and day. Even though it was late at night, the entire city was brightly lit as if it was daytime. Let's land and enter the Heavenly City on foot. Only combat emperors can fly here, so we better not get ourselves into unnecessary trouble. Tyrant reminded. Jianghu nodded his head and descended from the sky. His main purpose for coming here was to get pills, and he didn't want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. Besides, with his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 4 major powers of the Liang province, let alone the Heavenly Tower. The 3 of them entered the city without a hitch, and found the location of the Heavenly Tower at an extremely fast speed. The Heavenly Tower was located in the center of the city, and was brightly lit. Even at this time of the day there were still people coming and going. Chapter 541. In front of the Heavenly Tower's main entrance, 2 robust men stood on either side. Both of them were combat soul warriors. When they saw Jiang Qin and the other two walking toward the main entrance, one of the robust men immediately stretched out his hand and stopped them. "If you want to exchange your items, come back tomorrow," the burly man said without any trace of politeness. He still acted so arrogantly despite knowing that the other party was a combat king warrior. This proved how powerful the Heavenly Tower was. Even the two guards were acting so arrogantly, so of course the other two guards wouldn't take Jiang Chen and the other two seriously. In this heavenly city, no one had ever dared cause trouble here. Even a combat emperor warrior wouldn't dare be too arrogant. "If they can come in, why can't Daddy?" The tyrant immediately became angry. He clearly saw someone enter before them and now they had to come back tomorrow. Was this discrimination? "They are the Heavenly Tower's distinguished guests, and they are open to us at any time. You guys aren't. Hurry up and leave this place, come back tomorrow," the burly man said without any trace of politeness. Tyrant was furious. It looked like he was going to give the burly man 2 slaps, but he was stopped by Jiang Chen. This guy didn't know how to control his strength, and if he killed someone with just a single slap, it wouldn't be good for him. Jiang Chen walked toward the burly man with big steps. He squinted his eyes and a cold gleam could be seen in them. The burly man couldn't help but shiver, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, not daring to look into Jiang Chen's eyes. "Tell your manager that a big customer is here, and ask him to come out and greet him immediately." Jiang Chen placed his hands behind his back and said in an extraordinary manner, "Buddy, I'm warning you, don't be so arrogant here. Take a good look at where you are before you speak. You want our manager to come out and greet you personally? What a joke." Another guard said to Jiang Chen with a loud voice. They had been guards of the Heavenly Tower for a long time, but they had never seen such an arrogant young man. Asking their manager to come out and greet him personally? Did he not know who he was? Slap. Right after the burly man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face, causing him to spin 3 times before stopping. Half of his face was now swollen up. You dare to hit me?" The burly man pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said furiously. "Rebellion, this was a rebellion. How could someone have the guts to beat someone in front of the Heavenly Tower? This was unbelievable. This young man was finished, he wouldn't be able to leave the Heavenly Tower alive today." The reply he got was another slap on his face. The 2 slaps had completely turned his face into a pig's head. This was Jiang Chen's mercy. If not, his head would have been smashed into pieces by the slap. Jiang Chen's expression changed. What a snob. Fuck. Tyrant strode forward while cursing. Then he delivered a kick to the man's stomach, sending him flying away. The burly man felt extremely gloomy. Not only was he slapped twice, but now he was even sent flying away by a kick. These 2 guys were simply too heaven-defying. They actually dared to beat people in front of the Heavenly Tower's entrance. Standing next to them, Tanlang just shook his head and smiled. This monk was too awesome. He didn't look like an eminent monk at all, he was just a hooligan wearing a kasaya. The other burly man was already frightened by Jiang Chen's gaze, and now, when he saw his comrade being beaten into a pig's head, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. However, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. As members of the Heavenly Tower, they had always been proud of themselves. But now, someone actually beat up a member of the Heavenly Tower? This was simply not putting the Heavenly Tower in their eyes. "Go, give this to your manager, tell him to come out and welcome us immediately. We'll only wait for 3 minutes. If he doesn't come out, we'll leave." Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw out a small jade bottle. The jade bottle was golden in color, and was emitting a faint golden light. It fell right in front of the burly man. The burly man caught it and felt his hand sink. He could sense a trace of pure yang energy coming out from the bottle. It seemed like there was indeed a treasure inside. "You wait a minute." After saying that, the burly man turned around and went back into the Heavenly Tower. When he turned around, he didn't forget to mutter, "Damn it, how dare you attack people in the Heavenly Tower? I'll tell the manager about this, he'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces." On the top floor of the Heavenly Tower, within a huge meeting hall, an old man wearing a gray robe was sitting on a rattan chair. In his hand was a cup of tea that was still emitting white smoke. He looked relaxed as if he was enjoying himself. He was one of the managers of the Heavenly Tower, but he could only be considered as the lowest ranked one. With a cultivation base of 5th grade combat king, ordinary people couldn't afford to offend him. Right at this moment, the burly man walked in from the outside in a panic. "Why are you in such a panic? Don't you have any manners? Did you just break into this place?" The old man scolded the burly man. "Manager Lu, there are 3 madmen outside. They attacked our men as soon as they arrived, and they even said that they want you to welcome them personally. The burly man said, then told the old man what had happened outside the main entrance in detail. What a reckless fool. How dare you behave so atrociously in the heavenly tower? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Manager Lu coldly harumphed. Anger emerged on his face. Although the guards weren't a big deal, they were still people of the heavenly tower. Attacking the guards was the same as slapping the heavenly tower's face. That guy also asked me to show you this thing. He said that if you don't come down and welcome him in 3 minutes, he'll leave immediately. The burly man handed the jade bottle to Manager Lu. Manager Lu nodded and took the jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, he immediately sensed a pure yang energy leaking out from it. He sent out his divine sense, and when he saw what was inside the jade bottle, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately stood up from his seat and shouted at the burly man, "Where is this guy? He's still outside the main entrance." The burly man was startled. He didn't expect Manager Lu to have such a big reaction. Could it be that the jade bottle really contained some priceless treasure? Priceless was for sure, because what was inside the jade bottle was a real drop of 9 solar holy water. The 9 solar holy water was extremely rare. It was a true sacred item. A single drop was enough to transform a human's physique. Therefore, it was reasonable to describe it as priceless. Swoosh. Right after the burly man finished his words, Manager Lu disappeared from the main entrance. The burly man shuddered, realizing that he might have gotten himself into trouble. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. They knew Manager Lu's character very well. Being able to make him have such a big reaction in the middle of the night, it proved that the intruder was not an ordinary person. Outside the main entrance of the heavenly tower, Jianghu had a calm and confident expression on his face. As long as the heavenly tower wasn't an idiot, they would definitely come out and welcome him after seeing the 9 solar holy water. Therefore, if the heavenly tower didn't want to do this business, there would be a lot of people who would. Jianghu knew how precious the 9 solar holy water was. However, for Jianghu, the 9 solar holy water was nothing. Back when he was with the Nangong family, a broken heavenly saint sword was already enough to create the 9 solar holy water for them. Now Jianghu had 3 broken parts of the sword, and he could use the 9 solar energy skill. As long as he wanted to, he could create the 9 solar holy water at any time. Little Chinzi, what is that thing you're holding? Is it reliable? Tyrant asked in a low voice. Don't worry, nothing is more reliable than this, Jianghu said confidently. Tyrant and Tan Lang were still skeptical about what Jianghu said. Since they had already beaten up the guards, if Jianghu couldn't produce something that could interest the heavenly tower, they would be in big trouble today. Not long after that, a figure appeared outside the main entrance like a ghost. It was none other than Steward Lu. Steward Lu, it's them. They are the ones who beat up the guards. When the guard whose face was swollen like a pig saw Steward Lu, he immediately pointed his finger at Jianghu and said, as if he had just seen his savior, "Get lost." Without a second word, Housekeeper Lu sent a slap towards the guard's face. The guard cried out in pain as he sprawled on the ground. 2 of his front teeth had been knocked out, and he was extremely depressed in his heart. What was going on? He had thought that his savior had arrived. But now, even his savior had joined forces with the enemy to beat him up. How was he supposed to live? He couldn't live anymore. Steward Lu turned to look at Jianghu. After discovering that Jianghu was a 4th-grade combat king, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "I'm Lu Hong, a junior steward here. Young master, please come in." A 4th-grade combat king, even if he was a young genius 4th-grade combat king, the heavenly tower wouldn't take him seriously. However, it was impossible for the heavenly tower to not take the 9 solar holy water seriously. The heavenly tower was a business, and a big business like this was something they dreamed of. And Jianghu still had his hands placed behind his back, and with an imposing manner, he walked toward the heavenly tower. Tyrant and Tan Lang exchanged a glance, then both couldn't help but give Jianghu a thumbs up. This guy was truly amazing. Even the heavenly tower's steward was shocked by him, and even came out to greet him personally. "This way, please." Lu Hong then made a gesture of invitation to Tyrant and Tan Lang. His eyes rested on Tyrant for a brief moment, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. He could tell that this young monk was a 6th-grade combat king at such a young age. In the entire western region, perhaps only a Buddhist sect like the Great Lain Temple could produce a genius like this. Therefore he dared not show any neglect. Tyrant and Tan Lang followed behind Jianghu and entered the heavenly tower. Coincidentally, they bumped into the guard who came to deliver the message. Guard the door well and keep your eyes open in the future. Lu Hong scolded the burly man. The burly man secretly wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking to himself that he had misjudged Jiang Qin today. However, he had no idea what exactly was inside that jade bottle. Little Qinzi, don't keep us guessing. What exactly is inside that jade bottle? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. A drop of 9 solar holy water. Jiang Qin shrugged and said. Chapter 542. The main hall of the heavenly tower was decorated with gold and jade, and looked magnificent. 2 sweet-looking young girls with revealing outfits were standing at the entrance of the main hall. When they saw Steward Lu bringing Jiang Qin and the other 2 girls into the main hall, they immediately bowed towards Steward Lu. Clearly, this was the treatment given to distinguished guests. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't interested in girls like them. He simply glanced at them and walked into the hall. Although he wasn't interested, it didn't mean the others weren't interested as well. "Oh, little girl, you're not bad looking. If you can make me feel comfortable, you'll get a lot of benefits." The monk stared at one of the young girl's breasts with a pair of lustful eyes, not forgetting to rub his hand across the young girl's tender face. Damn it. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. This was too embarrassing. If the monk didn't follow him in, he would definitely say that he didn't know this monk. Even so, he had to pretend that he didn't know this monk, or at least that they weren't familiar with each other. Damn it, this is the Western region, an important place for Buddhism. You're wearing a xianxia Buddhist prayer beads around your neck, and you even have 9 incense scars on your head. Can't you show some respect for Buddhism? Even if you don't want to show any respect, you shouldn't embarrass yourself like this. Even Tan Lang was speechless. He knew this monk was a despicable man, but he didn't expect him to be a pervert. The young girl who had her face touched by the monk was startled as well. Apparently, even she didn't expect the person who was interested in her to be a monk instead of the other 2. However, this monk did look quite handsome. The muscles on Steward Lu's face twitched. In an instant, he concluded that this guy was definitely not a genius from the Great Lane Temple. Perhaps he was just a fake monk. Flirting with her and touching her, how could he be a Buddhist? He was more like a hooligan. In fact, the 2 young girls Steward Lu called over were to accompany Jiang Qin and Tan Lang. He didn't prepare any for the monk. Otherwise he would have called all 3 of them over. "Great Master is a Buddhist, I didn't expect you to be interested in this," said Steward Lu. "Amit Ba Benefactor, you're wrong. As a monk, Buddha is always in our hearts. My state of mind has long reached the pinnacle of Buddhism. I won't be tied down by worldly affairs," the monk said with a serious expression. Cough cough, Jiang Qin coughed lightly and turned his head away. He's straightforward. Master is a true man. What are you 2 waiting for? Hurry up and serve tea to our honored guest. Steward Lu turned his head and said to the 2 girls. Then he made an inviting gesture to Jiang Qin. "Young master, please have a seat. How should I address you?" Steward Lu was very astute. As a businessman, the most important thing was his judgment. When he was outside the door, he could already tell that although the white-robed youth's cultivation was inferior to the monk's, he was the leader of the trio. Jiang Qin did not stand on ceremony and immediately sat down on a rattan chair. Tan Lang sat beside him, and between the 2 of them was an exquisite table made entirely of crystal. The tyrant sat across from Jiang Qin and Tan Lang, his lustful eyes still staring at the young lady's breasts. The 2 girls flipped their palms and, as if they were performing a magic trick, took out an exquisite tea set and placed it on the table between Jiang Qin and Tan Lang. "Young master, this is the best tea from the heavenly tower. Only distinguished guests can enjoy such treatment," Steward Lu said with a smile. Jiang Qin took a sip of the tea. The tea had a refreshing fragrance, making one feel relaxed and refreshed. However, before Jiang Qin could swallow the tea, Jiang Qin spat it out because of the monk's words. "Do you have wine?" the monk said in a serious tone. Puff Tan Lang spat out his saliva as well. Even Steward Lu nearly fainted. He began to carefully examine the monk. Was this guy really a monk? Jiang Qin had an impulse to stand up and leave. However, for the sake of heaven elixir, he endured it. This monk was even worse than the Huang dog. Wine and meat go through the intestines, but Buddha stays in the heart. Drinking tea is too vulgar, how can it be compared to drinking wine? The monk said with the same serious expression, as if it was normal for a monk like him to come to the heavenly tower and ask for wine. "Bring the wine to the great master." Steward Lu was a generous man. He didn't care if the other party was a monk or not, and he didn't care if the monk drank wine or not. What he needed to do now was to satisfy his distinguished guest's needs. Once again, as if she was performing a magic trick, the girl took out a crystal jade bottle, which contained the best wine of the heavenly tower. She brought it to the monk. The monk impatiently opened the bottle, and a strong aroma of wine immediately assaulted his face. The monk tilted his head back and gulped down the wine, looking like a chivalrous man. After finishing the wine, he didn't forget to praise the wine. Jiang rubbed his forehead with his hand. That was enough. Steward Lu, I'm here to exchange some heaven elixir. Let's have a good talk. Jiang hurriedly cut to the chase. He really didn't want to see the monk drinking wine anymore. Hearing what Jiang said, Lu Hong's eyes instantly lit up. He had been waiting for Jiang to speak. Since Jiang had taken out a drop of 9 solar holy water, perhaps he had more drops of 9 solar holy water with him. Even in the heavenly tower, treasures like this were extremely rare. Furthermore, what Jiang wanted was heaven elixir, not some other supreme treasure. The heavenly tower had plenty of heaven elixir, and in his opinion, only an idiot would exchange heaven elixir with 9 solar holy water. Of course, there was no way Lu Hong would call Jiang an idiot, unless he himself was an idiot. Heaven elixir is not a problem, I can make the decision. Alright, may I know young master's name? Lu Hong asked. Jiang. Jiang told his name. May I know how much 9 solar holy water young master Jiang has? I can make the decision about heaven elixir. Lu Hong said. Right now he was only interested in 9 solar holy water. How many days of elixir can I exchange for a drop of 9 solar holy water? Jiang asked. Lu Hong pondered for a moment, then said, I can tell young master Jiang is a straightforward man, and we, the heavenly tower, have always been straightforward. For a drop of 9 solar holy water, I'll give you 100,000 days of elixir. What do you think of this price? Hearing this, Jiang nodded his head and said, That's a fair price. I need 10 million days of elixir. 9 solar holy water was nothing to him. Besides, 1 drop of 9 solar holy water for 100,000 days of elixir was a fair price. What? 10 million? Lu Hong cried out in surprise. You have so much 9 solar holy water? Lu Hong never thought that Jiang would ask for 10 million days of elixir, which was equal to 100 drops of 9 solar holy water. Where did this young man get so much 9 solar holy water from? Since when did 9 solar holy water become so worthless? 9 solar holy water is not a problem. I'm in a hurry, so I don't want to waste too much time. I have enough 9 solar holy water for 10 million days of elixir. Jiang casually took out a small bottle filled with 9 solar holy water, 100 drops, no more, no less. Damn it, how could this guy have so much 9 solar holy water? What a freak. Tyrant nearly spat out a mouthful of wine. He thought that Jiang was joking when he said he wanted 10 million days of elixir. He never thought that Jiang would actually take out so much 9 solar holy water. Looking at the amount of 9 solar holy water, Lu Hong was extremely excited. If the Channy Gate could have more 9 solar holy water, they would be able to cultivate more geniuses. However, as a small manager, he didn't have the authority to make the decision. Young Master Jiang, 10 million is too much. After all, it's heaven elixir, not earth elixir. I need to ask for permission from the higher-ups. Lu Hong said to Jiang. Don't make me wait too long. My patience is limited. If your heavenly tower doesn't want to do this business, I believe many others will. Jiang said. Of course, I won't make young master wait too long. After saying that, Lu Hong's body swayed and disappeared from the scene. In the main hall, Jiang was enjoying his tea. Tyrant was drinking and teasing the girl. Jiang and Tan Lang were pretending that they didn't know each other very well. Not long after that, Lu Hong came back with 2 old men. These 2 old men were very strong, far stronger than Lu Hong. One of them was slightly plump, wearing a silk robe. He was a 9th grade combat king. The other one was a white-bearded old man with a ferocious scar on his face. He didn't look like a kind person at first glance. He was an 8th grade combat king. Although he had just broken through to the 8th grade combat king realm, he was still very strong. Experts like him would have a high status no matter where they went. Great Elder, Second Elder, this is young Master Jiang. Lu Hong introduced. Young Master Jiang, these 2 are the great manager and second manager of the heavenly tower. I heard that young Master Jiang wants to exchange the 9 solar holy water for 10 million heavens elixir. May I have a look at the 9 solar holy water first? The great manager said with a smile. He was very friendly to Jiang. Jiang was a rich man, so he had to be friendly to him. Of course. Jiang Qin casually threw the jade bottle into the great manager's hand. Since the Heavenly Tower was able to survive in the western region, their reputation wasn't a problem. He wasn't afraid that they would go back on their word. The chief manager took the jade bottle and opened it. A strong yang qi immediately overflowed from the bottle, and all the origin energy in the hall became restless. It really is the 9 solar holy water. The vice steward cried out in shock. Staring at the 9 solar holy water in front of him, a greedy look emerged from the bottom of his eyes. When Jiang Qin saw this greedy look, he immediately felt disgusted. Jiang brother, how did you get this 9 solar holy water? Chapter 543. What? Does your heavenly tower need to track the source of your business? Jiang Qin responded with a smile. Of course not, I'm just asking. Here are 10 million days of elixir. Jiang brother, please have a look. After saying that, the great manager waved his hand and took out a storage ring, then handed it over to Jiang Qin. With a thought, Jiang Qin opened the storage ring and sent his divine sense into it. What he saw was a mountain of pills, each of them containing 100% effectiveness heaven elixir. There were exactly 10 million pills, no more no less. The heavenly tower was indeed rich, able to take out 10 million days of elixir without any hesitation. If it were any ordinary power, there was no way they could do this. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Jiang Qin stood up and walked toward the exit of the palace. Jiang brother, hold on. Seeing that Jiang Qin was about to leave, the great manager hastily called out to him. Is there anything else I can help you with, great manager? Jiang Qin turned around and asked. I wonder if Jiang brother has any extra 9 solar holy water? You can sell it to our heavenly tower, the price is negotiable. The great manager said. I don't have any more. This is all I have. I'm in urgent need of heaven elixir. If I have any extra 9 solar holy water, I'll definitely use it to trade. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. What he said wasn't a lie, the 9 solar holy water in the jade bottle was all he had left. Although the heavenly saint sword and the 9 solar profound art could condense 9 solar holy water, it was still a process. It didn't mean that 9 solar holy water was limitless and could be obtained at any time. Ever since he obtained the third part of the broken sword, he had been constantly condensing 9 solar holy water. However, when he concocted the 9 solar less ron pill, he had used up a lot of 9 solar holy water. This was the only amount he had left, and he used it all to exchange for the heaven elixir. Of course, if Jiang Qin really wanted to exchange the 9 solar holy water for the heavenly elixir, it would be very easy. All he needed to do was to stay in the heavenly tower for 2 days and focus on condensing the 9 solar holy water. However, it was obviously impossible for him to do that. He couldn't let anyone else know his secret. Furthermore, the greedy look in the eyes of these two managers made him feel very uncomfortable. This had also branded the heavenly tower as an unreliable organization in his heart. Since Jiang brother needs a large amount of heaven elixir, I wonder if Jiang brother is interested in the devil realm? The great manager changed the topic and said with a crafty look in his eyes. Devil realm? Jiang Qin was startled. These 3 words had really brought him back to his memories. The devil realm was the gathering place of the devil race. The devil realm and the western region were neighbors, forming a separate dimension. In the past, when the devil race attempted to invade the mainland, they were suppressed by the Buddhist sects. Jiang Qin even went to the devil realm alone and killed the devil lords of the devil race, inflicting unimaginable damage to the devil race, forcing them to retreat into the devil realm, never daring to invade the mainland again. He never thought he would hear this name again today. The devil realm is an important place for the devil race. Devils are extremely fierce and cruel, and it's extremely dangerous inside. May I know why great manager mentioned the devil realm? Tyrant stood up from his seat and asked. To tell you the truth, tomorrow the disciples of the Tianyi Gate are going to sneak into the devil realm for training, and the heavenly tower will send quite a number of people there. The heavenly tower has business dealings with the devil sects in other regions. If Jiang brother is interested, you can follow the people of the heavenly tower and sneak into the devil realm to kill those devils. You can sell the devil souls you find to the heavenly tower and exchange them for the heaven elixir. I'm sure we won't treat Jiang brother badly. The great manager said. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He was a man who loved challenges, and there was no place in this world that he didn't have the courage to go. Little Qinzi, this old man is right. The heavenly tower's business has expanded beyond the western region. Although the Tianyi Gate can't be compared to the Great Leyin Temple, it is still one of the top powers in the Western region. In the Western region, there are always geniuses and cultivators who enter the devil realm to train themselves, kill devils, and sell the devil souls they find to some merchants in exchange for pills and treasures they need. These merchants will then sell the devil souls to the devil sects in other regions at a high price. In the divine continent, devil cultivators are also a major power. In almost every region, there are devil sects just like the four major powers of the Liang province and the Heavenly Devil Palace in China. Only the Western region doesn't have any devil sects, and no devil cultivators dare to enter the Western region to train themselves. This is an important place for Buddhist sects, a place that devil cultivators fear the most. Therefore, those devil sects and devil cultivators always have business dealings with the merchants in the Western region, buying devil souls. Tyrant explained to Jiang Chen using his divine sense. In fact, even if Tyrant didn't explain, Jiang Chen already knew that devil souls were useless to ordinary cultivators. At most, they could be used to refine combat weapons. However, for devil cultivators they were very useful. Therefore, it was reasonable for the Heavenly Tower to have business dealings with the devil sections. Furthermore, the devil realm was a great place for cultivators to train themselves. In the Western region, genius disciples from some major powers or groups of cultivators would often go to the devil realm to kill devils. The Great Lane Temple was happy to see this happen. Even their disciples would often go to the devil realm. After all, the devil race was the mortal enemy of mankind. Brother Jiang Chen, you can think about it. Seeing that Jiang Chen was interested, the great manager repeated. If that's the case, there's no harm in going to the devil realm. Jiang Chen nodded his head and agreed. For him, if he returned to the Liang province now with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to fight against the four major powers. Therefore, he might as well go to the devil realm first. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had his own plans. Going to the devil realm to train himself might be able to help him break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. With a stronger foundation, he could return to the Liang province with a bigger shock. Not only that, he was also very interested in the devil souls of those devils. Of course, he wouldn't exchange those devil souls with the Heavenly Tower for the Heavenly Elixir. It would be better if he cooperated with the devil sect, and when he returned to the Liang province, he might be able to make use of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Alright. Lu Hong, arrange a high-class VIP room for Jiang Chen. Tomorrow he will follow the disciples of the Tianyi Gate and enter the devil realm together. The great manager was pleasantly surprised and quickly said to Lu Hong. In fact, Lu Hong had a puzzled look on his face, because he had no idea why the great manager would be so happy all of a sudden. Normally, since Jiang Chen had run out of 9 solar holy water, there was no need for the great manager to be so polite. Even if the Heavenly Tower wanted a huge amount of devil souls, they wouldn't be short of Jiang Chen. After all, how many devils could a 4th grade combat king kill? However, Lu Hong could only obey the great manager's words. He gestured to Jiang Chen and said, "Young Master Jiang, this way please." Jiang Chen nodded his head, then strode out of the palace. "Hey, great manager, why don't you find this monk a nice girl to talk about life with?" Tyrant said to Lu Hong. However, before he could finish his words, Jiang Chen and Tan Lang had already disappeared from his sight. It seemed like they were in a hurry to cut ties with him. "Don't worry, great master. I guarantee you'll be satisfied," Lu Hong said with a smile on his face, as if he understood Tyrant's intention. After Jiang Chen and the other two left, the great manager's expression immediately changed. He was still smiling, but it was a sinister smile. "Great Elder, I'm sure that guy still has some extra 9 solar holy water with him. How could a young man like him have so much 9 solar holy water?" The second elder with a scar on his face said. "If it were you, would you be willing to exchange so much 9 solar holy water for the heavenly elixir?" The great manager asked. "Of course not. 9 solar holy water is extremely precious. Who would take it out so easily, let alone so much of it?" The second manager shook his head. "But this guy actually took out so much 9 solar holy water to exchange for 10 million heavenly elixir. This can only mean one thing: this amount of 9 solar holy water is nothing to him. He must have more 9 solar holy water, and even if he doesn't, he knows where to get it. That's why I thought of a way to keep him here," the great manager said. 9 solar holy water is a real treasure. If we can obtain a large amount of it, it would bring unimaginable benefits to our Tianyi Gate. Actually, there's no need for you to keep him here. You should have just captured him and forced him to hand over all his 9 solar holy water. The second elder's words sounded extremely sinister. "Nonsense. Our heavenly tower is known as the living sign, and we've never done something like this before. If this news were to spread out, who would dare to do business with us in the future? The great manager scolded. Why don't you let me kill them myself? No one will know about it and no one will know about it. The second elder stretched out his hand and drew a line across his neck, making a gesture of killing. No, the heavenly tower can never do something like this. If you ruin our reputation, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. The great manager immediately rejected the suggestion. If that's the case, why did you keep him here and even invited him to join the expedition to the Devil Realm? I'm sure you have a plan in mind. The second manager looked at the great manager. He knew the great manager too well. This man was a very shrewd man, otherwise he wouldn't have his current status. Of course we won't do it ourselves, but we can let the disciples of Tianyi Gate do it. Once they enter the Devil Realm, everything that happens there will have nothing to do with the Heavenly Tower. Among the disciples of Tianyi Gate who are going to the Devil Realm, there are some formidable combat king geniuses. We can just leave this Jiangchen and the 9 solar holy water to them. A faint smile emerged on the great manager's face. In his eyes, Jiangchen was just a 4th grade combat king, and was nothing to worry about. As long as Jiangchen agreed to enter the Devil Realm with the disciples of Tianyi Gate, he would be at the mercy of those geniuses of Tianyi Gate. Brilliant. Great manager, this is a brilliant move. Just let the disciples of your sect deal with this man, and it will have nothing to do with the Heavenly Tower. At that point of time, not only will we be able to get the 9 solar holy water from him, we can also force him to tell us where it came from. Chapter 544. As for going to the Devil Realm, Tyrant and Tan Lang didn't have any objections. They were now following Jiangchen, which meant that Jiangchen had become their backbone. Tyrant was a fearless man and he was quite interested in the Devil Realm. Furthermore, even if they returned to the Liang province now, they wouldn't be able to cause any real damage to the Shura temple. They might even be in mortal danger. After all, their cultivation base was still weak. At least, there was a huge gap between them and the 4 major powers of the Liang province. None of them could be a match for a combat emperor. Therefore, going to the Devil Realm now would not only bring them devil souls, it was also a chance for them to train themselves. Jiangchen was confident that he could break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. At that point of time, he would be able to kill an 8th grade combat king with ease, and he would have the strength to fight a 9th grade combat king. As for the conspiracy of the Heavenly Tower, Jiangchen and the other 2 didn't know about it. However, Jiangchen didn't care. The Heavenly Tower wanted to frame him so they would reap what they sowed. The one who would suffer in the end wouldn't be Jiangchen. The place where Jiangchen and the other 2 stayed was an exquisite courtyard. It was very quiet. Judging from the surface, the Heavenly Tower's hospitality was pretty good. Early the next morning, Lu Hong appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Creak. Just as Lu Hong was about to knock on the door opened automatically. Jiangchen and the other 2 walked out from the courtyard. Did you 3 have a good rest yesterday? Lu Hong asked with a smile on his face. I feel refreshed. Not bad. Jiangchen said. Young Master Jiang, everyone is here. Let's go now. Lu Hong said. Are we going straight to the Devil Realm? Tyrant asked. Let's meet up with the disciples of Tianyi Gate first, then we'll go to the Devil Realm together. Lu Hong said. Under Lu Hong's lead, Jiangchen and the other 2 arrived at a flat square at the top of the Heavenly Tower. Right now there were many people standing on the square, at least 20 of them. These people were all wearing different outfits and they weren't too old. The youngest was in his 20s, and the oldest was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. The only thing they had in common was the arrogance on their faces. They were all combat kings and they had the right to be arrogant. Jiangchen gave them a quick glance. Among these people, the strongest one was a 5th grade combat king, a very powerful cultivator. These people weren't disciples of the Heavenly Tower, they were here for a mission given by the Heavenly Tower. They were going to the Devil Realm to hunt devils and earn devil souls. In fact, all the combat kings could go to the Devil Realm themselves to hunt devils, but they chose to accept the mission given by the Heavenly Tower, and travel together with the disciples of Tianyi Gate. Although they would have to sell the devil souls to the Heavenly Tower in the end, with the help of the Heavenly Tower's genius disciples, their safety would be much safer. The Devil Realm was a very dangerous place where one could lose their life at any time. Therefore no one dared to be careless. Seeing the arrival of 3 more people, the others only glanced at Jiangchen and the other 2, then turned their attention away. Jiangchen and Tyrant had concealed their auras, so no one could tell their real cultivation base. However, as they looked too young, they didn't seem to be very powerful. therefore they didn't take them seriously. Not long after that, the great manager and the second manager flew over and landed in front of the square. With a warm smile on his face, the great manager said to the crowd, "Everyone, we're all here. I wish you all a safe return and a great amount of devil souls." Now, the second manager will bring you to meet up with the disciples of Tianyi Gate, and we will travel together to the devil realm. I believe with the protection of the disciples of Tianyi Gate, your safety won't be a problem. After saying that, the great manager didn't forget to smile at Jiang Chen. "Let's go." The second manager, who had a scar on his face, looked more ferocious than the great manager. Regardless of his appearance or character, he was not as easy to accept as the great manager. After saying that, the second manager leaped up into the sky. Over 20 combat kings flew up into the sky at the same time, chasing after the second manager. Jiang Qin, Tyrant and Tan Lang exchanged glances, then they too followed the crowd. Looking at Jiang Qin, who was following the army, the corner of the great steward's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Everything was under his control. Everything had been arranged by him. With such a group of powerful combat kings, their speed was extremely fast. Under the lead of the second manager, it only took them about 10 minutes to arrive at a mountain range. Right at this moment, there was another group of people standing on the mountain range in front of them. It was also a group of over 20 people, but the aura they emitted was much stronger than that of Jiang Chen's group. These 20 people were all wearing white clothes and the word Tianyi was embroidered on their chests. They were all disciples of Tianyi Gate and all of them were powerful combat kings. "This Tianyi Gate is much stronger than the Shura Temple," Tan Lang couldn't help but say. Of course, Tianyi Gate is guarded by a minor saint, so it's not something that the Shura Temple can compare to. There are countless combat kings geniuses in the Tianyi Gate, and even combat emperors aren't rare either. This kind of training without any combat emperors is the most common. Tyrant said. Tianyi Gate was a major power in the western region, while the Shura Temple was just one of the major powers in Xuanhu. The gap between them was like night and day. In the group of Tianyi Gate there was a man with a very strong body. He looked to be in his 30s and his face was ferocious, giving people a feeling that he was inhumane. However, his cultivation base was very strong, and it wasn't any weaker than the second manager. He was also an 8th grade combat king. "Second manager, are there only so many people?" the young man asked. "Yes, Chi-child, everyone is here." The second manager cupped his fists at the young man, showing a respectful expression. Although he was also an 8th grade combat king, there was still a huge gap between him and a genius like Chi-child. His status in Tianyi Gate was naturally lower than Chi-child, just like how the great elder of the Shura Temple couldn't be compared to xuanhuan. "Great, I never thought that the leader of this mission would be Chi-child of Tianyi Gate. With him, an 8th grade combat king, our safety won't be a problem." Of course, Chi-child is a famous figure among the disciples of Tianyi Gate. He is very strong and we are only going to the first level of the devil realm. As long as our luck isn't too bad with Chi-child's strength, he will be able to sweep through the first level. That's right. It's a wise decision for us to accept the mission from the Heavenly Tower. Following the geniuses of Tianyi Gate is much safer than traveling alone. When they found out that the leader of this mission was a man like Chi-child, a pleasantly surprised look emerged on everyone's face. Everyone listen carefully. This time you have to follow Chi-child's orders. Chi-child will guarantee your safety, the second manager said to the crowd. After that, he cupped his fists at Chi-child, then disappeared in a flash. "All of you stand at the back." A 5th grade combat king from Tianyi Gate waved his hand at the crowd. His words were filled with arrogance. The crowd was used to this kind of arrogance, so they weren't angry at all. They automatically moved to the back of the disciples of Tianyi Gate. If the geniuses of Tianyi Gate weren't arrogant, it would be abnormal. Chi-child walked in the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He smiled and said, "Your name is Jiang Chen?" "That's right." Jiang Chen nodded his head. "The 2 stewards have specifically asked me to take good care of you," Chi-child said with his eyes narrowed. Only he himself knew what he meant. "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chi." A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. "Damn it, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How can he be given special care by Chi-child? He must be someone with connections. Didn't you hear that? The 2 stewards of Heavenly Tower specifically asked him to do that." Many people's faces were filled with jealousy and envy. "Let's go." Young Master Chi let out a loud shout, then he took the lead and flew forward. The disciples of the heavenly sect followed closely behind him, and those who came here for the mission also followed closely behind. None of them dared show any neglect. Jiang Qin and the other two were flying at the back of the group, and they didn't say anything. Little Qinzi, why do I get the feeling that this Qi child is hostile towards you? Tyrant said in a low voice. Although he looked like a carefree person, he was actually a very careful person. He could sense a trace of hostility from Qi child, and even a trace of killing intent. He better not provoke me. A cold smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had basically figured out the whole story. Ever since the two stewards showed greedy expressions when they saw the 9 solar holy water yesterday, Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of the heavenly tower. Now, it looked like the heavenly tower was trying to use this method to deal with him. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all, and he didn't back off either. He was definitely going to the devil realm this time. If this Qi child didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But if he did, he would definitely make him regret it. The group continued flying in the void, wandering back and forth. After about half a day, they finally arrived at a desolate valley. It was a desolate and uninhabited place, and they could even sense a thick demonic energy. The devil realm is right in front of us. In a moment, I'll open up the spatial barrier of the first layer of the devil realm. Everyone be extra careful after entering the devil realm. Qi child said to the group. Roar! Right at this moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of them. A devil with black scales all over its body dashed out from the crack. It was a first-grade devil king. However, this devil king had a tragic ending. Right after it came out, it was killed by Qi child with a single slap, and its devil soul was taken out. This is the spatial node that connects to the devil realm. Due to the frequent attacks from the devil race, the spatial barrier here is very unstable. Devils will often crawl out from the crack, but those devils aren't very strong. They won't be able to cause any trouble, and will soon be eliminated by humans. Tyrant explained. Chapter 545. The first floor can't even withstand a single blow. Qi child said arrogantly after killing the first-grade devil king. After that, he shifted his gaze to the turbulent spatial barrier in front of him. A mere first-grade devil king dares to jump around in front of senior brother Qi? He's courting death. Of course. Senior brother Qi is an 8th-grade combat king. He has many powerful skills. He is invincible in the first floor of the devil realm. He can easily wipe out all the devil kings here. The disciples of Tianyi Gate didn't forget to flatter Qi child. In their eyes, Qi child was the most powerful existence. Also, with Qi child's status in the sect, if they could build a good relationship with Qi child, they would have a bright future in Tianyi Gate. Motherfucker, these guys are really hypocritical. Killing a first-grade devil king is an easy task for them. An 8th-grade combat king actually killed a first-grade devil king, and they are bragging about it to such an extent. Their flattery is really stinky and loud. Tyrant couldn't bear it any longer and said. His voice was very low, but everyone on the scene had good hearing. Everyone heard his words clearly. Bald donkey, what did you say? Are you courting death? The disciples of Heavenly Tower couldn't stand it anymore. They shouted at Tyrant. One of them, a 6th-grade combat king, appeared in front of Tyrant. It seemed like he was about to attack Tyrant. Come back. Qi child shouted coldly and said slowly, they are the distinguished guests that the great manager has asked us to take care of. Don't be rude to them. Qi child's mouth curved into a smile. It was a meaningful smile. Jiang Qin and Tyrant could clearly sense the killing intent in Qi child's eyes. When they thought of the great manager and the second manager's reaction, they seemed to have understood something. Jiang Qin and Tyrant glanced at each other. Lung Lung smiled. If this Qi child wanted to kill them in the devil realm, he would only be finding trouble for himself. Fuck, this monk is really an idiot. He actually dares to say such disrespectful words to Tianyi Gate disciples. I think many disciples of Tianyi Gate are angry. That's not all. I think even Qi child is angry. I reckon that when we reach the demon realm they won't have a good time, especially that monk. After we enter we must stay far away from them, lest we get unlucky. Those who came here with Jiang Qin from the Heavenly Tower couldn't help but keep a distance from Jiang Qin and the other two. Tyrant didn't even spare them a glance. He had never been interested in this group of people. Let me tell you something. The devil soul of a devil like the one just now can be exchanged for 10 heaven elixir in the Heavenly Tower. The higher the rank of the devil soul, the more heaven elixir can be exchanged for. Therefore, when we enter the demon realm, you will have to use your own methods. The devil soul you get will be your wealth. Chi-Child turned around and said to the crowd. Jiang Qin shook his head, thinking that the Heavenly Tower really knew how to do business. If they were to exchange the devil soul of a first-grade devil king with the devil cult, it would be worth at least 100 heaven elixir. But now they were only giving them 10 heaven elixir. It was not difficult to imagine how much the Heavenly Tower could earn by cooperating with the devil cult. However, the crowd didn't say anything. After all, they had chosen to come here from the Heavenly Tower, and the mission they accepted was the mission given by the Heavenly Tower. Therefore they had to accept the conditions offered by the Heavenly Tower. Since they were following the disciples of Tianyi Gate, it was equal to them receiving the protection of the Tianyi Gate disciples. Furthermore, they didn't have any conditions to exchange with the devil cult. It should be known that the people of the devil cult were ferocious people. Many of them were tyrannical. There was a great risk in exchanging with them. With their cultivation, it was very likely that they would be robbed directly. The people of the devil cult did not care about morality. At that time, not only would they not get a primordial heaven pill, they might even be in danger. Therefore, even though they knew the Heavenly Tower was trying to extort them, there was nothing they could do. After explaining the situation to the crowd, a talisman appeared in Chi-Child's hand. Under his control, the talisman transformed into a golden sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Chi-Child swung it at the void in front of him. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the void and a black portal emerged. Obviously, this talisman was crafted by the experts of Tianyi Gate, specifically for the purpose of opening the devil realm. Let's go. Chi-Child let out a loud shout, then took the lead and dashed into the black portal. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the scene. After him were the geniuses of Tianyi Gate. One after another, they followed behind Chi-Child and entered the devil realm. After them were the people from the Heavenly Tower. Jiang Qin and the other two were the last to enter the portal. After all the people had entered the portal, the torn portal disappeared in an instant, returning to its original state. Roar. Right after entering the devil realm, ferocious and brutal roars of evil devils could be heard. The entire devil realm was filled with dense devilish energies, and it had been tens of thousands of years since they last saw the sun. The devilish energies floating in the air had a certain degree of corrosive properties, and ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. If a young divine core warrior entered this place, there was no need for the evil devils to attack him, just the environment itself would be too much for him to handle. Roar, roar. Intense sounds of fighting could be heard coming from afar. Most likely the people from other superpowers had entered the devil realm a long time ago, and their goal was the same as theirs. They were here to hunt evil devils for training. Furthermore, the devil souls of evil devils were very precious in this place. I'll give each of you a talisman, keep it with you at all times. If you run into any danger or if you run into some evil devils you can't handle, just break the talisman and I'll come to your rescue immediately. After saying that, Chi-Child waved his hand and took out numerous golden talismans. As if these talismans had a mind of their own, they automatically flew toward each of the men. These men were extremely excited, and they immediately held the talismans in their hands. These were life-saving talismans. Thank you, Chi-Child. Thank you, Brother Chi. Those who accepted the mission and the disciples of Tianyi Gate said in unison. With the protection of an 8th grade combat king, their safety was guaranteed. If we're unlucky and encounter a terrifying 9th grade devil king, it'll be a disaster. Of course, the chances of encountering a 9th grade devil king is very small. As long as we don't go to the border between the 1st and 2nd layer, we won't encounter a 9th grade devil king. Unless our luck is too bad, we won't be able to do anything about it. Tyrant explained to Jiang Qin and Tan Lang along the way. As a Buddhist disciple of the Western domain, he had a very good understanding of the devil realm. Roar. Chapter 546. The evil devil had a very powerful aura, and it was at least a 3rd grade devil king. Evil devils were ferocious, and the devil realm was a very favorable environment for them. A powerful 3rd grade devil king could at least fight an ordinary 4th grade combat king. Of course, this brutal 3rd grade devil king was destined to meet a tragic end when it encountered Jiang Qin, Tyrant, and the others. Haha, let me test my strength first. Tan Lang burst into laughter. He was full of energy. After absorbing the 9 solar less Ron pill, not only did his body undergo a tremendous transformation, he had also broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm. Therefore, when he saw this devil, he couldn't wait to test his combat strength. Swoosh. After saying that, Tan Lang increased his speed and arrived in front of the devil in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his 4th-grade combat king aura perfectly, shocking the devil. Being able to reach the 3rd-grade devil king realm meant that he possessed intellect that didn't belong to a human. This devil king wasn't an idiot, and he knew that he was no match for this human in front of him. Although he could defeat ordinary 4th-grade combat kings, this young man in front of him was clearly not an ordinary 4th-grade combat king. He wasn't someone he could handle. The devil let out a loud roar, then spat out a gloomy devil energy toward Tan Lang. After that, it turned around and fled. Haha, trying to run? It's too late. Tan Lang burst into laughter. His body was glowing with a golden light. After being tempered by the heavenly lightning and the 9 solar less Ron pill, his body was filled with yang energy, and he wasn't afraid of the devil energy in this place. Tan Lang's body was glowing with a golden light, which destroyed the devil energy. After that, with incredible speed he caught up with the fleeing devil in an instant. Die for me. Tan Lang waved his hand and unleashed a powerful seal. The seal was covered with runes, and it carried a mighty force as it smashed toward the devil's head. Rumble, roar. The level 3 Demon King tried its best to resist, but it was not Tan Lang's opponent at all. The Demon King let out a mournful scream. Half of its body was directly smashed by Tan Lang's seal, and it let out a painful howl. Tan Lang laughed heartily, his face was filled with joy. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Devil King. He punched out, smashing the Devil King's head. The huge skull of the Devil King exploded, and a devil spirit with Densine energy jumped out. Tan Lang grabbed it in his hand. Haha, Brother Tan is really mighty. Jiang laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up to Tan Lang. It was not difficult to see that Tan Lang had completely transformed from his moves just now. Brother Jiang, don't laugh at me. You can keep this devil spirit. I have no use for it and I don't lack heaven elixir. Tan Lang threw the devil spirit to Jiang. For him, the devil spirit was indeed useless. Firstly, he could not refine it. Secondly, it was impossible for him to exchange it with the devil religion. Thirdly, he did not lack heaven elixir. Of course he did not lack it. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as Jiang, who could casually consume an astronomical figure. With a smile on his face, Jiang put away the devil soul. He didn't need to be courteous with Tan Lang. This devil soul might be useless to others, but to Jiang, it was extremely useful. Putting aside the fact that he could exchange it for heavenly yuan pills, he could also absorb this devil soul with the help of the dragon transformation skill. Soon after, the 3 of them sped forward, killing devils everywhere they could. To these 3 ferocious men, those devils were simply too weak. Tyrants sprinted all the way, but none of them could withstand a single strike. The 3 of them had been killing for half a day in the first layer of the devil realm. They had killed at least dozens of devil kings. The highest level was a 5th-grade devil king. Little Chinzi, killing devils like this is too slow. It's not satisfying at all. Tyrant said. Do you have any better ideas? Jiang smiled. The first layer of the devil realm is very vast. The deeper we go, the stronger the devil's cultivation base. Furthermore, there are devil caves in there. A large number of devils will rush out from them. Why don't we go and rob them? Tyrant suggested. If others were here, they would have fainted on the spot upon hearing the words rob a devil's cave. Damn it. This was simply courting death. Robbing a devil's cave in the first layer? Wasn't that just courting death? I think it's a good idea. Jiang nodded and hit it off with Tyrant. Immediately, the 3 of them sped towards the inner part of the devil realm. Little Chinzi, when do you think that Chi Child is going to deal with us? Tyrant asked curiously. My guess is that he is going to deal with me on the last day. This way we can work for him for free and obtain more devil spirits. However, I still don't want to be disturbed. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our plan. Take out the talismans given to you by Chi Child. Jiang said to Tyrant and Tan Lang. Tyrant and Tan Lang obeyed. They took out the talismans given to them by Chi Child and passed them to Jiang. What are you doing? Tyrant asked. Chi Child left his divine sense here. He can know where we are at any time. This feeling is very annoying. I'm going to cripple my divine sense now. Jiang snorted coldly and executed the Great Soul Derivation technique. His soul force rushed into the talisman like a sharp sword, shattering the divine sense left in it. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer of the devil realm, Chi Child's body swayed. His face was filled with anger. Damn it! How dare this bastard cripple my divine sense? Do you think you can escape from my grasp just like that? How childish and naive. I'll let you guys run wild for 2 days. On the 3rd day I'll teach you a lesson. Child said coldly. Although he had lost track of Jiang Qin and Tyrant's movements, everything was still within his control. As long as he wanted to, he could kill Jiang Qin and Tyrant at any time. On the other side, Jiang Qin casually threw away the shabby talisman, then flew toward the inner part of the devil realm. Not long after he left, he bumped into 4 men. They were all wearing the same outfit, and they were all disciples of Tianyi Gate. When Jiang Qin saw them, the disciples of Tianyi Gate also saw Jiang Qin and the others. In an instant, the 4 men flew toward them. Hold it right there. The leading man Lung Lung said. He was a 5th grade combat king and the other 3 were not weak either. Damn it, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Tyrant cursed. Don't think that I'm joking, and don't think that you can ignore my words just because you're from Tianyi Gate. I believe you've seen what happened to him. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone, pointing at the 2nd grade combat king who had been smashed into dust by Tyrant. Chapter 547. The 3 men from Tianyi Gate were so scared that they nearly wet their pants. None of them were idiots, and even if they were idiots they could still tell that these 3 guys in front of them weren't people they could afford to offend. Furthermore, these 3 guys didn't take them seriously at all. Just now, the monk had already killed one of them, and killing 3 more of them didn't seem to be a big deal. You, how dare you? You're here on a mission from the Heavenly Tower, but how dare you attack a disciple of Tianyi Gate? You're courting death. The 5th grade combat king said unwillingly, using the Tianyi Gate as a threat. The path of cultivation was a process that consumed a lot of resources, and as a combat king he would need a lot of resources to cultivate. If all of them were taken away, not only would they lose their own resources, they would also lose the face of Tianyi Gate, and would be looked down upon by others in the future. You take off your clothes as well. If you dare say another word, I'll even take your body parts. Jiang Qin pointed his finger at the 5th grade combat king and said. Hearing this, Tyrant rolled his eyes and said, Ba, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to take away someone's clothes? Although that was what Tyrant said, his eyes were still looking up and down at the 5th grade combat king. He murmured to himself, however, it's really rare to see a 5th grade combat king running around naked. The 5th grade combat king's face instantly turned pale. How could he be so unlucky? How could he offend these 2 freaks? If he was robbed so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left, and was forced to run around naked in the devil realm, if this news was spread out, he would no longer be able to show his face in the future. No matter where he went, he would become a laughing stock. No, don't, I'll give you all my treasures. The disciple didn't dare to be stubborn and immediately took out all of his belongings from his chi. Wealth could be earned again, but if he lost his life, then he would lose everything. The other 2 disciples didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out all their treasures. Aside from a large amount of heaven elixir and earth elixir, there were also many other types of elixirs. Most of them were healing elixirs that Jiang Qin couldn't see. There were also some demon spirits and elixirs that were kept by Jiang Qin. Those black demon spirits were obviously the fruits of their labor today. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Not only did they lose the demon spirits, they even lost their original belongings. There weren't any cultivation or combat skills in their chi. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't interested in them. After reaching the combat king realm, any cultivation or combat skill could be memorized with just a sweep of his divine sense. Except for some extremely powerful cultivation or combat skills that needed to be carefully studied, there was no need for them to carry any cultivation or combat skill scrolls with them. Jiang Qin and the other 2 left, leaving behind the 3 disciples of Tianyi Gate who were wearing gloomy expressions. In the end, the 5th grade combat king didn't manage to escape the calamity, and was stripped naked. Right now, he was using his yuan energy to cover his body, waiting for Jiang Qin and the others to leave before he took out a new set of clothes from his chi and put them on. After Jiang Qin and the other 2 disappeared, the 5th grade combat king quickly took out a new set of clothes and put them on. His expression became extremely unsightly, and he fiercely said to the 2 disciples next to him, Listen to me, if anyone dares to tell anyone about me being stripped naked, I'll skin you alive. Don't worry, senior brother, we'll definitely keep our mouths shut and won't tell anyone. Both of them hastily promised. Senior brother, those 3 guys are too arrogant. Not only did they rob us, they even killed our disciple. Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go? One of them said. How dare they kill a disciple of Tianyi Gate? They must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Let's go find senior brother Chi child, I guarantee they'll die without a burial place, and we'll get back double the wealth we've lost. The 5th grade combat king said in a ruthless manner. On the other side, Jiang Qin and the other two were rushing toward the first level of the devil realm, killing devils and harvesting devil souls in an unbridled manner, obtaining a huge amount of wealth. I think from now on, aside from hunting devils, we can use another mode. Tyrant suggested. What mode? Tanlang asked. Rob whoever you see. Jiang Qin grinned. We're kindred spirits. Tyrant gave Jiang Qin a thumbs up. He felt that fighting alongside Jiang Qin was a very satisfying thing. Jiang Qin was able to do whatever he wanted without being restrained by the secular world. Haha. Tan Lang burst into laughter as well. To be honest, the time he spent with Jiang Qin was the most carefree time he had ever had. His way of doing things had changed as well. In his mind, Jiang Qin was a man who could be both righteous and evil at the same time. If he didn't like something, he would get involved in it. He always did things his own way and wasn't bound by the rules of the secular world. He was cruel to his enemies, but he treated his own people 100 times better. He was a man with his own heart, and there was always an invisible charm around him that made those who followed him feel attracted. As for robbing whoever they saw, Tan Lang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This was a chaotic environment and it was probably not much better than the chaotic ocean. Furthermore, if someone was robbing you, why would you be polite? However, I still feel that we should first enter the devil realm and kill the stronger devils. On the 3rd day we can start robbing them. If we rob them now, we won't get much wealth. Jiang Qin said. Since that's the case, we will make whoever dares to rob us run around naked. On the 3rd day we will make everyone run around naked. Tyrant said in a very serious tone. Jiang Qin and Tan Lang were speechless. Was this guy really a monk? The 3 of them flew for several thousand li, and the devil kings they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Their harvest was not small at all. At this time, the 3 of them arrived in the sky above a secluded valley. Something's wrong. This place is filled with devil chi. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of devils here. Why isn't there even one? Tan Lang said with a frown. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful devil king hiding here. That's why the other devil kings don't dare to stay here. Jiang Qin said. That's right. That must be it. We have to be more careful. Tyrant nodded. Just as Tyrant's voice faded, a world-shaking roar resounded. No, the roar was overlapping. It should be 2 roars of anger. 2 black pillars of light abruptly shot up from the valley, piercing through the clouds. Endless devil chi turned into devil flames, steaming in the sky. It seemed like the void was going to be burned to ashes. The 2 enormous beings were covered in black scales and looked extremely terrifying. However, from the surface, these 2 great demons were at least 200 feet tall. They were like small mountains. It was too frightening. 7th grade devil king. 2 rays of light shot out from Tyrant's eyes. 2 7th grade devil kings, and they're at the peak of the 7th grade. Hee Tyrant, it seems like we're going to show our true strength this time. Jiang Qin chuckled. Even though he was facing a 7th grade devil king, his face was still calm and relaxed, without any signs of nervousness. Although a 7th grade devil king is powerful, the Buddhist skill that I'm cultivating is the nemesis of the devil race. Even if they're at the peak of the 7th grade, I can still kill them. However, little Qinzi, you're only a peak 4th grade combat king. Can you deal with a peak 7th grade devil king? Tyrant was worried about Jiang Qin. After all, there was a gap of 3 grades between them. Tyrant was a 6th grade combat king, so he wasn't afraid of a 7th grade devil king. Don't worry, my ability to restrain devils is better than your Buddhist skills. We'll take one each, let's see who can kill them first. A strong desire to fight burst out from Jiang Qin's body. In fact, he was a little disappointed when he found out that they were only 7th grade devil kings. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was filled with yang energy. The true thunder fire and the true dragon flame were the nemesis of devils. Therefore he had a great advantage when fighting devils. He was confident that he could even defeat an 8th grade devil king. However, the 2 devils in front of him weren't weak either. They were at the peak of the 7th grade devil king, and they were only 1 step away from the 8th grade. Such powerful devils would only exist in the depths of the first layer of the devil realm. The place where Jiang Qin and Tyrant were standing right now was a place that most humans wouldn't dare to step into. Tan Lang automatically retreated. In the face of such a battle, he could only be a spectator. There was nothing he could do even if he wanted to intervene. Roar! The two powerful 7th grade devil kings had already seen Jiang Chen and Tyrant, or else they wouldn't have jumped out. They walked toward Jiang Chen and Tyrant step by step. They seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, every step they took covered a very long distance. Every time their feet landed on the ground, the mountains and valleys in the area would shake violently. The dense and gloomy devil energy could make one's soul tremble. Fighting with devils of this level, it's so satisfying just thinking about it. Tyrant licked his lips. It hadn't been long since he reached the 6th grade combat king realm, and it was a continuous advancement. Therefore he couldn't wait to find an expert to test his combat strength. The two 7th grade devil kings in front of him were perfect for him to practice his skills. Devil kings had strong bodies and cruel methods, making them extremely difficult to deal with. When two peak 7th grade devil kings joined hands, even an 8th grade combat king like Chi Child would have to be careful when dealing with them. After all, he wasn't like Jiang Chen and Tyrant, who had the means to restrain devils. Boom! Two golden airwaves rushed out from Jiang Chen and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Their auras didn't belong to the two 7th grade devil kings. Chapter 548. The devil race hated the Buddhist sect the most. Normally, when they saw humans, their first reaction would be to eat them. However, when they saw a human monk, they would want to tear him into pieces before eating him. The main reason why the devil race had degenerated to the point where they could only hide in the devil realm was because of the suppression from the Buddhist sect. Two 7th grade devil kings soon arrived in front of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. They kept roaring and attacking Jiang Chen and Tyrant at the same time. Boundless devilish energy swept across the place, interweaving into a gigantic net of devilish energy that enveloped the area in front of them. Come! Jiang Chen's body swayed, then he punched out with his fist. His fist was covered with raging flames, the flames of extreme yang. The combination of the true dragon flame and the lightning flame was the nemesis of these devils. Jiang Chen was very interested in these two devil kings. Putting aside how many days he could sell them for elixir, once Jiang Chen refined them, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Once he reached the 5th grade combat king realm, Chi Child would no longer be a threat to him. Jiang Chen currently had 27,500 dragon marks in his body. He only needed another 500 dragon marks to break through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Two 7th grade devil kings' devil souls were more than enough for him to break through. Sizzle! Jiang Chen's fist broke through the gigantic net of devilish energy. Raging flames spread in all directions, burning away all the devilish energy. When the devilish energy saw Jiang Chen's flames, it was like a mouse that had seen a cat, quickly running away. Bang! Jiang Chen's fist collided with the gigantic fist of the 7th grade devil king. The strength of over 20,000 dragon marks was simply terrifying. Even when facing a peak 7th grade devil king, it wasn't any weaker. Just the pure strength of this punch had forced the devil king to take a few steps back. Furthermore, the flames that overflowed from Jiang Chen's fist had covered the devil king's fist like a tarsal bone, producing a sizzling sound. The devil king couldn't get rid of the flames no matter how hard he tried. The demon king was enraged. It hurriedly circulated its origin devil chi to extinguish the flames. In its tyrannical eyes, besides anger, there was also a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Jiang Chen. Or rather, it was not fear of Jiang Chen but fear of the flames. The flames were too powerful. They were even more terrifying than the pure Buddhist light of Buddhism. They were the nemesis of the demon race. On the other side, Tyrant was even more ferocious. He immediately struck out the Fudo seal. The huge seal directly evolved into a Buddha and heavily collided with the Devil King. The Devil King issued a miserable shriek as his huge body was sent flying. The monk, who was a 6th grade combat king, and possessed an innate suppressive ability, dealing with a 7th grade Devil King was as easy as blowing off dust. The Devil King simply couldn't withstand the monk's attack. However, the devils were all tyrannical existences. They were ferocious by nature. After being sent flying by the monk, they immediately dragged their huge bodies and rushed over again. Tyrant, I'm going to release you from purgatory. Tyrant's aura soared into the sky, and the Buddhist light shone brightly. He was going to release someone from purgatory once again. The Buddhist light emitted from his body was pure golden in color, and there were some faint Sanskrit floating above it. All the devilish energies would automatically avoid his Buddhist light, as if they were facing their most terrifying natural enemy. Rumble. Once again Tyrant struck out with the Fudo seal. This seal was one of the 3 great seals of Buddhism. However, Tyrant hadn't fully comprehended the essence of the Fudo seal, so he couldn't unleash its full power. The 3 great seals had been lost for a long time, and only Ancestor Green Lotus knew how to use them. The reason why the Great Lane Temple kept inviting Great Master Ranfeng to Green Lotus Mountain was because of the ancient scripture and the 3 great seals. After obtaining one of the 3 great seals, Tyrant's combat strength was limitless. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Tyrant could obtain all 3 seals one day, combined with the Fudo seal and the Fudo seal, its power would be unimaginable. This time, the power of the Fudo seal was much stronger than the previous one. The 7th grade Devil King couldn't withstand it at all. As soon as the Devil King charged forward, it was sent flying away by the seal. The scales on its body were sent flying and blood was everywhere. Tyrant didn't show any mercy and once again pounced forward. If the battle continued like this, it wouldn't take long before the Devil King was killed by Tyrant. On the other side, seeing that Tyrant was so ferocious that he could kill the 7th grade Devil King in just a few strikes, Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He completely unleashed his aura, and the shadow of a dragon danced around his body. Along with the dragon roar, his entire body seemed to have become more mystical. Both of his hands were suddenly covered with dragon scales, and a pair of dragon claws appeared. After that, a scarlet flame started rolling on his palms. "Today I'll use you to test my fire dragon seal." Xianxia let out a loud shout. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the area, and a gigantic fire dragon was unleashed from his palms. It condensed into a gigantic fire dragon seal, and with lightning speed, it arrived in front of the Devil King. The dragon roar resounded once again. After the fire dragon seal collided with the Devil King's body, it directly transformed into a fire dragon. This huge fire dragon was more than 10 zhang long, and it transformed into a sea of fire, firmly trapping the Devil King within. Roar, roar! The Devil King roared unceasingly, and it was an intense scream. It felt like millions of fire dragons were burning its body. It unleashed Devil Chi to block it, but these flames were the natural enemy and nemesis of Devil Chi. Just as the Devil Chi came out, it would be burned into nothingness by the flames. And the suppression of the flames was merely a suppression of the element. The true terror of the fire dragon seal was its powerful attack power. Half of the Devil King's body was directly destroyed. "Die for me!" Xianxia let out another roar. He waved his hand and struck out a true dragon palm, enveloping the Devil King. With a cracking sound, the 7th grade Devil King's head was directly crushed, and a devil soul was extracted by Xianxia. Seeing this, Tyrant rolled his eyes. He was still worried about Xianxia, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be so ferocious, killing a 7th grade Devil King with just one move. This was simply too dazzling. "This damned monster, he's actually ahead of me." Tyrant couldn't help but feel depressed. However, the 7th grade Devil King he was fighting wasn't any better. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Tyrant waved his hand and struck out another Fudo seal. That Devil King could no longer resist, and its huge body was crushed into a mist of blood, and its devil soul was extracted. 2 freaks. Tan Lang, who was watching the battle from afar, sighed helplessly. He wanted to see an evenly matched battle, but he didn't expect it to end so quickly. Tyrant was still fine. After all, he was a 6th grade combat king. In addition to the suppression of the devil race, killing a 7th grade Devil King wasn't a big deal. However, Xianxia was too terrifying. He was merely a 4th grade combat king. However, Tan Lang could also see that the main reason why Xianxia and Tyrant were able to kill 2 7th grade Devil Kings so quickly was because their techniques were the natural enemy of devils, especially Xianxia's. His flame was too ferocious, it had completely suppressed the devil. With this kind of suppression, even if Xianxia was facing an 8th grade Devil King, he would still be able to kill it easily. If it was any other human being, they would need to be at least a peak 8th grade combat king to kill a 7th grade Devil King so easily. This was their advantage, the advantage of suppressing each other. It couldn't be helped. When the devil encountered Xianxia and Tyrant, it was destined to be a tragedy. "It's not satisfying enough." Xianxia shook his head. "That's easy. Come, let's go to the Devil Cave." Tyrant casually threw the devil soul to Xianxia, then strode toward the inner part of the first level of the devil realm. Xianxia smiled mischievously and kept the devil soul. He knew that this thing wasn't useful to Tyrant and Tan Lang, so he kept all the devil souls he found after entering the devil realm. This was a huge fortune. He could absorb the true high-grade devil souls, and sell the rest of them to exchange for the heaven elixir, which was exactly what Xianxia needed. Soon, the 3 of them entered the inner part of the first level of the devil realm. The devil energy here was much denser than the previous areas. Even Jiang Qin and Tyrant had to be extra careful in this place. With their abilities they could handle an 8th grade Devil King, but if they were to encounter a 9th grade Devil King, they could only run away. However, Jiang Qin still had a trick up his sleeves. He wanted to challenge the limit of his combat strength, so he didn't absorb the Devil Soul. If he really encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat, he would immediately absorb the 7th grade Devil Soul in his hand and break through to the 5th grade Combat King. There was a black mountain in front of them. Looking at it from afar, it was hard to see the shape of the mountain because it was surrounded by thick devil energy. The thick devil energy had completely covered the mountain, making it impossible to see its original appearance. Roars of devils were heard coming from the bottom of the mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. If I'm not mistaken, there is a devil cave in front of us. Let's go there and kill some devil souls, then we'll escape and look for another devil cave. Tyrant said. Isn't that too troublesome? Can't we just guard a devil cave? Tan Lang said. What do you know? If we guard a devil cave, it's very likely that we'll attract some big fellows, and if a 9th grade Devil King comes out, we won't be able to defeat it. Of course, if it's a 9th grade Devil King, we'll still have a chance to escape. But if it's a great Devil Emperor, we'll be dead meat. Every devil cave is connected to the 2nd level of the devil realm, and there are big fellows everywhere. What Tyrant said is right. The monk is right. We can't specially guard a demon's den. Jiang Qin nodded his head. What Tyrant said made sense. With their current strength, if they really attracted a great devil emperor, they wouldn't even know how they died, let alone escape. Chapter 549. Swoosh, swoosh, chilly winds were blowing, and the entire place was filled with an eerie devilish energy. Deafening roars of evil devils resounded throughout the entire valley, sending shivers down anyone's spine. More and more evil devils were rushing out from the devil caves. Most of them were devil kings, and there were also a few combat soul evil devils. However, as soon as these combat soul evil devils appeared, they immediately ran away from the devil kings and headed toward the exit of the 1st layer of the devil realm. Jiang Qin and the other 2 quietly approached them. They weren't interested in these combat soul evil devils, as their targets were those frightening devil kings. Only the devil souls of devil kings could be sold for a good price. In the divine continent, combat king realm cultivation was the most basic requirement, as only combat kings could survive. Even the mighty combat emperors couldn't be considered as superior existences. This was a magnificent world, and the natural yuan energy here was extremely rich. The eastern continent couldn't compare with it. There are a lot of evil devils here. Just the number of evil devils that we can see is at least 8 or 9 of them. Tan Lang said with mixed emotions. Jia, let's just kill them all. Evil devils have a very strong reproductive ability, and if we don't kill more of them, it won't take long for the devil realm to rise again. Furthermore, when the number of evil devils increases to the point where the devil realm can't contain them all, the devil realm will once again invade the human race. Therefore, we don't have to feel guilty for killing these guys. Tyrant said with an eerie smile on his face. He had completely revealed his true nature. He didn't even have the standard, Amitba, anymore. Don't be so polite, just kill them all. Jiang Qin coldly shouted. He was the first one to dash forward. In his hand, the Heavenly Saint Sword appeared. The surface of the Heavenly Saint Sword was covered with a dazzling red flame. Under the impact of the flame, all devilish energies had to retreat. That was the natural nemesis of all devilish energies, a true natural enemy. Rorn, one of the devil kings, was startled when he saw the human. He didn't expect a human to be so daring as to enter the center of the 1st layer of the devil realm. After that, the devil king finally reacted, and he dashed toward Jiang Qin with his gigantic body. Die. Jiang Qin's attack was merciless. The Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand was covered in boiling flames as it slashed toward the devil's head. Puchi. How terrifying was the Heavenly Saint Sword. Now that it had been refined by Jiang Qin, it had become powerful enough. With the Heavenly Saint Sword's current level, no ruler weapon could compare to it. Even when facing ordinary Emperor weapons, the Heavenly Saint Sword would not be outdone. The only flaw was that the main body of the Heavenly Saint Sword had yet to be found. So far, only 3 fragments of the sword had been found. The remaining 4 fragments were scattered in different places in Saint Origin World. Jiang Qin had to take his time to collect all the sword fragments. The level 4 Demon King was directly split in half by Jiang Qin. Its body was incinerated by flames, instantly turning into a sea of fire. A demon spirit jumped out from its head. As if it was summoned, it automatically fell into Jiang Chen's hand and was stored by Jiang Chen. On the other side, two powerful devil kings dashed toward Tyrant at the same time. Tyrant's body was glowing with Buddhist light. He struck out his palm toward the two devil kings, conjuring a huge Buddhist palm. Due to the gap in strength between the two devil kings, they didn't even have time to react before they were smashed into blood mist by Tyrant's palm, dying tragically on the spot. Can't even withstand a single blow. Tyrant's killing intent soared into the sky, and he didn't look like a monk at all. His attacks were ruthless and each strike was deadly. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed 4 devil kings. Jiang Chen didn't want to be outdone either, he killed 4 devil kings as well. Tan Lang was slightly weaker, but he still killed a 4th grade devil king which was at the same level as him. This was an amazing feat, as it was impossible for anyone to kill a devil king at the same level as him. After these 3 ferocious men appeared, they killed all the devil kings in the valley in just a blink of an eye. However, none of these devil kings were too strong. The strongest among them was only a 5th grade combat king. For Jiang Chen and the others, these devil kings posed no challenge or threat to them at all. There aren't any powerful devil kings. If there is an 8th grade devil king, we can fight it together. That would be great. Tyrant said in a dissatisfied manner. Let's stay in this devil cave. From now on, kill all the evil devils that come out, don't let any of them escape. It won't take long before a powerful devil king comes out. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. After that, the 3 of them formed a triangle formation and tightly guarded the devil cave. Not to mention those gigantic evil devils, even a fly wouldn't be able to escape from them. Buzz. Soon, the whirlpool outside the devil cave started shaking once again. In just an instant, more than a dozen evil devils came out from the devil cave. However, it was obvious that these evil devils didn't have strong cultivation bases, as they were only at the combat soul realm. Boom. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and spat out a flame. The flame instantly turned into a sea of flames and engulfed all the evil devils. Miserable screams filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, all the evil devils were burned to ashes. Even their devil souls were burned to ashes. Jiang Chen didn't care about these combat soul devil souls. Little Chinzi, what kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful? It's like it's the bane of these evil devils. Tyrant couldn't help but ask. He had noticed Jiang Chen's frightening flame, but he didn't ask about it. This is the true thunder flame I absorbed when I was transcending the heavenly tribulation. It's the most yang existence in the world, the bane of these evil beings. My flame has a great suppressive effect on them. In front of me, these evil devils can't even use half of their strength. Jiang Chen explained. The dragon transformation skill was his secret, and he didn't want to tell anyone about it. That's why he kept the true dragon flame a secret. However, many people knew about him transcending the heavenly tribulation, so there was no need for him to keep the true thunder flame a secret. No wonder you're really a heaven-defying guy. Not only did you survive the heavenly tribulation, you even absorbed the true thunder flame. I'm really jealous of you. Tyrant curled his lips and said. Damn you, a monk is nothing. You're just a fake. Jiang Chen glared at Tyrant. Look, it looks like a big guy is coming out. Tyrant said all of a sudden. Another valiant being rushed out from the constantly squirming whirlpool. This time, judging from its chi, it was a 7th grade devil king. Such a devil soul was also the most valuable one among all of them. Let's attack together. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and swung the heavenly saint sword. At the same time, Tyrant removed the prayer beads from his neck and threw them forward. Boom. That tragic 7th grade devil king could only let out a miserable cry. It didn't even have the chance to see its enemy before it was killed. Its huge body was smashed into pieces, and its devil soul was taken away. Is there a need for you two to do this? Tan Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This 7th grade devil king wasn't as strong as the 2 they met before. Either Jiang Chen or Tyrant could easily deal with it, but these 2 guys just had to join hands and use their king weapons. This was simply not giving the devil king a chance to live. This is more satisfying. Tyrant chuckled. For the next few hours, the 3 of them stood guard outside the devil cave. As long as a devil came out from the cave, no matter what level it was, they were all killed. Not a single one of them was able to escape to the first layer of the devil world. Jiang Chen's harvest was indeed huge. Up until now, he had a total of 150 devil king devil souls, including 4 7th grade devil king devil souls. If this amount of wealth were to be exchanged for heaven elixir, it was hard to imagine how much heaven elixir he could exchange for. If Jiang Qin personally went to the devil cult with these devil souls, a first-grade devil soul could be exchanged for at least 100 heaven elixir, and a second-grade devil soul could at least double that amount. The higher the rank, the more heaven elixir could be exchanged for. Furthermore, exchanging devil souls for heaven elixir was much better than exchanging 9 solar holy water. This could be seen from the fact that Jiang Qin brought 9 solar holy water to the heavenly tower. The temptation of 9 solar holy water was simply too great. Even a big sect like the Tianyi Gate was tempted by it, let alone the devil cult. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was better not to expose a treasure like 9 solar holy water to the public. So, all of a sudden, a chilly wind blew across the area. The whirlpool began to shake violently, and a gigantic devil wolf rushed out from it. It wasn't hard to imagine that the devil king that was about to come out from the cave would be at a very frightening level. Little Qinzi, the 8th grade devil king, is coming out. Tyrant's eyes lit up. Get ready for battle. A hint of excitement emerged on Jiang Qin's face. After killing for a few hours, they finally lured out a big guy. An 8th grade devil king was not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin and Tyrant were preparing to attack together. After killing this 8th grade devil king, they would immediately leave this place and look for other devil caves. An earth-shattering roar was heard. The whirlpool went berserk and a black beam of light shot up into the sky. A 300-meter-tall devil king rushed out from the whirlpool. Its body was so huge that it looked like a small mountain. The devil king had a ferocious and ugly appearance, and anyone who looked at it would feel their blood run cold. After the 8th grade devil king appeared, it immediately locked its gaze on Jiang Qin and the other two. Flames of fury could be seen burning in its eyes. It was certain that the situation that happened just now was caused by these 3 damned humans. What was even more hateful was that there was a monk here. The devil race hated monks the most. Long. The 8th grade devil king completely unleashed its chi. The devil might overflowed the sky, and its fangs were 1 meter long. It was eerie and scary, and it could make people's blood run cold. The 8th grade devil king waved both of its palms at the same time. The huge palms of the devil king brought along boundless devil waves, slapping towards Jiang Qin and Tyrant respectively. As for Tan Lang, the devil king could tell that he was the weakest among them, so it didn't put him in its eyes. Tan Lang was also very tactful. Facing such a battle, he immediately retreated far away. Rumble, the huge devil seal collided with the 2 imprints of the purest and purest yang. A loud explosion shook the surroundings, and the endless devil waves were blown away. The destructive force of the collision directly tore a huge crack in the void, and Densine Qi drifted out from it. Even though the 8th grade devil king had unleashed his powerful devil seal, he still wasn't a match for the joint attack of Jiang Qin and Tyrant. These 2 monsters were too terrifying, and they had a very strong foundation. The 8th grade devil king was pushed back once again. Many of the tough scales on his body fell off, and blood gushed out from his body. The 8th grade demon king went completely berserk. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. With his own ability, he couldn't even defeat 2 puny humans. What made him even more shocked was the fact that the attacks of these 2 humans had a great restraining effect on him. However, this made the 8th grade demon king even more determined to eliminate these 2 humans in front of him. Otherwise, they would certainly become the biggest scourge of the demon race in the future. Clang. That 8th grade devil king was indeed powerful. As his anger rose, his aura also rose, becoming much more tyrannical than before. At the same time, a gigantic devil saber that was 30 meters long appeared in his hand. That devil saber was incomparably sinister and sharp. There were spikes on the back of the saber, and it was covered with black devil chi. The devil chi formed into skulls, looking extremely terrifying. What a good devil weapon. Jiang Qin couldn't help but praise it. The devil weapon in the 8th grade devil king's hand was the highest grade compared to the king weapon. The power it could unleash was only second to the emperor weapon. Weapons had always been the weakness of the demons and outsiders. They didn't have the means to refine battle weapons, so it was extremely difficult for them to obtain a demon weapon. Even a powerful demon king would find it difficult to obtain a ruler weapon. Normally, those who had a battle weapon would refine their own natal demon weapon, but a natal demon weapon was the same as a life weapon. It wasn't easy to refine one. If he could snatch the devil weapon in the 8th grade devil king's hand and exchange it with the devil cult, He had no doubt that the devil kings of the cult would fight desperately for it. Tyrant, this devil king is very powerful. He has already condensed his own natal devil weapon. It seems like we have to get serious. Jiang Qin drew out the heavenly saint sword. The strength of this 8th grade devil king was much more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed like he had to show some of his true abilities if he wanted to get rid of this devil king. Amit Ba. Tyrant slowly took off the prayer beads on his neck. The prayer beads emitted a dazzling golden light. Under Tyrant's control, each of the prayer beads grew bigger and the mystical patterns on them became clearer. Wula Baha. The 8th grade devil king uttered some incomprehensible devil language. Although no one could understand what it was saying, the message it wanted to express was very clear. It wanted Jiang Qin and Tyrant to die. All the devil energy in the 8th grade devil king's body was instilled into the devil weapon in its hand. It slashed at Jiang Qin and Tyrant. Wherever the devil weapon passed, a crack would appear in the void. It wasn't hard to imagine the power of this attack. It was enough to split a mountain in half. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind. Tyrant didn't have any hair, but the scar on his head was shining brightly. The heavenly saint sword was thrown out by Jiang Qin. Its momentum wasn't any weaker than the devil weapon of the 8th grade devil king. Tyrant's prayer beads were also extremely powerful. The two king weapons collided with the devil weapon at the same time. Rumble. The collision was simply earth-shattering. The entire valley was on the verge of being destroyed. The destructive force was too strong. Just the aftershock alone was enough to tear an ordinary combat king to shreds. Tan Lang looked at the battle from afar and could only shake his head quietly. Although he was also a rare genius, there was still a huge gap between him and Jiang Qin and Tyrant. One was a freak by nature, and the other had obtained the inheritance of ancestor Green Lotus. When they joined forces, they were more than enough to sweep the world. The restraint of their attributes was too strong. When the 8th grade devil king fought with them, it always gave the 8th grade devil king an incomparably sullen feeling. It was suppressed in every aspect and it couldn't unleash its full strength. After the 8th grade devil king took out his powerful devil weapon, the two of them worked together and defeated the devil king. The two of them roared madly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They attacked the 8th grade demon king again and again, unleashing a chaotic battle in the valley. The surrounding mountains were all shattered, and the ground below was constantly sinking under the impact. After more than 10 minutes, the battle still hadn't come to an end. What surprised Jiang Qin was the 8th grade devil king's resistance. Although it had been beaten black and blue, it was still as fierce as a tiger. Coupled with the powerful devil weapon in its hand, it seemed like it wouldn't be possible to end the battle quickly and kill the 8th grade devil king in a short period of time. Furthermore, if the 8th grade devil king chose to run away, it would definitely be able to do so. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered. It seemed like he had to come up with a plan. He only needed to absorb 1 or 2 devil souls of the 7th grade devil king, and he would be able to break through to the 5th grade combat king. At that point of time, killing an 8th grade devil king would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, Jiang Qin didn't want to break through right now. He still wanted to strengthen his combat strength. However, Jiang Qin still had another plan: the Earth Jail. Now that the 8th grade devil king was standing on the ground, the Earth Jail could be used to launch a sneak attack. As long as he and Tyrant worked together, it wouldn't be difficult to kill this 8th grade devil king. Tyrant, I'll launch a sneak attack on him later. Find the right time to strike and kill him with a single strike. Jiang Qin said to Tyrant. How are we going to launch a sneak attack? Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin, wondering what other methods Jiang Qin would use to launch a sneak attack. It wasn't an easy task to launch a sneak attack on an 8th grade devil king. Just watch. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately unleashed the Earth Jail. An invisible ripple spread out from the ground and turned into an invisible cage, instantly trapping the gigantic 8th grade devil king. Bang! The 8th grade devil king was caught off guard, causing it to kneel on the ground. The invisible earth force was too powerful. Even an 8th grade devil king would suffer if he was caught off guard. The Earth Jail was an innate ability, and it would become stronger as Jiang Qin's cultivation base improved. Chapter 551. Bang. The Buddhist beads accurately smashed on the head of the 8th grade devil king. The devil king was still in a state of shock from the sneak attack of the earth force. He didn't even have the time to resist Tyrant's sudden attack. It wasn't hard to imagine that Tyrant's attack could kill a 9th grade devil king, let alone an 8th grade devil king. The The 8th grade Devil King let out a miserable cry. Half of its head had been smashed apart, and blood was gushing out from its wound. However, it was still alive and it still wanted to fight back. However, how could Jiang Qin give it the chance to do so? After unleashing the Earth Jail, Jiang Qin immediately dashed forward. Before the 8th grade Devil King could stand up, the Heavenly Saint Sword had slashed down toward its head. Puchi. Without a doubt, the 8th grade Devil King was met with a tragedy. It was sliced in half by Jiang Qin's sword, and its gigantic body was split into two. It died on the spot. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and kept the devil's soul, along with the devil weapon. This was a good thing. It would be a waste not to take it. It was not easy to meet a Devil King who owned a natal devil weapon. Little Qinzi, what kind of combat skill did you cast just now? How could it make that Devil King fall for it? Tyrant kept the Buddhist beads and looked at Jiang Qin curiously. The Earth Prison can make use of the Earth Force to launch a sneak attack and restrain the opponent for a short period of time. However, this combat skill has its drawbacks. The opponent must be standing on the ground for it to work. If the opponent is fighting in the sky, it will be useless as the Earth Force won't be able to affect the opponent. Jiang Qin explained. He didn't mention the origin of this combat skill. After all, the fact that the dragon transformation skill could refine any bloodline under the heaven and earth was too abnormal. It would easily scare people if it was spread out. Awesome. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Jiang Qin. In his opinion, not only was Jiang Qin's cultivation and combat strength monstrous, he also had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. It was really stupid to make an enemy out of such a freak. Fortunately, they were friends. You two freaks are too ferocious. You even killed a level 8 demon king. Tan Lang stepped forward and witnessed the intense battle just now. Tan Lang was completely speechless at the two ferocious freaks in front of him. He could imagine how stupid it was for Chi Child and the disciples of Tianyi Gate to deal with these two people. We have to leave this place now and look for other devil's dens. If we continue to stay here, it is very likely that we will attract the real big fellows. If we attract a 9th grade Devil King or even a Devil Emperor, then we will be in big trouble. Jiang Qin said. After that, the three of them left this place. This valley that was initially extremely tranquil had already been destroyed beyond recognition after the battle earlier on. Only that Devil/S den was left intact. For the next day, Jiang Qin and the other two roamed around the devil's dens. They found a total of 3 devil's dens, killed a large number of devil kings and killed an 8th grade devil king. It could be said that their harvest was huge. In just 2 days, Jiang Qin had obtained at least 300 devil souls, 2 8th grade devil souls and 8 7th grade devil souls. If they were all converted into heaven elixir, it would be an enormous number. On the 3rd day, the 3 of them returned from the depths of the first layer of the devil realm, wandering around different regions. Stop. Right when the 3 of them were moving forward, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from not far away from their left. Jiang Qin and the other 2 saw 6 to 7 combat kings rushing toward them at high speed. Soon they surrounded them. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples of Tianyi Gate. The leader of the group was a 6th grade combat king, which was similar to Tyrant's cultivation base. Anger and ridicule emerged on the faces of these disciples of Tianyi Gate. Before entering the devil realm, Jiang Qin and Tyrant had disrespected them, and they had always kept that in mind. Therefore, when they saw them, they immediately surrounded them. I never thought that you would still be alive and well. It looks like you guys do have some abilities. The 6th grade combat king sneered. Dear benefactors, please make way for us. There's a good saying, good dogs don't block the way. I think you guys are good dogs. Tyrant said with a serious expression. Upon hearing his words, both Jiang Qin and Tan Lang burst into laughter. This monk was really despicable and he was especially good at acting. Most importantly, after he pretended to be an eminent Buddhist monk, the words he said could infuriate people to death. He had nothing to do with Buddhism. Damn it. Senior disciple Huang, this bald donkey just called us dogs. One of the disciples of Tianyi Gate said while gnashing his teeth in anger. The 6th grade combat king glared at the disciple, who couldn't tell what he was talking about. Did he really have to repeat himself? Could it be something nice? Bald donkey, you 3 bastards have offended Tianyi Gate, that means you're going to die. However, I'll give you a chance to live today. Before senior disciple Huang could finish his words, Tyrant interrupted. Are you saying that if we hand over all our treasures and devil souls, you'll let us live? Senior disciple Huang was startled at first, then he sneered and said, That's right, you're smart. Cut the crap, this is a robbery. Hand over all your treasures and I'll spare your lives. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen pointed at their noses and threatened them. Jiang Chen's action startled them. What was going on? They were here to rob, but why did it feel like they were going to be robbed? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? How could he dare to rob them under such circumstances? Bastard, you're courting death. Senior disciple Huang was furious. Looking at their arrogant expressions, Jiang Chen and Tyrant could tell that the men they robbed 2 days ago hadn't told anyone about what happened that day. However, it was understandable, as that guy was robbed so badly that he didn't even have his pants. It would be too shameful to tell anyone about it, so it was better to keep such an embarrassing incident to themselves. Therefore, these men had treated Jiang Chen and the other two as their prey. Little did they know that they had become their prey the moment they showed up. As a matter of fact, when they were about to leave the Devil Realm, robberies were a common occurrence in this place. After all, those who were still alive at this time must have obtained a lot of wealth, and this was the best time to rob others. Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know soon enough. After saying that, Jiang Chen struck the 6th grade combat king with lightning speed. His speed was extremely fast, and his sharp claws pierced through senior disciple Huang's qi, taking out all the treasures within. At the same time, a destructive force rushed out from his dragon claws, shattering senior disciple Huang's qi. Arg! You destroyed my qi. Heavens! Arg! Senior disciple Huang let out a miserable howl. For a powerful cultivator, destroying one's qi was the same as destroying one's cultivation. This was a fact that no one could accept. Senior disciple Huang instantly felt despair, as his life was completely over. What made him even more shocked was how this young man in white could be so powerful. He was a dignified 6th grade combat king, but this young man had destroyed his qi with just a single strike, leaving him no chance to resist. This was too shocking. You should feel lucky that I've only destroyed your qi and not killed you, Jiang Chen said Lung. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. These disciples of Channy Gate were here to kill him, and even if they weren't, they would still rob all his treasures and humiliate him. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy to these people. For a moment, the entire area was filled with senior disciple Huang's miserable screams and howls. The other disciples of the heavenly sect were so scared that their faces turned pale. They no longer had any of their previous arrogance, and were now staring at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Their eyes were filled with terror. Looking at senior disciple Huang's miserable condition, all of them shuddered with fear. This was too terrifying. A mighty 6th grade combat king was destroyed just like that. The few of you hand over all your treasures and wealth now. If not, you'll end up like them. Tyrant threatened. A monk had completely turned into a robber. Even the enemies found it hard to adapt to such a role. However, these disciples of the heavenly sect weren't idiots. They could tell from the current situation that these two guys in front of them weren't easy to deal with. Even a 6th grade combat king was crippled by them. If they fought back, they wouldn't have a good ending either. Here, we'll give it to you. Some people immediately took out all their treasures. Compared to their own lives, these treasures were really nothing. Seeing this, the others didn't dare show any hesitation. They immediately took out all their treasures and handed them over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face as he kept all the treasures with a clear conscience. The few of you did well. As long as you don't provoke me in the future, you can still keep your lives. After saying that, Jiang Chen left with Tyrant and Tan Lang. In the following period of time, the entire first level of the Devil Realm was plunged into chaos. 3 bastards suddenly popped out of nowhere and started robbing people. Those who dared to resist were stripped of their clothes, leaving them stark naked. In the beginning, these 3 robbers only targeted the disciples of Channy Gate. Later on, even those who accepted the mission from the Heavenly Tower weren't spared. Many of them were robbed, and even the disciples from other powers were robbed as well. This was too cruel. These 3 robbers quickly aroused public anger. As a result, on the last day of the Devil Realm, many people no longer went to kill the devils. Instead, they wanted to punish these 3 robbers. Damn it! Those 3 bastards are too infuriating. They even stripped my clothes. What a bastard! They don't have any sense of morality. Even if they are robbers, they still need to be moral. Come, let's go find Chi Child. We must get justice for them. Those 3 guys are the distinguished guests of the Heavenly Tower. What they did is too shameless. Chapter 552. For a moment, the entire first level of the Devil Realm was plunged into chaos. This was the first time the Devil Realm had such a huge internal strife. Normally humans should unite and kill these devils together. But now 3 bandits had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't care about the rules of the martial world, robbing anyone they saw, regardless of whether they had a grudge against them or not. If anyone dared to resist, they would be stripped naked and robbed. Look, those 3 bandits are coming again. Run. Damn it. That monk is the craziest one. He will rob anyone he sees, and beat anyone who refuses to obey him. Since when did monks become like this? What's wrong with this world? Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's run as far away from them as possible. If not, we will be robbed clean. When some people saw Jiang Chen and the other 2 men, it was as if they had seen ghosts. Without saying a word, they immediately ran away. The reputation of these 3 men had spread far and wide, and it was very easy to recognize them. Jiang Chen and Tan Lang might not be able to recognize them, but the monk could be recognized with just a single glance. The monk was the most depressing one. In the minds of most people, especially in the Western region where Buddhism flourished, all monks were eminent monks. Even if they didn't believe in worldly desires, they should at least have the appearance of a Buddhist disciple. So, how did this guy become a Buddhist disciple? He was simply a beast. In a corner of the devil realm, many people were looking at Chi-Child with long faces. Most of them were disciples of Tianyi Gate who had been robbed, and some were cultivators who had accepted a mission from the Heavenly Tower. There were even some rogue cultivators who had come looking for Chi-Child. At this point, perhaps only Chi-Child could subdue these 3 bandits and bring justice to everyone. These 3 bastards, it looks like I've underestimated them. Chi-Child gnashed his teeth in anger. As a matter of fact, before entering the devil realm, he didn't take Jiang Chen and the other 2 seriously. But now he realized that he was wrong, very wrong. Even a 6th grade combat king from Tianyi Gate was easily crippled. This was enough to prove how powerful Jiang Chen and the other 2 were. If not, they wouldn't be able to rob so many people. However, the current situation didn't make Chi-Child angry, but at the same time, he was secretly delighted. In his point of view, Jiang Chen had robbed so many people, and as long as he could capture Jiang Chen, he would be able to rob all of Jiang Chen's wealth and make it his own. As for those disciples of Tianyi Gate who were robbed, he would just give them some consolation. As for the rest of the people, they had nothing to do with Chi-Child. They should be looking for Jiang Chen and Tyrant instead of him. Senior disciple Chi, you have to kill those 3 bastards, especially that Jiang Chen and that bald donkey. Jiang Chen has crippled many of our disciples, and that bald donkey is even more brutal. He might just kill them the moment he shows up. Chi-Child, you have to uphold justice for us. That bald donkey is too hateful. He even stripped a female cultivator's clothes. I swear on my honor that that monk is definitely not a Buddhist. He is a devil monk and a bandit. He even stripped a woman's clothes. Is he a monk? Oh my God. Kill them. We have to get rid of a scourge for the sake of the people. That monk will be a great calamity if he stays alive. The crowd was enraged. Tyrant had really angered everyone. Actually, no one had seen whether he had stripped a woman's clothes or not, but the news had spread out for no reason. Tyrant's reputation was completely ruined. Even the reputation of Buddhism was affected. However, most people were still unwilling to believe that Tyrant was a monk. Even if he was a monk, he would still be a scum of Buddhism. Of course, Tyrant didn't care about his reputation at all. He was still robbing people in the first level of the devil realm. Everyone, don't worry. Chi-Child will definitely give you an explanation. I will go and find them now. After capturing them, I will put them in front of you. Chi-Child said with a clear voice. With a sway of his body, he disappeared from the spot. Great. Chi-Child has finally made his move. Those 3 bastards are finished. That's right. Chi-Child is an 8th grade combat king and a rare genius of Tianyi Gate. He can easily capture them. Humph. When Chi-Child makes his move, even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, they won't be able to escape. The crowd felt like they had seen hope. However, they didn't know that Chi-Child had his own goal from the beginning. Motherfucker, robbing is such an enjoyable thing. Your grandpa became the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean, but I didn't fulfill my duty as a robber. This is outrageous. Fortunately, under your guidance, I quickly found my place and turned over a new leaf. Little Chinzi, thank you so much. Tyrant said to Jiang Chen with gratitude. Get lost. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen gave Tyrant a kick. If it wasn't for Tyrant's quick reaction, the kick would have landed on his face. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. This guy's nature was just like that, but he made it sound like he was teaching him how to be a robber. Alright, it's almost time. It's time to deal with Chi Child. Jiang Chen was startled. He took out an 8th grade devil soul. That Chi Child is a true 8th grade combat king. Even if we join hands, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him. Tyrant said with a frown. Chi Child wasn't the same as the 8th grade devil king they had dealt with. They were able to kill 8th grade devil kings because they were able to restrain them, but it was a different story when dealing with Chi Child. Chi Child was an 8th grade combat king, and he was also a rare genius of Tianyi Gate. He wasn't an ordinary 8th grade combat king, so it would be difficult to deal with him. No worries. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. An 8th grade devil king's devil soul was crushed by him. The true dragon flame and true thunder fire shot out from his palm, burning away the impurities and devilish characteristics of the devil soul. The pure energy of the devil soul was absorbed by Jiang Chen. New dragon marks began to form. Soon, all 500 dragon marks were completely condensed. Jiang Chen took out a large amount of heaven elixir from his Qi Si and refined it. In just a few minutes, his cultivation base had broken through the 5th grade combat king's barrier, becoming a 5th grade combat king. Tyrant and Tan Lang widened their eyes. Their emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. They watched as Jiang Chen's Qi continued to rise after breaking through to the 5th grade combat king. Both of them said one word at the same time: fuck. What was a freak? What was a weirdo? Today they had finally witnessed it. Jiang Chen could no longer be described with the word freak. It was ridiculous that he could break through so easily, as if he had never encountered any bottlenecks. The energy contained in the devil soul of an 8th grade devil king was incomparable to that of a 7th grade devil soul. An 8th grade devil soul had helped Jiang Chen condense 1,500 dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body to 29,000. As long as he could condense another 1,000 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 6th grade combat king. Currently, Jiang Chen had a lot of devil souls. If he could refine a large amount of them, he could easily break through to the 6th grade combat king. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't do that. After experiencing the calamity, he had already broken through a lot. If he used this method to force his cultivation base to break through again, it might affect his future foundation. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to stabilize his 5th grade combat king cultivation base before breaking through to the 6th grade combat king. Furthermore, with his current 5th grade combat king combat strength, it was more than enough to deal with Chi Child. Master, can you tell me how you did it? What's your big secret? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. The secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Jiang Chen smiled. The freakishness of the dragon transformation skill was too shocking. Such a secret should only be known by him. I didn't expect the 3 of you to be hiding in this place. However, it's impossible for you to escape from my pursuit. Right at this moment, a loud shout was heard. Chi Child appeared, standing in front of Jiang Chen and the other 2. This place was a wilderness. There was no one around and there were only a few devils around. To Chi Child, this was no doubt a very good place. Are you kidding me? Which eye of yours saw us hiding? Aren't we standing here openly? Tyrant said. Jiang Chen and the other 2 didn't feel surprised by Chi Child's appearance. Even if they didn't go around robbing others, Chi Child would still appear in front of them at the last moment. If you are really a disciple of Buddha sect, it's really sad that a scum like you has appeared in Buddha sect. Chi Child glared at Tyrant and said without any trace of politeness. Is that so? Why don't you join Buddha sect? This poor monk can recommend you. Tyrant said. Chi Child coldly harumphed and no longer bothered with Tyrant. He shifted his gaze onto Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you guys are really audacious. You actually dared to rob people in the devil realm. You even dared to touch a disciple of our Tianyi Gate. You're simply courting death. What do you want? Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He wasn't the least bit afraid of Chi Child. What do I want? Do you really think you'll have a chance to live after what you've done? However, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you hand over all your belongings and tell me where you got the 9 solar holy water, I'll give you a chance to live. Chi Child said, finally revealing his true colors. In his opinion, regardless of whether Jiang Chen had the 9 solar holy water or not, all his wealth was already his. He only needed to ask Jiang Chen about the source of the 9 solar holy water. Chapter 553. I've made it very clear that I only have that much 9 solar holy water, and I've already exchanged it all with the Heavenly Tower. I never thought that with the Heavenly Tower's reputation, they would actually do something like this in the dark. "What you've done is just a wedding dress for me, Chi child," said Jiang Chen Leng Leng. His tone was filled with ridicule towards the heavenly tower. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, not only did Chi child not feel ashamed, his eyes lit up. "Oh right, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that you've taken 10 million heaven elixir from the heavenly tower. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Now, this 10 million heaven elixir, all the treasures you have, your 9 solar holy water, all the devil souls and treasures you've robbed today will all belong to me, Chi child. Everything you've done is just a wedding dress for me, Chi child." The more Chi child spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he burst into laughter. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was no longer the way he looked at a human, but a treasure vault. Putting aside all the treasures he had robbed in the devil realm, just the 10 million heaven elixir from the heavenly tower alone was an astronomical figure to him. Now, all of it was going to belong to him. How could he not be excited? There was no one around. At this point, Chi child decided not to hide anymore and revealed his true face. After all, this was his ultimate goal. Not only did he want Jiang Chen's treasures, he also wanted Jiang Chen's life. For a dead man, no matter what he did, no one would know. Judging from the current situation, if he killed Jiang Chen, he would be praised by many people. Tan Lang shook his head. All humans were greedy. In the devil realm, which was even more lawless than the chaotic ocean, killing and robbing people was a very common thing. Jiang Chen had only robbed someone, which was actually not bad. The same went for Chi child. He was looking for Jiang Chen because he wanted to rob him. To be able to be so shameless and righteous, this monk really admires you. Tyrant sighed incessantly. Others might be afraid of Tianyi Gate, but Tyrant wasn't. This was the western regions. No matter how strong Tianyi Gate was, it couldn't be stronger than him. As long as his master took action, he could easily wipe out Tianyi Gate. Cut the crap, Jiang Chen. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Hand over the wealth to me or die. Chi child's killing intent surged. His aura had completely locked onto Jiang Chen and the other two, not giving them any chance to escape. In his eyes, the 3 of them would not be able to escape. They were like turtles in a jar at his mercy. Is that so? Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over all your treasures and I'll do what I did before. I'll cripple your Chi and make you a cripple, but I'll spare your life. What do you think? But I won't give you 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Chi child was stunned. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Did he hear it wrongly? This guy in front of him was addicted to being a robber, robbing anyone he saw. Now he actually wanted to rob me? This was simply courting death. You're courting death. Chi child was enraged. A powerful aura burst out from his body. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand them over, I'll attack you directly. At that time you'll suffer a hellish torture, but you'll still hand them over. 3 breaths have passed. You don't have a chance anymore. I'm not interested in your wealth. I'm interested in your life. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen would never be polite to those who wanted to take his life. Boom. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, he waved his hand and struck out the true dragon palm. A blood-red dragon claw tore the void apart and appeared above Chi child's head. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you fight against me? Chi child was enraged. Runes rippled in his palm and he struck out a golden seal, causing layers of ripples in the void. It collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble. The collision between the 2 mighty warriors tore the void apart. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. Tyrant and Tan Lang had retreated when Jiang Chen struck out the first time. They stood far away and watched the battle. Facing an 8th grade combat king like Chi child, a genius of the younger generation, Tan Lang was far from enough. Even Tyrant, who was a 6th grade combat king, couldn't defeat Chi child. In order to defeat Chi child, they could only rely on the abnormal Jiang Chen, who had just broken through to the 5th grade combat king. The seal Chi child struck out was torn apart by the true dragon palm in an instant. He was sent flying a few meters away before he could regain his balance. The terrifying energy ripples caused the ground to sink. Chi child felt that his blood and chi were tumbling inside his body. He felt indescribably uncomfortable, but the shock in his heart was getting stronger. How is this possible? Chi child almost cried out in shock. He widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Jiang Chen was just a 4th grade combat king. No, he was a 5th grade combat king. It seemed like Jiang Chen had made another breakthrough in the past 3 days in the devil realm. However, even if Jiang Chen was a 5th grade combat king, there was still a huge gap between him and Chi-Child. There was no way Jiang Chen could be a match for him. However, Chi-Child was completely defeated by Jiang Chen's attack just now. There are many impossible things in this world. As for your fate, it has been decided the moment you decided to deal with me. The Tianyi Gate has offended me, so you won't have a good ending. Jiang Chen said. I don't believe that a puny 5th grade combat king like you can defeat me. My abilities are not something you can imagine. Chi-Child coldly harumphed. How could he yield to a 5th grade combat king? With a sway of his body he flew up high into the sky. The energy waves of an 8th grade combat king were unleashed, spreading out to an unknown area. He spread out both of his palms, which were glowing with a deep blue light. What a powerful battle ripple. Look, it's Senior Disciple Chi. Those 3 bastards are here as well. Senior Disciple Chi is dealing with them. Damn it. I finally found those 3 bastards. Chi-Child is going to deal with them personally. I'm sure he can beat them to a pulp. That's right. Let's go and have a look. I'm going to take back the wealth that those 3 bastards robbed from us. Some of them saw the battle and many of them started to rush towards it. This was a great show and no one wanted to miss it. They had a deep hatred towards Jiang Chen and the other 2. They wanted to eat their flesh raw, but those who had been robbed by Jiang Chen and the other 2 knew that although these 3 bandits were despicable, their methods were not something they could resist. If they wanted to take revenge, they could only rely on Chi-Child from Tianyi Gate. Dong. Jiang Chen's footsteps shook and the ground shook. He shot up high into the sky like an arrow, standing opposite of Chi-Child. Today he wanted to kill this 8th grade combat king with his own hands. Starfall. Chi-Child suddenly let out a loud shout. Both of his palms were thrust forward, and a domain was formed. There were 9 dazzling stars that emitted a deep blue radiance, smashing towards Jiang Chen with extreme speed. Although these stars were formed by Yuan force, their attacking power was extremely strong, and their destructive power was terrifying. Those who came to watch the battle widened their eyes. The power of an 8th grade combat king was not something they could imagine. Chi-Child's technique was very powerful. The star battle technique was even more frightening. They could imagine that if they were hit by the 9 stars, they would be smashed into meat patties on the spot. Insignificant skill, profound 9 solar finger. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. His fingers were like a sword and he struck out with the profound 9 solar finger. The current profound 9 solar finger was no longer the same as before. Although he couldn't unleash its full power with his current cultivation, it was still possible for him to form 9 giant fingers. Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 solar fingers that were like pillars supporting the heavens. They were aimed at the 9 stars and a horrifying scene happened. The 9 solar fingers were indestructible. Wherever they went, they would leave a deep mark in the void and a large amount of sparks were produced. When the gigantic stars collided with the 9 solar fingers, they were instantly pierced through and shattered. Puff Young Master Chi's attack was forcefully torn apart by the mysterious 9 solar finger. Hence, he was the one who suffered the greatest shock. Young Master Chi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His complexion became extremely pale. However, the shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. He had been completely defeated in just 2 moves. Anyone could tell that he was no match for his opponent. This is a true monstrous genius. From afar, Tyrant couldn't help but click his tongue. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the strongest monster he had ever met in his life. He could be considered as a peerless genius. What? How is this possible? Chi-Child is no match for that bastard? This is impossible. I must be hallucinating. A 5th grade combat king can defeat an 8th grade combat king, Chi-Child. This is ridiculous. Where did this young man come from? He can actually challenge someone who is at a higher level than him. I wonder if Chi-Child can still hold on. I think it's going to be difficult. He has suffered serious injuries. Don't tell me this young man is going to kill Chi-Child? He definitely won't dare to. Tianyi Gate is one of the top powers in the western region. A mere combat king can't afford to offend them. If he really kills Chi-Child, he will have to face the wrath of Tianyi Gate. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too shocking. It had almost subverted everyone's imagination. Almost everyone believed that Chi-Child could easily kill all 3 of them. However, the scene in front of their eyes was that the terrifying young man in white had severely injured Chi-Child with just a single move. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. He didn't want to let his opponent off easily. Once again he attacked decisively. With a sway of his body, he appeared not far from Chi-Child. He struck out the true dragon palm, aiming at Chi-Child's head. Chapter 554. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They could see that the gap between Chi-Child and Jiang Chen wasn't small. The severely injured Chi-Child wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Chen's ferocious attacks. If there were no accidents, the next attack from Jiang Chen would be enough to take Chi-Child's life. This was what made people terrified. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen would dare to kill Chi-Child. After all, Chi-Child had a certain status in the Tianyi Gate. To any major power, it wasn't easy to cultivate an 8th-grade combat king. If Chi-Child was killed, not only would it be a great loss to the sect, it would also be a great provocation to the sect's reputation. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't have the guts to kill. In this world, there were only people he didn't want to kill, or people he couldn't kill. There was no one he didn't dare to kill. Under Chi-Child's horrified gaze, the true dragon palm slammed down. Even though Chi-Child had used all his strength to block the attack, he was still severely injured. How could he be a match for the ferocious tiger Jiang Chen? The huge dragon claw pressed down like a huge mountain, smashing Chi-Child down from the sky. Plop. Chi-Child was smashed down from the sky, creating a deep pit on the ground. Smoke rose into the air. Jiang Chen was still in midair. He reached out his hand and grabbed Chi-Child out of the deep pit. He grabbed Chi-Child's neck like he was grabbing a little chick. Right now, Chi-Child's condition could be said to be extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood and his face was covered with blood mist. Both of his arms were twisted. He had completely lost his ability to fight. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. If Jiang Chen wanted to, he could take Chi-Child's life at any time. It could be said that Chi-Child's life was in Jiang Chen's hands. His life or death could only be decided by Jiang Chen's words. Oh my God! Chi-Child was defeated so quickly and thoroughly. This is too cruel. Where did that guy come from? He is only a 5th-grade combat king, but he could easily kill an 8th-grade combat king, Chi-Child. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I wonder if he has the guts to kill Chi-Child. If he does, he will offend the entire Tianyi Gate. Even if he doesn't kill Chi-Child, Tianyi Gate won't let him go. He has crippled a few disciples of Tianyi Gate. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. It seems like we won't be able to get our wealth back. However, we are lucky that he didn't kill us. Everyone was shocked. Chi-Child was defeated so thoroughly. He was held like a chicken in someone's hand, unable to fight back. No one had expected this. However, many of them still thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill Chi-Child. After all, not everyone had the courage to go against Tianyi Gate. As for the disciples of Tianyi Gate, all of their faces were unsightly. Most of them had been robbed by Jiang Chen before, so they hated Jiang Chen to the core. They thought that Chi-Child could avenge them and teach these 3 robbers a lesson. However, it seemed like their dream had been shattered. Jiang Chen, you, how dare you treat me like this? Tianyi Gate won't let you go. Chi-Child said in a weak voice. Even at this moment he was still threatening Jiang Chen. Is that so? It seems like you won't cry until you see your coffin. Since that's the case, I'll let you see if I dare to kill you or not. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. An ice-cold murderous intent burst out from his body. He used his finger as a sword and slashed towards Chi-Child's throat. Don't kill me. Chi-Child was finally afraid. He hurriedly begged for mercy. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He finally believed that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with him. There was nothing that Jiang Chen didn't dare to do. His life was in the hands of his opponent. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would die for sure. Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing and said indifferently, "Take out all your wealth and I won't kill you." Wah. Hearing this, Chi-Child vomited a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was completely caused by anger. He came here to rob Jiang Chen for the 9 solar holy water, the 10 million heavens elixir, and many more devil souls. Who would have thought that he would be robbed in the end? This was simply too depressing. If you don't want to die, hurry up and take them out. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Fine, I'll give them to you as long as you promise not to kill me. Chi-Child gritted his teeth and said. Given the current situation, he had no choice but to compromise temporarily. As long as he could keep his life, he would find Jiang Chen in the future to settle the score. It wasn't easy to take his things, he would definitely make Jiang Chen return double of what he had lost. Chi-Child had no choice but to take out all his wealth and give it to Jiang Chen. The wealth of an 8th grade combat king was still very strong. There were more than 800,000 heavens elixir, countless different kinds of herbs, and many higher-grade devil souls. Robbing Chi-Child alone was more than robbing dozens of people. "I've given you all my wealth, you promised not to kill me," Chi-Child said. "Of course I'm a man of my words." After saying that, Jiang Chen let go of Chi-Child, but when he turned around he winked at Tyrant. Tyrant understood. He strode toward Chi-Child, who had just heaved a sigh of relief. His big face was filled with a treacherous smile. "What do you want?" Chi-Child's heart tightened. This monk wasn't easy to deal with. If he was at his peak he wouldn't care, but now it was different. Any combat king could easily kill him. "I'm here to release you from purgatory. I'll send you to the pure land of bliss," Tyrant said in a serious tone. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious. "Jiang Chen, you said you wouldn't kill me as long as I gave you all my wealth." Chi-Child shouted at Jiang Chen, who was walking away. "Didn't I let you go? But whether the others kill you or not, it has nothing to do with me." Jiang Chen laughed. You are shameless." Chi-Child was scared once again. His relaxed heart was on tenterhooks again. Tyrant made his move, slapping toward Chi-Child's head. No, Chi-Child was in despair. There was no way he could withstand Tyrant's attack. In the end he let out a miserable scream and died under Tyrant's slap. The leader of Tianyi Gate's team in the Devil Realm had died just like that. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of the sect. Silence reigned. Everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word. They were afraid that if they angered these two devil kings, they would kill them as well. They had even killed Chi-Child. Was there anything else they wouldn't dare to do? Senior brother Chi is dead. What should we do? Someone asked in a low voice. Send a message to the sect immediately. We can't give them any chance to escape. An expert from Tianyi Gate took out a messenger talisman and secretly sent the message. At the same time in Tianyi Gate, Chi-Child's soul jade slip was broken. The elder who was in charge of the soul jade slip was shocked and immediately went to the elder's palace. Currently, there were 5 to 6 people sitting in the elder's palace. No one knew what they were discussing. Each of them was stronger than the other. The elder who was sitting in the middle was a 3rd-grade combat emperor. Other than him, there were 2 2nd-grade combat emperors, 1 1st-grade combat emperor, and 2 9th-grade combat kings. Such a lineup couldn't be described as weak. Among the 2 9th-grade combat kings, one of them was the chief steward of the Heavenly Tower. Although he was the leader of the Heavenly Tower, his position in the Elder's Palace of Tianyi Gate was instantly lowered. "Chief Steward, you have done a good job this time. So much 9 solar holy water, it can be used to cultivate more geniuses for our Tianyi Gate," the 3rd-grade combat emperor said. It was obvious that he was satisfied with the amount of 9 solar holy water that the chief steward had brought back. "Thank you for your compliment, Elder Yuan. That kid has so much 9 solar holy water at such a young age. I guess he must know where to find more 9 solar holy water. That's why I asked Chi-Child to kill him in the Devil World and find the source of the 9 solar holy water," the chief steward said with a smile. "This is a good job. The Heavenly Tower won't suffer any loss." Another battle emperor also praised the chief steward. "Not good." At this moment, the elder who was in charge of the soul jade slip flew over and barged into the elder's palace. "What made you so flustered? Speak slowly," Elder Yuan said with a frown. "Not good. Chi-Child's soul jade slip has been broken. Chi-Child is dead," the elder said in a flustered tone. He knew that Chi-Child had brought a lot of disciples to the Devil World. Now that Chi-Child's soul jade slip had been broken, it meant that he was in danger. He dared not waste any more time and immediately came to report the matter. "What? Chi-Child is dead? When did this happen?" The chief steward suddenly stood up from his seat. If Chi-Child was dead, their plan would be ruined. "Just now," the elder said honestly. "What about the other disciples?" Elder Yuan asked with a frown. "Most of them are fine, only a few of their soul jade slips have been broken," the elder said. This was a normal situation. After entering a place like the Devil World, it was normal to have some casualties. However, this time it was very unusual. Those disciples with lower cultivation bases were safe and sound, but the strongest disciple, Chi-Child, was killed. Something must have happened. Right at this moment, a talisman in the chief steward's body began shaking. With a flip of his palm, he retrieved the talisman, and when he heard the message from the talisman, his expression changed dramatically. "Bastard." The chief steward was enraged. He couldn't believe what had just happened in the Devil World. "Chief Steward, what happened?" Elder Yuan asked. "I've just received news from the Devil World. That Jiangchen has killed Chi-Child. I didn't expect my judgment to be wrong. That kid has been hiding his true strength. Even the 8th grade combat king Chi-Child was killed by him. Damn it, damn it. Chapter 555. What? A commotion broke out in the Elder Palace. Everyone, including Elder Yuan, stood up from their seats. Chi-Child was dead. If Chi-Child was killed by a powerful devil king in the devil realm, they wouldn't be angry at all. It would only mean that Chi-Child's cultivation was too weak, or that Chi-Child was just too unlucky. However, the truth was that Chi-Child was killed by a human. This was equivalent to not putting the Channy Gate in their eyes. Great manager, didn't you say that Jiang Qin is only a 4th grade combat king? How did he kill Chi-Child? Elder Yuan asked with a frown on his face. I'm not mistaken, that young man is really only a 4th grade combat king. However, according to the news we received, Jiang Qin has already broken through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Furthermore, those 3 men have been robbing everywhere in the devil realm. More than half of the disciples of the Channy Gate have been robbed by them, and those who resisted would have their chi-si destroyed, turning them into cripples. Their methods are extremely cruel. Just a moment ago, Jiang Qin killed Chi-Child with his 5th grade combat king cultivation base. The great manager said. Although he didn't want to believe that this was the truth, the news he received would never be wrong. He had to admit that he had underestimated Jiang Qin. I never thought that there would be such an abnormal genius, able to kill an 8th grade combat king with his 5th grade combat king cultivation base. However, since he dares to go against the Channy Gate, he won't have a good ending. One of the combat emperors said. Elder Yuan, let's go there immediately, don't let that young man escape. I'm sure he still has the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. The great manager hastily said. Losing an 8th grade combat king genius wasn't a big deal to the Channy Gate, but if they didn't kill Jiang Qin, the Channy Gate's reputation would be completely destroyed. The geniuses of the Channy Gate had gone to the devil realm to train, but their leader was killed and the rest were robbed. If this news were to spread, it would be a great humiliation to the Channy Gate. Furthermore, Jiang Qin still had the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Since the Channy Gate had decided to kill Jiang Qin, they would have to continue with their plan. Let's go. I'd like to see what kind of genius that Jiang Qin is. Elder Yuan's aura shook. His body flashed and disappeared with a swoosh. After that, the other elders in the hall also disappeared. In the devil realm, Chi-Child was dead. The others didn't dare to go against Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin and the other 2 didn't make things difficult for the others. They flew toward the weakest point of the spatial barrier. Little Qinzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Leave this place. I'm afraid the Channy Gate has already found out about Chi-Child's death. There's no need for us to clash with such a powerful sect. Once we leave this place, we'll return to Xuanhu immediately. Jiang Qin said. He had obtained a lot of benefits in the western region. With his current strength, he wasn't strong enough to fight against the Channy Gate. Therefore, his next goal was to return to Xuanhu to Liang province. He still had to settle his grudges. De Huang was still in a deep sleep. As long as he could obtain the blood essence of the Fergana stallion, he would be able to wake up. This was the most urgent matter. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Damn it, this trip to the devil realm is such a big loss. We didn't get anything and we were robbed clean. Damn it. Sigh, don't talk about it. This is fate. Those who were robbed all sighed. However, they couldn't stay in the devil realm for too long, so they all chose to leave. The disciples of the Channy Gate all had gloomy expressions. I've already sent the news to the Channy Gate. I believe the experts of the gate will come soon. Those 3 bastards will be dead for sure. The disciple who used the messenger talisman to send the message said. Soon Jiang Chen's group of 3 arrived at the weak point of the spatial barrier of the devil realm. He took out the heavenly saint sword and slashed at the spatial crack in front of him. The spatial barrier was directly torn apart. With a flash, the 3 of them walked out of the devil realm. The place where they came out was the same place where they entered. Not long after Jiang Chen's group came out, the people behind them also came out one by one. Although they hated Jiang Qin after what happened before, they understood that as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke Jiang Qin wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. After all, if he wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, they weren't afraid of Jiang Qin. After leaving the devil realm, the 3 of them had just flown for a short while when several powerful auras suddenly descended from the sky. Before the people had even appeared, They had already completely sealed off this space, firmly trapping Jiang Chen's group. They came really fast. Jiang Chen's expression changed. These auras clearly came specifically for them, so they immediately trapped them, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, a total of 6 powerful figures appeared, completely blocking the 3 of them. They were the 6 people from the Tianyi Gate's Elders' Hall. Damn it, 4 combat emperors and 2 ninth-grade combat kings, they really think highly of us. Tyrant couldn't help but curse. The appearance of such a powerful camp at the Tianyi Gate clearly showed that they wanted to kill them. With his and Jiang Chen's current strength, they would definitely die if they were to face such a powerful camp. There wasn't even a possibility of escaping. However, even in the face of such a powerful camp, Tyrant's face still didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness. In this western region, there was really nothing that could make him nervous. Look, that's the expert from the Tianyi Gate. He's finally here. Haha, good. So many combat emperors, it seems like they already know what happened here and rushed over here. Those 3 bastards are dead for sure, there won't be any more accidents. This is great, even the combat emperors are here. Even if that guy is a genius, he won't be a match for them. Offending the Tianyi Gate is simply a dead end. The people who came out from the Devil Realm became excited. Their faces revealed a gloating expression. The Tianyi Gate's camp was too strong, there were 4 combat emperors, one of them was a powerful 4th-grade combat emperor. Even if these 3 guys grew 3 heads and 6 arms, even if they grew 100 pairs of wings, they would still die without a doubt. It's the 3 of them? Elder Yuan's gaze fell on Jiang Chen and the other 2. Lung Lung asked. That's right, this guy is Jiang Chen. The chief steward looked at Jiang Chen and shouted with a stern voice, Jiang Chen, I was kind enough to allow you to participate in the training with the geniuses of the Tianyi Gate, giving you a chance to obtain the Devil's Soul in exchange for the Heavenly Elixir. I didn't expect you to repay my kindness with enmity, killing the disciples of the Tianyi Gate and robbing everyone. What's the difference between you and the devil cult? The chief steward put on a dignified appearance as he questioned Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered. He really wanted to go up and smash that face of his into pieces. Old bastard, don't make it sound so nice. You know clearly what you have done. On the surface, the Heavenly Tower is extremely fair and has an excellent reputation. However, you always do things in the dark. You asked me to participate in the mission in the Devil Realm because you wanted Chi-Child to kill me here and snatch the treasures in my hands. You are truly shameless. Unfortunately, Chi-Child wasn't as strong as me and was killed by me instead. He deserved it. Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear on his face. He had a trump card now. If things got out of hand and he couldn't kill them, he could just use the source of combat strength talisman given to him by Great Master Ran Feng and crush these guys into pieces. What? It can't be, the Heavenly Tower wouldn't do such a thing. The Heavenly Tower has an excellent reputation in the Western region. Yeah, it can't be, right? But if it's true, who would dare to do business with the Heavenly Tower in the future? Jiang Chen's words undoubtedly caused a commotion. Many people began to discuss among themselves. One must know that in the Western region the Heavenly Tower was a living signboard. Many people and forces had business dealings with the Heavenly Tower because of its reputation. However, if what Jiang Chen said was true, the Heavenly Tower's reputation would be completely destroyed. Who would dare to do business with it in the future? Nonsense. Jiang Chen, don't slander us. Our Heavenly Tower has always had an excellent reputation. Now that you've killed someone from the Tianyi Gate, you want to drag the Heavenly Tower into this matter? You're simply too audacious. I'm going to arrest you right now and imprison you in the Tianyi Gate. The chief steward was furious. Chi-Child had failed and Jiang Chen now knew about his scheme. What he needed to do now was to arrest these 3 and bring them back to the Tianyi Gate. Then he would interrogate them about the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Let me tell you, the Tianyi Gate better not provoke me or else, you won't be able to imagine the consequences. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He had never planned to go against the Tianyi Gate, but if they really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be afraid. Young man, you really don't know what death is. You've killed a genius from the Tianyi Gate, so you have to pay the price. I'm going to arrest you now. The 4th-grade combat emperor, Elder Yuan, said in an indifferent tone. His chi fluctuated slightly, causing the entire void to tremble. After that, he suddenly extended his hand, enveloping Jiang Chen and the other 2. Tyrant and Tan Lang felt as if their bodies were being imprisoned. They couldn't even move. The power of a combat emperor wasn't something they could deal with, let alone a powerful 4th-grade combat emperor. It's over, these 3 are finished. A fourth-grade combat emperor is here, they won't have the chance to resist anymore. This is so satisfying. Even if we can't get our wealth, it's still satisfying to see them being captured. Seeing that the fourth-grade combat emperor was here, many of them became excited. They all felt that there wouldn't be any more accidents this time. These 3 robbers were definitely going to die, there was no chance for them to resist. A fourth-grade combat emperor wasn't someone Chi Child could compare to. Amit Ba. Chapter 556. The chi of the voice was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention. What was even more surprising was that the voice that came from nowhere had shattered Elder Yuan's attack. His Elder Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. His face turned pale. He could feel that when the voice was heard, the person was still in the inner part of the spatial zone and there was still a long distance between them. Despite the distance, the person's voice could still penetrate the spatial zone and shatter his attack. What did this mean? It meant that the strength of the person wasn't something that he could compare with. He was a fourth-grade combat emperor, but the person who came was most likely a true saint. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared like a ghost. It didn't even cause the spatial zone to tremble. It was afraid that only the legendary minor saint could come and go without a trace. Everyone looked at the person who came. It was a white-bearded old monk with fluttering clothes. His posture was dignified like a peerless Buddha. His body was covered with golden Buddha light that could deliver all sentient beings from suffering. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but feel respectful towards him. The old monk's divine body was a little illusory. Those with discerning eyes could see that the old monk was merely a divine sense. It wasn't his real body. Even though it was just a divine sense, everyone could feel the enormous pressure from the old monk, making it hard for them to breathe. If a divine sense was this powerful, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if the real person came. Master. Tyrant saw the person who came and immediately called out. He knew that Great Master Ranfeng would come at this critical moment. After all, this was the Western region. If his disciple was killed in the Western region, Great Master Ranfeng would lose a lot of face. Moreover, in Great Master Ranfeng's heart, Jiang Qin held a very important position. What? This old monk is the little monk's master? I knew that the little monk's identity wasn't ordinary. It seems like he is a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. This old monk is just a divine sense, but he gave people a very terrifying feeling. If I'm not mistaken, he is most likely an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Channy Gate has kicked an iron plate this time. Although Channy Gate is powerful, the gap between them and the Great Lightning Tune Temple is like the gap between heaven and earth. If this monk is really from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I'm afraid that Channy Gate can only suffer in silence. Many people started discussing in low voices. Although the old monk was just a divine sense, everyone could feel how terrifying he was. Elder Yuan, who was brimming with qi, had completely retracted his qi. With his eyesight, he could tell that this old monk was at least a 5th-grade minor saint. Even if there was a minor saint in the heavenly sect, there was still a gap between them and this old monk. Moreover, a 5th-grade minor saint was just a conservative estimate. In the Western domain, there was only one place where such an eminent monk came from, the Great Lightning Tune Temple. No matter how powerful the heavenly sect was, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I didn't know that the little monk was an eminent disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I hope that eminent monk won't take it to heart. However, this Jiang Qin has killed the disciples of Channy Gate and robbed everyone here. We, Channy Gate, will definitely make him pay for what he has done. I hope eminent monk won't interfere in this matter. Elder Yuan said. He wasn't an idiot. The little monk had already addressed the old monk as master. It was obvious that the old monk was here for the little monk. If he still wanted to make things difficult for the little monk, he would be an idiot. However, he believed that the old monk had nothing to do with Jiang Qin. Besides, his target this time was Jiang Qin. It didn't matter if he killed the little monk or not. As long as he captured Jiang Qin, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Amit Ba. Jiang Qin is a good friend of mine. You can't touch him. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together and said straightforwardly. Eminent monk, the Great Lightning Tune Temple is a reasonable place. We, Channy Gate, are one of the biggest sects in the Western domain. This Jiang Qin isn't a Buddhist disciple. Don't you think that Great Master Ranfeng's hand has reached too far? The 9th-grade combat king from Channy Gate said loudly. Obviously, his eyesight wasn't as good as Elder Yuan's. He couldn't see through the old monk's cultivation level. In his opinion, the old monk was at most a minor saint. There were more than one minor saint in Tianyi Gate. Moreover, this incident was caused by Jiangqin. Even if it was the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they still had to be reasonable. Unfortunately, this was not a reasonable world to begin with. This benefactor has a strong killing intent towards our friend Jiangqin, Great Master Ranfeng said. He raised his head and looked at the 9th grade combat king. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes and reached the 9th grade combat king in an instant. The void was torn apart. Without any suspense, the 9th grade combat king didn't even have the chance to react. His head was pierced through and he died on the spot. The 9th grade combat king didn't even have the time to scream. His body fell from the sky. What? Everyone on the scene couldn't help but exclaim. Each of them widened their eyes and stared at the old monk who was standing in the void. It was too scary. He killed a man with just a glance. What kind of technique was this? It was so powerful that it defied the natural order. He killed a 9th grade combat king with just a glance, and it was just a divine sense. My God, this monk is too scary. He killed a 9th grade combat king with just a glance. A minor saint is so powerful. The level of a saint is beyond our imagination. This old monk must be an expert from the Great Lain Temple. Even though Buddhists aren't bloodthirsty, they still pay attention to karma. This old monk obviously wanted to avenge Jiangqin, that's why he killed the 9th grade combat king. It's a pity that the 9th grade combat king died, but he deserved it. The dignity of a saint cannot be violated. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Great Master Ranfeng. There was no way they wouldn't be afraid. Who would dare to act rashly in front of such a powerful Buddha? I didn't expect Great Master Ranfeng to be so courageous. Tan Lang, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but sigh. In his impression, the people of Buddhists were very kind. They would deliver all living beings from suffering and they wouldn't kill easily. Besides, he had been in contact with Great Master Ranfeng for a long time. He thought that Great Master Ranfeng was an old man who was easy to get along with. Buddhists pay attention to karma. During the war between the Buddhists and the devil race, they were used to killing, but they weren't bloodthirsty. They would only kill because they had their own obsession. Great Master Ranfeng is the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiangqin smiled. He didn't agree with Great Master Ranfeng's way of doing things. In the past, when Ancestor Green Lotus was running amok under the heavens, he would stand up for all the injustice in the world. When he saw injustice, he would pull out his sword to help. If he didn't like someone, he would kill them. Jiangqin smiled. He didn't agree with Great Master Ranfeng's way of doing things. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus was a tyrant under the heavens. He would stand up for all the injustice in the world. He would offer his help whenever he saw injustice. If he didn't have the courage to kill, he wouldn't have befriended a god of slaughter like Jiangqin. Great Master, even if you are from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, you shouldn't have gone too far. We, the Tianyi Gate, just want an explanation. A 2nd grade combat emperor of the Tianyi Gate said angrily. They were the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still one of the major powers in the Western domain. How could he not feel aggrieved when his own disciple was killed so easily? However, before the man could finish his words, Elder Yuan quickly pulled him behind his back and scolded, "Do you want to die?" After that, Elder Yuan bowed deeply at Great Master Ranfeng and said loudly, "Great Master is a man with a high status. I'm sure you won't make things difficult for small fries like us. Let's forget about today's matter. From today onwards, we, the Tianyi Gate, will not find trouble with Jiangqin and your disciple." After that, Elder Yuan brought the few experts of the Tianyi Gate and flew away. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Jiangqin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Elder Yuan was a smart man. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would be killed by Great Master Ranfeng's divine sense. I didn't expect that this matter would be left unsettled. The Tianyi society had sent a large number of combat emperors, but they were all scared off by a divine will. What do you know? That old monk is extremely powerful. He could kill a 9th grade combat king with just a glance. How could they fight against him? I guess this old monk's cultivation is much stronger than the strongest minor saint of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate can't afford to offend this old monk. Yeah, even if this old monk isn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, the Tianyi Gate can't afford to offend him. So they had to leave this matter unsettled. Unfortunately, all our wealth has been taken away. We can't get it back even if we want to. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that today's incident would end like this. No one had thought that the three robbers had such a powerful background that even the Tianyi Gate couldn't afford to offend. Jiang Chen held his fists at Great Master Ran Feng and said, "Thank you for saving us, Great Master." "Little friend Jiang Chen, there's no need to be so courteous. I can guarantee little friend's safety here in the Western region, but once you leave the Western region, I won't be able to do anything about it. I have a small entrance here that can teleport you all to the mysterious region." Great Master Ran Feng said. Then he took out an illusory spatial gate and opened it on the spot. Then he grabbed Jiang Chen and the other two robbers and threw them into the spatial gate and closed it. From this, it could be seen that Great Master Ran Feng wanted these three guys to get the hell out of here as soon as possible. If not, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. He could tell that when his troublesome disciples met Jiang Chen, they were like two devil incarnate. If they were allowed to stay in the Western region, they would definitely turn this Buddhist holy land into a chaotic mess. Little guys start from Xuanhuan. Grow up slowly. Chapter 557. In the Western domain, a few elders of the Tianyi Gate were wearing a gloomy expression. The second Great Combat Emperor who spoke loudly to Great Master Ran Feng said angrily, "Elder Yuan, are you telling me that the Tianyi Gate is going to swallow this insult? What else do you think? That old monk killed a ninth grade combat king with just a glance with his divine sense. His combat strength is much stronger than what I have imagined. Even if all the minor saints of the Tianyi Gate were to attack him, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Besides, there is a possibility that the Great Lightning Tune Temple is behind him. We can't afford to offend such a person." Elder Yuan glared at the second Great Combat Emperor. If he didn't stop the second Great Combat Emperor from talking, his ending would be the same as the ninth Great Combat King. Offending the dignity of a saint was no different than courting death. This time Jiang Chen has gained a huge advantage. I'm not willing to let him go just like that. The second Great Combat Emperor sighed. After listening to Elder Yuan's words, he felt that what he did was a little impulsive. Thinking about it, he felt a little scared. Offending the dignity of a saint was equivalent to courting death. But we can't just let this matter go like this. We can't afford to offend that old monk, and we can't afford to offend the Great Lane Temple either. But I have a feeling that Jiang Chen isn't from the Western region. Elder Yuan's eyes sparkled. He was an experienced and astute person. Even if he couldn't touch Jiang Chen for the time being, he still needed to investigate his background. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other two were traveling through the spatial tunnel gloomily. The spatial gate was very stable, it could teleport them to the faraway Xuanhuan. I didn't expect Great Master Ran Feng to be so terrifying. Killing a ninth Great Combat King with just a glance. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. Tan Lang was still immersed in Great Master Ran Feng's domineering aura. Killing a ninth Great Combat King just by looking at it? Such a shocking scene. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was like a dream. Great Master Ran Feng is a ninth grade minor saint. He is only a step away from the Great Saint Realm. He is a supreme being who has comprehended the laws of the Saint Realm. No ordinary person can compare with him. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew better than anyone else how strong a ninth grade minor saint was because he had stayed at this level for quite some time. Master, once you refine the 9 Yang Les Ron pill, you'll have a chance of becoming a great sage. Tyrant said. A great sage? Just how powerful are they? Tan Lang didn't dare to imagine that a great sage was the strongest existence standing at the end of the world. In the Divine Land, masters of the great sage level probably only existed in the Pure Land of the Divine Land. Of course, the Western region was a separate entity. The Great Lane Temple also had Buddhas of the great sage level, whose strength was unfathomable. However, this spatial gate isn't bad. It can teleport us through so many big domains and directly to Xuanhuan. Amazing. Tan Lang looked at the sturdy spatial tunnel and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this small domain gate was personally created by Ancestor Green Lotus. With his cultivation, he can go anywhere in the Saint Origin world with just a thought, let alone a small domain gate. However, this small domain gate can only be used a limited number of times. After a certain point, it can no longer be used. Tyrant admired Ancestor Green Lotus very much. In fact, it wasn't just him. There was no one in the entire Western domain who didn't admire Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well how terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus was. If this spatial gate was personally created by ancestor Green Lotus, it would make sense because Great Master Ran Feng, who was only a 9th grade minor saint, wouldn't be able to create such a spatial gate. The three of them flew in the spatial tunnel towards Xuanhu. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Liang province wouldn't be peaceful after the return of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. A bloody storm was inevitable. The Xian domain was vast and boundless. As one of the 8 major domains of the Divine Land, the Xian domain was not ranked among the top, but there were still super powerful existences in the Xian domain. There was more than one force like the Tianyi Palace in the Xian domain. The Xian domain had a long history and had produced all kinds of heroes. The Liang province was nothing. It was just the most inconspicuous province among the many provinces in the Xian domain. Xuanhu Tan family. These 3 words carried the weight of a mountain in Xuanhu. The biggest family in Xuanhu was located here. If there were 5 major powers in Xuanhu, the Tan family would be one of them. It was only a family, but it was enough to compete with the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong this family was. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard of the Tan family, a purple-robed young man was sitting cross-legged on a huge green stone. The young man's eyes were tightly shut, and there was a layer of light constantly flickering on the surface of his body. His aura was rising every second. He didn't look old, but he actually had such a tyrannical cultivation, which was shocking. If someone with discerning eyes was here, they would definitely be able to tell that this young man was trying to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Barf! Suddenly, the young man spurted out a mouthful of black blood. That's right, it was black blood. When the black blood landed on the ground, it made a chi-chi sound and smelled fishy. Young Master Hao, the extravasated blood has been forced out. It seems like you will recover very soon. At this moment, the void shook. An old man in black robe appeared and said to the young man. This old man's eyes were deep and his chi was steady. The chi that he casually emitted was something that even the 4th grade Combat Emperor Elder Yuan of Tianyi Gate couldn't compare to. Uncle Peng, is there any news about Jiang Chen? The young man asked. Young Master Hao asked me to investigate that Jiang Chen. Ever since he was injured by the Shura Temple of Liang Province, he hasn't been seen since. However, someone said that Jiang Chen had gone through the heavenly tribulation first, then he was attacked by a combat emperor. His injuries were extremely serious. I'm afraid that he will die for sure. Since he hasn't appeared for such a long time, I think his condition isn't good. The old man who was addressed as Uncle Peng said honestly. Hearing this, the young man's eyes revealed 2 rays of ruthlessness. I owe him my life. Brother Jiang, Tanji Hao will personally avenge you. If Jiang Chen was here, he wouldn't be able to recognize this young man. However, this young man would never forget Jiang Chen. That day when Jiang Chen was wreaking havoc in the cold hell jail, there was a severely injured young man in the corner of the jail. At the last moment, he relied on Jiang Chen to break the cold hell jail to escape. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Tanji Hao would have died in the cold hell jail. The Shura Temple would never have thought that they had imprisoned a young master of the Tan family. If they knew about it, the Shura Temple would have been scared out of their wits. Li Tianyang would have fled for his life. No, he wouldn't even dare to flee. In Xuanhu, anyone that the Qin family wanted to kill would definitely die. Young Master Hao, it's just a mere Shura Temple. As long as I take action, I can wipe them out completely. There's no need for young master to do it yourself. Besides, you have to hide the fact that you have disappeared from the family. The old man said. However, he also understood this young master's character. He had always been stubborn. No, I will solve my own problem. When my injuries have fully recovered, I will personally destroy the Shura Temple and avenge Brother Jiang. Tanji Hao said with determination. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other 2 finally walked out of the small spatial gate after 3 hours of teleportation. One had to admit that Great Master Ran Feng was very powerful. He knew that Jiang Chen wanted to go to Liang Province, so he directly teleported them to the border of Liang Province. I'm very familiar with this place. Liang Province is right in front of us. When I brought you guys to the western region, we stayed here. We even killed a tycoon from the Shura Temple and 2 geniuses from the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction. Tyrant said after looking around. Liang Province. I never thought that I, Tan Lang, would be able to appear here alive again. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't calm his heart down when he thought about all the things that had happened during this period of time. Little Chinzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Let's go to the chaotic ocean first and check on Xuanhuan's situation. Now that we've left, I'm sure he's not doing well. Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but frown when Xuanhuan was mentioned. As someone who cultivated the great soul derivation technique, he always had an indescribable feeling. He had a feeling that something bad might have happened to Xuanhuan. Alright, let's go to the chaotic ocean first. Tyrant and Tan Lang agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. When they thought about Heavenhawk Island's Xuanhuan, they felt extremely uncomfortable. The tycoon Xiao Nanfeng's actions were too detestable. After that, the three of them tore through the void and flew towards the direction of the chaotic ocean. In the evening, the three of them appeared at the border of the chaotic ocean. They immediately smelled a strong chaotic aura. Jiang Chen and the other two had disguised themselves. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to recognize them. So, that Heavenhawk Island's lord is too pitiful. His corpse has been hung for 4 months. The Shura temple is too much. That's right, it's too much. It's obvious that Jiang Chen has disappeared. It's highly possible that he's dead. That day the Heavenhawk Island lord slandered the tycoon Xiao Nanfeng, ruining his reputation. How could the tycoon let it go so easily? Of course he had to kill him. However, killing someone shouldn't go too far. Yet Xiao Nanfeng hung his corpse outside the Heavenhawk Island for several months. This is too much. Furthermore, I have a feeling that what the Heavenhawk Island lord said might be the truth. As soon as they arrived at the chaotic ocean, Jiang Chen heard such discussions. His Tyrant's and Tan Lang's expressions instantly changed. It seemed like something had really happened to Xuanhuan. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the few cultivators who were discussing among themselves. Hey, who are you? A good dog doesn't block the way. One of them said impatiently when he saw someone blocking their way. Chapter 558. The chaotic ocean was a lawless place to begin with. Those who dared to make a living in this place all had a temper. Now that they were interrupted by someone while they were talking, it was only natural for them to be angry. I'm Jiang Chen. What happened on Heavenhawk Island? Tell me everything in detail. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with a sharp, cold light that pierced straight into one's heart. Under the cold gaze of Jiang Chen, the cultivator felt as if his soul was trembling. It was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no to Jiang Chen, death would be the only thing that awaited him. Jiang Chen, why you're not dead? The cultivator was trembling. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation, and a man who could destroy the freezing hell jail. These two men were enough to strike fear into the hearts of all men. Jiang Chen had left a mighty name in the chaotic ocean and the Liang province, and almost everyone knew about it. Everyone thought Jiang Chen was dead, but they never expected that after disappearing for a few months, he would reappear in the chaotic ocean. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll send you to the afterlife. The monk arrived in front of the cultivators. With a sway of his body, he removed his disguise and reverted to his original appearance. Seeing this, the cultivators couldn't help but shiver. This monk was too iconic, and he also had another identity, the #1 bandit of the chaotic ocean. Back when he was robbing the Heavenhawk Island, he had killed countless geniuses from the 4 major powers, and had been hunted down by the 4 major powers. Now that the monk had reappeared, it was obvious who Jiang Chen was. Young hero Jiang, Grandmaster, not long after the two of you disappeared from the Liang province, the Shura temple launched an attack. Young hero Jiang, Grandmaster, not long after the two of you disappeared from Liang province, the Shura temple launched an attack. That Xiao Nanfeng personally went to Heavenhawk Island, but I didn't expect the Heavenhawk Island Lord to stay hidden on the island instead of running away. Someone saw that the Heavenhawk Island Lord's expression turned grim when he saw Xiao Nanfeng, and he immediately went mad. He didn't run away, and Xiao Nanfeng caught him and killed him on the spot. His corpse was hung in the sky above Heavenhawk Island. After that, Xiao Nanfeng learned about the relationship between the two of you and the Heavenhawk Island Lord, so he released the news in an attempt to lure the two of you out. The cultivator didn't dare to be negligent or conceal anything, and he told them everything that had happened on Heavenhawk Island. The others also nodded in agreement, proving that the cultivator was right. Damn it. A ruthless glint flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes once again. After listening to the cultivator's story, for some reason, he felt as if there was a thorn in his heart, and he had to pull it out. He had never been so angry and aggrieved before. He had promised Xuanhuan that he would avenge him, but in the end he didn't get his revenge, and Xuanhuan was already dead. Especially when he heard that Xuanhuan had gone mad on the spot, Jiang Chen could imagine the hatred Xuanhuan had for Xiao Nanfeng. He couldn't control his emotions at all when he saw this mortal enemy again. Xuanhuan didn't run away because he knew it was meaningless to run away. He only had 1 year left to live, and it was impossible for him to take revenge. All his hopes were on Jiangchen, but Jiangchen's fate was unknown, and it seemed like he couldn't count on him anymore. Therefore he had lost all hope and only wished for death. Xuanhuan had gone mad. Perhaps the moment he saw Xiaonanfeng, he couldn't help but think about his wife and son who had died a tragic death. The scar that was buried deep in his heart had been torn open, and the bloody scar had touched the last line of defense in Xuanhuan's heart. At that moment, despair, hatred, helplessness, gloominess, and all sorts of negative emotions filled up his soul. He had gone mad, and this was the last image he had left in this world. This was a human tragedy. A man with iron bones, a man who didn't hesitate to turn himself into a demon beast for revenge. Just how big of a blow did it take for him to go mad? As a mighty combat king, if he wasn't on the verge of a mental breakdown, how could he go mad? All of this was caused by Xiaonanfeng. It was that sanctimonious tycoon who had destroyed a family and a man. "Fuck you, I can't take it anymore." The tycoon cursed. Although he was a Buddhist, he was a man of emotions. What happened to Xuanhuan had really infuriated him. That Xiaonanfeng really deserved to be hacked into pieces. What a scum. I've always looked up to him as my idol. Tanlang was also filled with hatred. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Xiaonanfeng's actions had proven Xuanhuan's words to be true. "He's Tanlang, he's not dead either." When those people saw Tanlang, they immediately recognized him. He was Tanlang from the Shura Temple, and he could be considered as a famous figure among the younger generation. However, he was imprisoned in the freezing hell jail, and later disappeared with Jiangchen. Many people thought that Tanlang had died as well, but they never thought that all of them would return today. Not only was Tanlang still alive, his cultivation base was even stronger than before. "Is Xiaonanfeng still on the Heavenhawk Island?" Jiangchen asked. He had decided to complete the task that he couldn't complete. Xuanhuan was dead, but he still wanted to avenge him. Not only did he have to settle this score, he had to make sure that Xuanhuan didn't die in vain, as Jiangchen had promised him. "No, Xiaonanfeng couldn't wait for you guys, so he went back. I heard that he is breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm, and is about to succeed. However, the Heavenhawk Island has been occupied by the Shura Temple. There are at least 30 disciples of the Shura Temple guarding the island, 3 of them are tycoons, and the leader is second tycoon Zhang Liang, an 8th grade combat king very powerful." The cultivators said. Although Xiaonanfeng had gone back, the Heavenhawk Island was still occupied by the Shura Temple. Xuanhuan's body was still hanging there, exposed to the sun and rain. It seemed like the Shura Temple wasn't willing to declare Jiangchen dead, and wanted to use Xuanhuan to lure Jiangchen out. "Little Chenzi, what are you going to do?" Tyrant asked. "I'll bury Xuanhuan's body. Tonight, I'll create a storm in the chaotic ocean, bathe the Heavenhawk Island in blood, and leave no one alive from the Shura Temple." Jiangchen's killing intent soared to the sky as he flew toward the Heavenhawk Island. Tyrant and Tanlang looked at each other. They knew Jiangchen too well. Today Jiangchen was really angry. Once he was angry, the consequences would be severe. It wasn't hard to imagine that the chaotic ocean wouldn't be peaceful tonight, and the Heavenhawk Island would be flooded with blood. Not only Jiangchen, Tyrant and Tanlang were furious as well. They followed behind Jiangchen, flying toward the Heavenhawk Island. The second tycoon of the Shura Temple was an 8th grade combat king. If it was before, they wouldn't be a match for him, but it was different now. Jiangchen could easily kill an 8th grade combat king, Chi-child, so killing the second tycoon wouldn't be a problem for him. Looking at the 3 men who disappeared in an instant, the cultivators were stunned. Then a commotion broke out and their faces changed dramatically. "Did you guys hear that? That Jiangchen is going to the Heavenhawk Island to kill someone. He wants to bathe the Heavenhawk Island in blood. This is terrifying. Jiangchen isn't dead and he has returned in a powerful manner. He is going to save the Heavenhawk Island master. It seems like they are related. However, that second tycoon is an 8th grade combat king. Even if Jiangchen returned in a powerful manner, I'm afraid he won't be a match for an 8th grade combat king. However, this man is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. I'm sure he has some powerful tricks up his sleeves. Let's go and have a look. The chaotic ocean isn't going to be peaceful tonight." The few cultivators were shocked. They quickly headed toward the direction of the Heavenhawk Island. There was going to be a great show tonight. Wherever they went, everyone knew that Jiang Chen had returned. The news swept across the entire chaotic ocean like a wild wind. It spread too fast. For the past few months, the entire Qi province, especially the chaotic ocean, was talking about Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's return had stirred up an unimaginable uproar. For a moment, a large number of cultivators and sea demons were heading toward the Heaven Hawk Island. The Heaven Hawk Island had once again become the center of attention. The night above the ocean wasn't dark. The moonlight shone on the surface of the ocean, creating ripples that looked like silvery sand. It was cool and beautiful. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the ocean. He brought Tyrant and Tan Lang to the outskirts of the Heaven Hawk Island. Despite the distance, he could see a corpse hanging high in the sky above the Heaven Hawk Island. The corpse had a human body and the head of an eagle. It was supposed to be a majestic body, but it was now extremely thin and weak. It was curled up into a ball. Blood had completely drained from his body, but one could still see the hideous wounds on his body. There were also dried blood stains on the surface of his body. The corpse was none other than Xuanhuan. His eyes were tightly shut and he died peacefully. Perhaps, death was a true release for him. That was why Jiang Chen didn't extend his lifespan in the past. But now, even though he was free, he still carried a great regret. I will make up for your regret. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely avenge your wife and son. One day, I will make Xiaonan Feng kneel in front of your grave and use his blood to pay homage to the souls of your family. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen's face was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen stared at the corpse hanging in the distance and said in an indifferent tone. At the same time, a bright light flickered in his hand, and the heavenly saint sword appeared. It was a dazzling and mystical dragon sword. It was covered with dragon patterns, and the hilt of the sword looked like it was about to transform into a dragon's head. The entire sword looked extremely dazzling. But this was a sword of slaughter. The heavenly saint sword was connected to Jiang Chen's bloodline. As if it could sense the intense killing intent coming from Jiang Chen's body, the heavenly saint sword started to tremble violently, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. Traces of red light emerged on the surface of the sword. That was the sign of a bloodthirsty sword. It was a sword that thirsted for blood. It would take someone's life the moment it was unleashed. It was rare for Jiang Chen to take out the heavenly saint sword. But today he was truly enraged. He wanted to use this kind of direct method to kill someone. He wanted the heavenly saint sword to drink enough blood. Tyrant, Tan Lang, the two of you stand guard outside. Today we will bathe the entire Heaven Hawk Island in blood. Don't let a single person escape. Chapter 559. Jiang Chen moved. He held the heavenly saint sword in his hand and strode forward. Dong Jiang Chen stomped on the void, shattering it and producing a deafening sound. The sound was like a sudden clap of thunder, and could be heard clearly within a few dozen miles. It was a terrifying sound. A monstrous killing intent surged out from Jiang Chen's body, turning into a blood-red light beam that pierced through the clouds and illuminated the dark night. The people who were closest to the Heaven Hawk Island had arrived. After witnessing what had happened, many of them had their eyes on Jiang Chen. Some of them had recognized Jiang Chen's appearance. The current Jiang Chen was no longer in disguise. He had returned to his usual appearance of a young man in white. Look, that's Jiang Chen. He has returned. Someone told me that Jiang Chen has returned and is going to massacre the entire Heaven Hawk Island. It seems like it's true. What a powerful aura. He is much stronger than he was a few months ago, like a god of war. The Heaven Hawk Island has been completely occupied by the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen and the Shura Temple are irreconcilable enemies, and they won't rest until one of them is dead. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked the Heaven Hawk Island. He is fighting for the Heaven Hawk Island Master. The Shura Temple has crossed the line. The Heaven Hawk Island has been peaceful for a long time. Today it is finally going to be lively again. The devil incarnate Jiang Chen has returned, and that shameless monk has returned as well. I'm afraid the Liang province is going to lose its peace soon. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with the second tycoon Zhang Liang. One should know that Zhang Liang is an 8th grade combat king, a very difficult opponent. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's aura was too strong. He had caused such a huge commotion the moment he arrived. It was hard for them not to be shocked. Under the gazes of countless people, Jiang Chen walked toward the Heaven Hawk Island. With every step he took, his killing intent became denser and denser, causing people's hearts to tremble with fear. who was so daring. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from within the Heaven Hawk Island. After that, a few figures flew out from the island. The leader was a first-grade combat king warrior, and the rest were all peak combat soul warriors. One of them wore an arrogant expression that only belonged to the disciples of some superpowers, and the other carried a towering aura, as if he wanted to tear the newcomer into pieces. The Heaven Hawk Island was now the stronghold of the Shura Temple in the chaotic ocean designated by the Great Tycoon. In the entire Liang province, anyone who dared disrespect the Shura Temple was no different than courting death. Shua. What welcomed that Shura Temple disciple was a resplendent sword light. That sword light emitted boundless golden light, illuminating the night sky and tearing through the void. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before that disciple. What? The disciple cried out in shock. This was the last sound he would ever leave in this world. The sword beam pierced through the middle of his body, slicing his body in half and killing him on the spot. A first-grade combat king didn't even have the chance to fight back when facing the sword beam. Swoosh, the scene had frightened all the remaining combat soul disciples. All of them had pale faces as they stared at this uninvited guest with fear. They couldn't believe that there was someone who dared to kill a disciple of Shura Temple. This man was simply too daring. "I'm Jiang Chen, I'm not dead, I'm back." Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was transmitted through a powerful sound wave, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Jiang Chen wasn't dead, he was back. It's Jiang Chen, he's Jiang Chen. He's really not dead, he's back. He has become even stronger. Hurry up and inform the second tycoon. If not, no one will be able to stop Jiang Chen. All the disciples of Shura Temple were shocked. In their minds, they had been occupying the Heaven Hawk Island for a very long time, and when they thought about how powerful Jiang Chen was when he disappeared, they were sure that he was already dead. However, they never expected that a few months later Jiang Chen would reappear and kill one of their combat king warriors. At this moment, the entire Heaven Hawk Island was plunged into chaos. The tragic death of a first-grade combat king warrior caused those disciples of Shura Temple who were only at the combat soul realm to retreat. They stared at the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand with fear, fearing that Jiang Chen would attack them as well. If that happened, they would be instantly killed. Jiang Chen didn't look at these disciples of Shura Temple. Instead, he threw his glance over at xuanhuan's corpse. He estimated the distance between them, then he said with an indifferent voice, 3 steps to kill a man. Brother Xuanhuan, take a good look. I'll use the blood of these men to baptize your heroic soul. Jiang Chen moved again. He walked very slowly, taking 3 steps forward. After that, he swung the long sword once again, cutting another disciple in half and killing him. Jiang Chen estimated the distance between them. At this rate, it would take him 100 steps to reach Xuanhuan. There should be more than 30 people on the Heaven Hawk Island right now. Therefore he killed a man with 3 steps, and when he reached Xuanhuan, he would kill all of them to comfort Xuanhuan's heroic soul. Swoosh. Puchi. The third slash was unleashed and another man was killed on the spot. There was no way for anyone to escape from Jiang Chen's sword. It was a deadly sword, and anyone who was targeted by it would die without a doubt. As long as the Heavenly Saint sword was unleashed, someone would definitely die, and the person wouldn't even have the chance to scream. Someone help. Jiang Chen is back. The remaining disciples were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They immediately shouted toward the Heaven Hawk Island. Presumptuous. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to still be alive, and you even have the guts to show yourself here. Looks like Big Tycoon's prediction is correct. However, since you dare to show yourself here today, it will be the day you die. Right at this moment, a young man flew out from the Heaven Hawk Island. He had a very powerful aura and no one dared to look directly at him. He was the tycoon of the Shura Temple and he was a 6th-grade combat king. In a place like the Liang province, he could be considered as a terrifying existence. Seeing the appearance of this man, all the combat soul disciples immediately felt as if they had found their backbone, and their faces were filled with excitement. With the appearance of a 6th-grade combat king, they would definitely be able to stop Jiang Chen or even kill him and avenge their fallen brothers. Swoosh. But too bad what welcomed the tycoon was a simple sword. It was just a sword beam, but the tycoon felt that he didn't even have the chance to dodge it. All he could do was watch as the sword beam appeared above his head. However, he was a 6th-grade combat king after all and he had some tricks up his sleeves. He was able to counterattack with all his strength at the last moment. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to resist, he was still no match for the Heavenly Saint sword. Compared to the others, he was slightly better off. When his body was cut in half by the heavenly saint's sword, he let out a blood-curdling scream. This was already an extremely rare occurrence. What? Killing a 6th grade combat king with a single sword strike? Heavens! How strong is this Jiang? It has only been a few months and he has grown to such a level? If I'm not mistaken, Jiang is now a 5th grade combat king. When he was still a 1st grade combat king, he was able to kill a 4th grade combat king. Now that he is a 5th grade combat king, killing a 6th grade combat king will be a piece of cake for him. It looks like only the 2nd tycoon can take down Jiang. This is too brutal. A 6th grade combat king was killed in an instant, and the Shura temple has lost another tycoon. That Jiang is too strong. Judging from his appearance, it seems like he is going to kill every single person in the Shura temple on Heaven Hawk Island today. No one could remain calm. More and more people came to watch the battle. Jiang was too strong. The way he killed a 6th grade combat king with a single sword strike had blinded the eyes of countless people. His domineering aura was comparable to Great Master Ranfeng's ability to kill a 9th grade combat king with a single glance. Dong, dong. Jiang attack was merciless. He took another 3 steps forward, raised the huge sword in his hand, locked his eyes on one of the disciples and slashed at him. The disciples of the Shura temple were so scared that their guts were about to explode. A 6th grade combat king had been killed. How could they still have the desire to fight? They immediately fled toward the inner part of the Heaven Hawk Island. Ark. Following a blood-curdling scream, another disciple was cut in half, dying on the spot. The fact proved that no one could escape from Jiang hands. Ark. Jiang footsteps became faster. Soon he had taken 30 steps. Without any surprise, he would kill a disciple with every 3 steps. The air was filled with the blood of the disciples of the Shura temple. At this moment, the Heaven Hawk Island had turned into an Azura hell. Jiang was like a devil king wielding the sword of death, reaping lives wherever he went. The onlookers outside the Heaven Hawk Island were scared witless. They were just spectators, but they were already feeling this way, let alone the disciples of the Shura temple. Ark. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. A 5th grade combat king was killed. From the moment Jiang attacked until now, half of the disciples of the Shura temple had been killed. Even the 6th and 5th grade combat kings were killed. Who would dare to step forward? Quick, call the 2nd tycoon. He is the only one who can stop this ferocious bastard. Someone shouted. The 2nd tycoon usually had nothing better to do than to guard this place. He would often go into secluded cultivation, and this time he was in secluded cultivation. However, with the Heaven Hawk Island in such a chaotic situation, even if he was in secluded cultivation, he would still be alerted by the commotion. Finally, an extremely powerful aura rose from the inner part of the Heaven Hawk Island. A young man in white clothes flew out from the island. He looked to be in his 30s, and he had a muscular body that was comparable to Nangong Wentian. When this young man appeared, he was carrying a sharp golden blade in his hand. He could smell the pungent smell of blood, and he could also smell the corpses of the Shura temple disciples falling from the sky. Every single one of them had been cut in half, without exception. Boom. The young man's anger instantly rose. As one of the 4 major powers of the Liang province, the Shura temple had never suffered such a great loss, and no one had ever dared to kill the disciples of the Shura temple. A scene like this was simply unimaginable. 2nd tycoon, it's him. He's Jiang. He's not dead. He has killed many of our men. Chapter 560. 2nd Guardian Zhang Liang appeared. His eyes were so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. He locked his eyes on Jiang, and his killing intent was gathering. Are you the one who did all these? Zhang Liang knew that all these were done by Jiang, but he still asked. He had no idea where Jiang got the courage to come to the stronghold of the Shura temple and start a massacre. He even killed so many disciples of the Shura temple. This was the first time in the entire Liang province that something like this had happened. Perhaps only Jiang had such courage in the entire Liang province. 2nd Guardian is here. With his 8th grade combat king cultivation, I wonder if he can kill Jiang. Let's see, the real show has just begun. If 2nd Guardian can't kill Jiang, this Heaven Hawk Island will become the burial ground of all the disciples of the Shura temple. Jiang is too cruel and overbearing. He and the Shura temple have always been enemies. He won't even blink an eye when he kills the disciples of the Shura temple. Of course, this is a matter of course because if he falls into the hands of the disciples of the Shura temple, his ending won't be any better. The number of onlookers was increasing. Although the chaotic ocean had always been chaotic, it was rare to see such a chaotic scene in the middle of the night. The night was dark and the wind was strong, it was the perfect time to kill someone. Furthermore, the chaos today was related to the Shura temple. Killing you will only take a single strike. Jiang Qin raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand. The dragon marks on the sword were surging, and the hilt of the sword had turned into a ferocious dragon head. However, this dragon head wasn't real, it was created by Jiang Qin using the dragon transformation skill. The heavenly saint sword still had a lot of room for improvement. If the other 4 parts of the sword were to be found, the heavenly saint sword would become truly mystical. Boasting shamelessly. Second guardian Zhang Liang shouted loudly. He raised his blade high and took a step forward. Then he slashed down with his blade. The terrifying king weapon tore the void apart. If this blade were to hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, in the face of Second Tycoon's blade, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. With his current combat strength, an 8th grade combat king was no longer a threat to him. Back in the devil world, Chi-Child was killed by him. Now, with the terrifying heavenly saint sword and the dragon transformation skill circulating crazily, he was confident that he could take Zhang Liang's life. Boom. Boundless golden airwaves burst out from Jiang Chen's body. The powerful aura turned into a golden ocean, illuminating the entire night sky. At the same time, a thick blood dragon emerged from the top of Jiang Chen's head. It was condensed from his blood and qi. When the blood and qi entered the heavenly saint sword, it immediately let out a shrill cry and began to tremble violently. At this moment, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was circulating to the extreme. Over 20,000 dragon marks in his body were letting out dragon roars. As the greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was unparalleled. Now he had merged with the heavenly saint sword, achieving perfection. Everyone was shocked, including Tyrant and Tan Lang. Jiang Chen's combat weapon was too strong, and it had a perfect compatibility with Jiang Chen. The qi unleashed by Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting Chi-Child in the devil world. The mighty Chi-Child couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Tyrant had no doubt that Jiang Chen's sword would kill Zhang Liang. Roar the heavenly saint sword let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, shaking the sky and stirring up layers of ripples. Under the shocked gaze of countless people, the heavenly saint sword slashed across the sky like a heavenly sword. Clang! The big blade collided with the heavenly saint sword, and a scene that no one could forget happened. The big blade was a powerful king weapon, and it was wielded by an 8th grade combat king. Naturally, it had a very strong destructive power. However, the horrifying king weapon was broken into 2 after colliding with the heavenly saint sword. It couldn't even withstand a single blow from the heavenly saint sword. What? Zhang Liang cried out in shock. His body had suffered a huge impact, causing him to take a dozen steps back and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Shocking, this was too shocking. He couldn't accept this fact. The shock he felt was even greater than the shock he felt when he met Chi-Child in the devil world. He was the only one who knew how powerful his big blade was, but it was broken by his opponent. It was like a dream. What kind of power could destroy a king weapon so easily? Swoosh. Zhang Liang's big blade was broken, but the heavenly saint sword didn't slow down at all. It drew a bright rainbow and appeared above Zhang Liang's head in a blink of an eye. No! Zhang Liang let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt an unprecedented danger, a threat to his life. At this moment he felt that death was so close to him. He even knew that with his current situation, even if he used all his strength to resist, he would still die. There was no way he could escape from this sword. It was already too late for him to run away. Puchi. Ark. This was the ending. Zhang Liang didn't have much time to think. He let out one last miserable shriek, and died tragically under the heavenly saint's sword. His ending was no different from those disciples of the Azura Palace. He was cut in half on the spot. Blood mist filled the air, and the stench of blood that pervaded the air became even stronger. What was stronger than the smell of blood was the atmosphere of nervousness and fear. All the people of the Azura Palace were dumbfounded, their mouths were wide open. The second tycoon, who was an 8th grade combat king, was killed just like that. What could be more shocking than this? Oh my God! What happened just now? Can someone tell me that this is not real? This is too brutal. What kind of sword does he have? It is comparable to an emperor weapon. An 8th grade combat king's king weapon was cut into 2 halves. Too powerful. It's such a pity that the king weapon was destroyed. Is he really just a 5th grade combat king? Can a 5th grade combat king really be this powerful? An 8th grade combat king was killed by him in an instant, with just a single slash. Is he still a human? He is truly a peerless genius. He can even attract the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he is a monster among monsters. We can't use common sense to judge him. Everyone was shocked. There was no way for them to not be shocked. The scene was too terrifying. It had shaken everyone's heart. Tyrant and Tan Lang fixed their eyes on the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand. They had seen Jiang Chen use it in the Devil World and even in the Chaotic Ocean. However, they had never thought that this sword could be so terrifying. His natal weapon is as monstrous as him. From head to toe, there isn't a single part of him that isn't monstrous. Tyrant sighed. Tan Lang just smiled and shook his head. When he was fighting against the Demon King Palace in the southern continent, he had witnessed how terrifying this monster was. After killing Zhang Liang with a single strike, Jiang Chen took another 3 steps forward. Cracks appeared in the air beneath his feet. He threw a glance at Xuanhuan's corpse that was hung up in the air. He was still furious. Swoosh! Only then did the disciples of Shura Temple recover from the shock. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Looking at the murderous monster in front of them, it was hard for them to imagine what would happen to them in the future. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. In his rage, he only wanted to sacrifice the blood of these people to Xuanhuan's soul. He swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Another disciple was cut into half on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Run! Inform the elders. Someone shouted. The remaining disciples of the Azura Palace didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Each and every one of them started fleeing in all directions as if they had lost their minds. They were smart, they chose different directions to flee in, because they knew very well that if they chose the same direction, none of them would be able to escape. If they ran in different directions, they might still have a chance to escape. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was just one man. Once he was killed, the others would have enough time to escape. But too bad they had forgotten about Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were standing outside the Heaven Hawk Island. Their fates had been decided since the beginning. Even without Tyrant and Tan Lang, those who Jiang Chen wanted to kill would never be able to escape. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bright light as he strode forward while swinging the longsword in his hand. Every time he swung his sword, someone would die a horrible death. Even those combat kings who had fled into the void couldn't escape from this calamity. Outside the Heaven Hawk Island, a disciple who had just escaped was stopped by Tyrant. The disciple instantly fell into despair, as he was killed by Tyrant's palm strike. The other disciple had the same fate, but before he could rejoice, he was stopped by Tan Lang. This disciple was a first-grade combat king, and he had a certain status in the Shura Temple. However, what he had experienced today was no doubt a nightmare for him. When he saw Tan Lang, he was startled for a moment before he recognized Tan Lang. Tan Lang, no, senior disciple Tan, you're still alive. That's great. For the sake that we're from the same sect, please let me go. The disciple's body was trembling as he spoke. He was truly frightened. As long as he could live, he would kneel down in front of Tan Lang without any hesitation. I'm no longer a disciple of the Shura Temple. There's no such thing as friendship between us. Furthermore, you and I are supposed to be rivals. You've always mocked me before. A cold smile emerged on Tan Lang's face as he killed the disciple with a single palm strike. He didn't show any mercy. Ever since he was sent to the freezing hell jail, his relationship with the Shura Temple had completely ended. All the feelings he had for the sect had vanished, replaced by a deep hatred. The reason why he came back this time was because he wanted revenge. Now that he had killed his former rival, he could finally vent his frustrations. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.